2, 3, 4, 5. Now, what I want you to do is look around you and for just 1 minute, say hello to everyone around you. Just say hello. And then say it in your language as well. Say it in your language, say it in your language, say it in your language. If you don't know what they're saying, just say back to sender. If you don't know what they're saying, just say back to sender. Because just in case it's not pleasant, just say back to sender. Very good. Yeah, yeah. Very good, very good. Give yourselves a round of applause. Give yourselves a round of applause. My name is Chioma Omerwa. I'm on the screen. Oh my God. I'm just so shy. Yeah, they forgot to add that I'm also proficient in Spanish. They didn't put it up there, but it's okay. I'm telling you now that I speak 5 languages. So my name is Chioma Omerwa, and I am known here in Nigeria as Chi Girl, and I am a comedian, MC, TV presenter, host, singer, songwriter, stand-up comedian, voiceover artist. I'm trying to figure out what else I do. And just an entertainer. I'm like television on 2 feet. That's what I am. So people enjoy watching me do what I do, and I'm very glad that I get to be in this space and in this room with all of you. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to be your MC for the day, so you'll be hearing my voice a lot. So now I'm going to do a formal introduction in English first. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Bonjour à tous et bienvenue. Buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Me llamo Chioma Omerwa. Estoy MC para hoy, para today, and I'm very glad to be here. So we're going to just go ahead and get started. Thank you all for being here. We're here at this session this morning is about sharing knowledge. We're going to be sharing knowledge. You know, people in the room are going to learn from, exchange ideas, and just have a good session. So, but first and foremost, just to sort of like tell us really why we're here, because they are the reasons why we're here. I'm going to invite Fife and Victor to come up at this time and give us sort of like, I won't call it opening remarks, but just tell us why we're here. So please put your hands together for them as they come up. Okay, so I didn't ask for a golf clap. I asked for a round of applause. So can we give a round of applause? Okay, so I'm going to hand over the microphone to Fife, and then she's going to hand over the microphone to Victor, and then we'll keep it going.
Fife
Thank you.
is the founder and principal of Eden Venture Group. Fife is a creative strategist, executive producer, and social impact architect, working at the nexus of culture, health, and capital. She is the founder and CEO of Eden Venture Group, a platform that blends investment, storytelling, and ecosystem building to advance people of African descent across Africa and the diaspora. Her work spans mobilizing capital and partnerships for women and youth-led enterprises, producing short films, podcasts, and narrative projects, and curating convenings that connect policymakers and investors.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I was like, wait, where's that voice coming from? But we have this voice of God. We have this voice of God that's always supposed to be announcing people's bios. But thank you so much. I'm really honored to have everyone here with us today. I just wanted to, say thank you for being a gracious, partner. Victor, I'm going to let you do most of the talking this morning in terms of setting the stage. But essentially, we just really wanted to bring, again, the private sector together with the development sector, because we know that together we can scale, all of the impact and profit. And that's really the essence of this session. So over to you, Victor.
Victor Orozco Olvera, the senior economist and program lead, entertainment education program at World Bank Development Impact. Victor founded and leads the World Bank Research Program on Entertainment Education. The use of media, entertainment with development objectives. He runs this program in close collaboration with researchers and practitioners from governments, the World Bank, development partners, and global entertainment, media, and technology firm. He is currently running experiments and AI research in the fields of gender norms, ed tech, and girl education, vaccinations, community health workers, sexual health, malaria, renewable energy, gender-based violence, hate speech, environment, and vocational training across sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, the Middle East and Northern Africa, and Latin America and the Caribbean.
Thank you. My department, the World Bank Development Impact Group, tests innovations that are scalable, cost-effective. So in the second stage, these could be scaled up in development investments. I lead the sub-program, let's say, of edutainment. And I've been very lucky to be working with foundations like MTV, Discovery, Facebook, and other regional media firms, as well as social influencers, with the goal to improve development outcomes. As part of this work, we also do these events, right? This policy engagement, industry engagement, to disseminate findings of the research, but also help facilitate collaborations, right? So more soap operas, more gamified apps, more social influencer campaigns can be produced and distributed for better development outcomes. We work mainly in the entertainment hubs of the US, Mexico, Nigeria, Kenya, and India, which of course are big markets, but also they produce for the respective regions, but also they are innovator hubs. So, we're very excited to be here again in Nigeria. It's my 11th year here, and my secret agenda is to keep coming for another decade at least. So for that reason, I need to be working closely with, continue working with AU, with my World Bank colleagues, and of course, my new friends at IFC. And so I'm very grateful to be here, and thank you so much, Fife. Fife is my Olga here in Nigeria, facilitating so much engagement. She has brought all these top-notch celebrities, government officials in Abuja, here in Lagos, and that's the beginning of a very nice partnership. We were presenting at UNGA a month ago, in Abuja last week, Lagos here. Next week we'll be in LA doing similar events with our good friends at the University of Southern California. And the goal is, again, to normalize edutainment, AI, edtech, as well as facilitate its implementation. It's not only about the idea, it's about how it's implemented. So, very, very, very happy to keep working here. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Chuma.
Can we give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Fife. At this time, to also have a few words, I'm going to be introducing some people. So first up, I need you to help me put your hands together and welcome Ambassador Gauthier Mignot, who is the head of the European Union delegation to Nigeria and to the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, where I used to work before I moved back to Lagos. So welcome.
Thank you very much, Shoma. Good morning to all of you, dear leaders of the industry, dear World Bank colleagues. It's very glad to meet you all in Lagos today for this great event with my colleagues Leila and Ugo, and celebrating our partnership with the World Bank. Thank you, Victor, and all the team. And through this partnership, getting to know new, passionate people, and I like this very much. Nigeria's entertainment and creative industry sectors are a major asset for the country, not only with the millions of jobs that they provide and their growing contribution to GDP, but also in how they shape culture across Africa and increasingly across the world. Any young people in Africa and many other parts of the world know who Wizkid or Burna Boy are. And this is the power of culture. It unites everybody, and it has the capacity to give a global positive image to a country like Nigeria, which kind of needs it a little bit. Today, as the sector is consolidating and closing gaps, especially in workforce capacity building, professionalization, and de-risking investments, we wish to affirm our unwavering support to Nigeria, to the creative industries, and to what will make it all possible, expanding the broadband and consolidating the digital infrastructure in line with Nigeria's digital transformation agenda. And of course, Lagos is the big hub for that. I'm very glad also that the Honorable Permanent Secretary of the Ministry for Tourism, Culture and Arts of Lagos State is with us also this morning. Nigeria's entertainment and creative sectors are already central to the digital future. As of 2023, the media and entertainment industry contributed roughly about $1.5 billion to GDP, which is a 27% increase in just 3 years, and more is to come as the country moves into AI and its transformative impacts. And today's event is showcasing one of the projects we entrusted to the World Bank Research Branch, DECDI, but also refers to the Bridge project, which is an integrated program that links infrastructure, skills, and private capital mobilizations around the rollout of 90,000 kilometers of optic fiber. It aims at giving every Nigerian the opportunities to participate in and benefit from the digital economy. And as one of Nigeria's largest partners, the European Union is supporting Nigeria's digital agenda through a variety of projects that have all in common a simple guiding principle, which is a human-centric digital transformation. Indeed, we back innovation that empowers people, safeguards rights, and builds open, secure, and trusted digital spaces to ensure that digital innovation serves the public good. Through our 820 million euros digital economy package, the European Union is supporting Nigeria on connectivity, e-governance, digital public infrastructure, entrepreneurship, and digital skills. So really across the board. And on culture and the creative industries, we are planning to partner with Nigeria to provide support to policy design, artists, festivals, museums, cultural institutions, and the creative economy through 6 different regional programs. And also on a smaller scale, we support film festivals across Nigeria, helping young creators to grow in this movie industry. On the creative economy, stricto sensu, 4 regional EU-funded programs, from the 6 I've just mentioned, will roll out from 2026. First, a 15 million euros Creative Africa project that will aim at connecting the European and African audiovisual markets. Then an 8 million euros Create and Connect project, supporting artists' mobilities in the visual and performing arts. Then we'll have a CREA fund, a 20 million plus blending program with Proparco from the French AFD group, which will aim at de-risking the sector. And finally, a 20 million euros fashionomics project with AFDB that will support the fashion industry. So this is a sign of the EU coming stronger in a cultural and creative sector, which until now was mainly supported by our member states. So we're a little bit new kid in town in this sector. Today's event is another milestone in the partnership we have with Nigeria and the World Bank, focusing on the creative industry and edutainment. When a story carries a social message, it can do more than entertain. Research has message. It can do, has shown, that edutain can be an effective and easily scalable way to shift attitudes and behaviors in a respectful and culturally sensitive environment. From encouraging vaccination and HIV testing, to keeping girls in school, to reducing gender-based violence, to reducing online hate speech. The project we have entrusted to DECDI is about just that, designing the right type of edutainment, the right tools and the right messages to maximize the efficiency of all our education projects, whether funded by the World Bank or by the EU, to ensure that all children in the North, in particular, especially girls, believe in a different future for themselves in tomorrow's Nigeria. In the same vein, let me also mention the Bookstorm project that the EU delegation is supporting with author Lola Shondeyen's BookBus Foundation here in Lagos to publish illustrated children books tailored for each of the 36 federative states of Nigeria with inspirational and educational messages adapted to the cultural environment of the young readers in every state. As Nigeria's youth move from school to work, aligning skills with the labor market demand is critical. We are supporting this shift through support to government in value chains and specific sectors. We also mainstream digital skills acquisition, and as we will see today, digital entertainment, which is also helping to shift norms and empower women to enter the workforce and lead change in their communities. More generally, we are committed to support Nigeria in these development efforts, and in particular, those aiming at empowering Nigeria's youth and women, helping them acquire the right set of skills for the Nigerian economy of tomorrow. This is what the EU Global Gateway Strategy is about, and this project is part and parcel of it. And youth and women are, for us, horizontal priorities. Women at global level, gender equality, 85% at least of our projects must have a gender equality dimension. And in Nigeria and in Africa in general, youth is another cross-cutting priority. So when we design every project we want to fund, we always ask the question, how can it help women and youth to grow? Voilà, I'm sorry that I will have to leave you in a few minutes, but I will leave you Leila in hostage. I'm leaving for a good cause because it's to discuss about another cultural partnership we hope to develop in the cultural and creative sector here in Lagos, this time with the Lagos Biennale of next year. So voilà, you will please excuse me, but very glad to be with you and have a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Migno, and thank you for being here. We know that you have to run and do other things that will still bring us value, so we're okay to let you go. We'll let you go. You have permission. We'll let you go. You'll be all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next, Honorable Mrs. Toke Benson Awoyinka, the Lagos State Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture. She leads transformative initiatives to position Lagos as a year-round global tourism destination. Since her appointment in 2023, she has championed cultural preservation, revitalized heritage festivals, and launched innovative water-based tourism projects. Her leadership has earned her the 2025 Best Commissioner Award at the Global Excellence Recognition Awards. Can we put a hand together for her? She would have been here, but she can't be, but she is very, very ably represented by Mrs. Bokpo Oyekon Ismaila, who is the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. So can we please put a hand together for her as she comes to give her remarks at this time.
Thank you very much, Chigo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me absolute pleasure and a rare privilege to stand before you all today to represent the Honorable Commissioner of my very dynamic and active ministry, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Lagos State. She would have loved to be here. She actually promised she was going to be here, but an urgent message came, so she had to go out of town. But I'll try to represent her well by reading a speech that she had prepared to present here today. Well, I don't have the protocols, but I want to please respectfully recognize everybody that is here, especially the ambassador and all top members of the organizing committee and our sponsors and FIFE and Frank, right? And, and everybody else here, you're all very important, and she recognizes you through me. So let me just read what she said to tell you. So she said, it's a great honor to be here today at this AI and Entertainment Media Content Day, which is a platform that brings together innovators, creators, policymakers, and development partners to shape the future of Africa's creative economy. The European Union and the World Bank have always been forward-thinking in bringing up initiatives that seek the growth of this country. Sorry, it's not printed out, so that's why it's flipping. It's AI, really. So, distinguished guests, the conversation around artificial intelligence and its impact on entertainment and media could not be more timely or more vital, because across the world, AI is redefining how stories are told, how content is produced, and how audiences engage amongst other daily personal and business experiences. In Lagos State, we have realized that technology and creativity are no longer separate conversations. Rather, they are two sides of the same coin, driving the future of work, culture, and commerce. As Africa's creative capital, Lagos continues to invest in initiatives that empower filmmakers, musicians, fashion designers, digital artists, and artisans to leverage innovation in telling authentic African stories that resonate globally. As a matter of fact, Lagos State recently affirmed its commitment to fostering creativity, youth empowerment, and technological advancement with the groundbreaking premiere of Make Nation, which is fast spreading like wildfire worldwide. Africa's first feature film on artificial intelligence. This historic milestone, supported by the Lagos State government, marks a new chapter in Nigeria's creative and technological evolution, which has opened opportunities for more innovators. It demonstrates our resolve to position Lagos as a hub for digital storytelling, innovation, and film technology in Africa. By supporting this pioneering event, the state government is helping local filmmakers explore the limitless opportunities of AI, from intelligent scripting and production, designed to advanced animation and post-production techniques. More importantly, it serves as a blueprint for how technology can enhance cultural expression, create jobs, and expand access to global audiences. Earlier, they were talking, I'm not going to mention the country. I mentioned the organizers talking about how fast a country, a continent filmmaking has invaded Nigeria. And I'm like, yeah, we need to speak more to the world ourselves, so that instead of other countries invading us, we'll be everywhere else in the world, especially in the EU. Beyond this, Lagos State continues to strengthen digital capacity through the Lagos Creative Industry Initiative, which focuses on skills development, innovation labs, and partnerships that empower young talents to thrive in an increasingly digital economy. Through these efforts, we are ensuring that the creative industry not only entertains, but also drives economic growth and technological advancement. As we engage in today's dialogue, it will be my delight that we all begin to see artificial intelligence not as a threat to creativity, but as a catalyst for expression, a tool that enhances human imagination, efficiency, and reach. However, we must also ensure that the adoption of AI in entertainment respects ethics, intellectual property, and copyrights across the world, as well as the diversity of cultural narratives that make our stories unique. Lagos is a rich cultural enclave that has a lot to offer the world, and we are open to partnerships. We expect and we hope for infrastructural and capacity development from the EU. To our partners, the EU and the World Bank, Lagos State deeply appreciates your unwavering support for the growth of Nigeria's creative and digital economy. We look forward to tapping more of the global opportunities AI offers. We must always also remember that the downsides of AI are real. We should find ways to turn them into positives. Together, we can build frameworks that promote knowledge sharing, which is the crux of what we're going to have at this session, and we are very open to that. We look forward to learning from everybody. And we look forward to enhancing our youth potentials and equitable gender participation in this exciting technological era. This is an affirmation as well. This is the last lap of it. I know that you have listened to her for some time. It's not me speaking. It's the Honorable Commissioner, so I have to read what she said to tell you. So, as we embrace AI, it is imperative to remember that while technology may power the process, creativity remains the heartbeat of our humanity. Let us continue to bridge innovation with culture, ensuring that Africa and Lagos in particular leads the next wave of global storytelling powered by both intelligence and imagination. This is an affirmation of Mr. Governor, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, through the integration of the Themes Plus agenda, where entertainment and tourism are infused with education and technology, and is premised on the vision to make Lagos a 21st century economy where no one is left behind. She wishes, she said, I wish us all a productive and inspiring session, devoid of the negative impacts of AI. Thank you. Signed, Toke Benson Awoyinka, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Thank you very much for listening.
Can we give another round of applause? Madam Pamsek, I'm sure the commissioner will be very happy because you read her speech well. We echoed all of her sentiments, so we know that she will see this and be like, oh, she did well. You did well. Give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, Christian Mulamula, IFC country lead, driving private sector and creative industry investment in Nigeria. Christian Mulamula is the principal country officer for the IFC in Nigeria with expertise in corporate finance, infrastructure, and creative industries. He champions IFC's engagement with Nigeria's creative sector to foster inclusive and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Christian Mulamula as he comes to the microphone.
Thanks. His Excellency, the Ambassador, Honorable Commissioner, represented by the PS, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. It's an honor to join you today at this event. This workshop reflects what the World Bank Group does best, combining evidence, policy dialogue, and private sector investment to create lasting change. Through the World Bank, we are ensuring that rigorous research directly shapes project design so that every development dollar mobilizes private capital and delivers measurable results. And that's why we're here. When entertainment carries a social message, what we call edutainment, it does more than tell stories, it helps shape lives. The World Bank's research program on edutainment shows that power of storytelling as a development tool. In Nigeria, for instance, the TV drama MTV Sugar doubled HIV testing rates and reduced certain STI infections. Community screening paired with gamified learning apps have cut rates of out-of-school children in half, improved foundational literacy by the equivalent of 5 additional years of schooling, and delayed early marriage among adolescents. Now, let's talk a little bit about Nigeria's creative economy. Entertainment media, that is film, television, streaming, and gaming, connects billions every day. Nigeria's creative economy is already one of the continent's greatest successes. We see it in the music, we see it on TV, and all over the world. Africa's digital economy is projected to grow 6-fold to over 700 billion by the year 2050. With nearly 70% of sub-Saharan Africa's population under 30, the continent is experiencing a youth boom. and that's an opportunity. Africa's film and audiovisual sectors alone could create 20 million jobs and 20 billion in annual revenues in the next 3 decades. And I think the key there is to emphasize about jobs, because that's what we're going to need, and lots of them. As of 2023, the Nigerian creative industry contributed about 2 billion to GDP. This works out to be about $1.4 billion and about a 27% increase in that GDP in 3 years. And it employs more than 4 million people. By 2025, annual revenues could exceed 15 billion. That's the potential of the creative industries. This is not just culture. It is capital that fuels exports, jobs, and innovation across Africa. And again, I'll emphasize jobs. Let me tell you a little bit about IFC investments. At IFC, we see creative as not as charity, but as a growth industry, one that drives inclusion, jobs, and innovation. Over the past 3 years, IFC has made it a strategic priority to finance the creative sectors due to the significant contribution to jobs creation and inclusive development. That said, financing these sectors is complex. It's not easy. Many projects fall below our traditional ticket size, meaning the minimum size of projects that we can invest, which means we must adopt and innovate in order to be able to support those projects. To bridge the gap between creative entrepreneurs and institutional investors, IFC supports early-stage project development, feasibility studies, and advisory work to make projects investment-ready, and therefore make them a target for private sector investment. Through our upstream work, we provide governance, structuring, and technical assistance to help creative businesses become investment-ready. We also leverage partnerships. In 2023, IFC signed a cooperation agreement with Sony Innovation Fund to identify viable opportunities in Africa's creative economy. Our direct income is that in June this year, we invested in Filmmakers Mart, a digital production hub that connects Africa filmmakers with global production needs. Across Africa, we collaborate with financial intermediaries, that's banks, venture capital funds, to deploy capital efficiently. Here are some examples. In Cote d'Ivoire, IFC is working with Orange Bank and Bremian to finance women-led fashion MSMEs. In Benin Republic, I must say, we partnered with NSIA Bank to expand MSMEs lending, including targeted support for fashion entrepreneurs. Since November 2022, IFC has deployed over 800 million to catalyze creative sectors in emerging markets, with Africa as a strategic focus. Our investment strategy revolves around 4 key verticals: audiovisual, that is film, music, and animation; sports and entertainment; fashion; and creative tech. Our recent portfolio illustrates our work, illustrates our how commercial investment can also drive social transformation. Let's take a look at some examples. Afrofilm Fund. This is a collaboration with the Africa Development Bank and Ebony Life Media to create a Pan-African investment vehicle financing authentic African stories for global audiences. Another example, I mentioned it earlier, Filmmakers Mart. This is IFC's first investment in Nigeria's audiovisual sector, financed with Sony Innovation Fund Africa. The platform connects, as I mentioned earlier, filmmakers with vetted production services, from logistics to post-production, through AI-powered tools that save time and open new markets across Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Morocco, and South Africa. Another example, Helios Sports and Entertainment Group. This is a 50 million equity investment with Propaco, one of our partners, supporting sports, media, and entertainment infrastructure across Africa. Partners include NBA Africa, AfroNation, PFL Africa, and Zara Group, building a more vibrant ecosystem for jobs and entrepreneurship. And my final example is Triggerfish Animation Studios, South Africa. This is a partnership to expand Africa's leading animation studio and creator of content for Disney, Netflix, and BBC. Africa's support is helping train animators, primarily women and youth, and grow the continent's creative export base. We also support policy engagements because investment thrives where rules are clear. In Nigeria, we have worked with government counterparts to strengthen copyright protections and IP enforcement, ensuring that creators can earn fairly from their work. IFC de-risks, catalyzes, and mobilizes, but the private sector is indispensable. We need investors, fund managers, and entrepreneurs at the table to scale this sector and unlock the full potential of Africa's creative economy and create those 20-odd million jobs that I talked about. Talking about AI, artificial intelligence is already redefining how films are produced, marketed, distributed, and measured. From automated dubbing to gender norm analysis in scripts, AI is a productivity multiplier that expands the efficiency and diversity across value chains. IFC is committed to backing firms that use AI responsibly to multiply creativity and reach new audiences. Nigeria's digital economy and AI strategy is anchored in broadband expansion, skills development, and digital public infrastructure, and is laying the foundation for an inclusive future. The Bridge project that the World Bank Group is an instrument to link infrastructure, skills, and private capital mobilization so that every Nigerian can participate in this transformation. Now, looking ahead, our goal is clear: to empower Nigeria's youth, expand opportunities for women and girls, and build more inclusive and competitive creative economy. When storytelling meets strategic investment, ideas grow faster and reach further. As we begin today's discussion, remember this: stories shape societies, but investments scale stories. So in closing, I'll say, together we can build the lasting financial and creative infrastructure that turns Nigeria's vibrant imagination into a driver of sustainable growth for Africa and the world, and creates the jobs that we need to create for our youth going forward. I wish you a very successful workshop, and look forward to hearing the results of this workshop, Victor. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you. So at this time, we're going to get right into the nitty-gritty of why we're here today. So we're going to have a panel. But at this time, I decided to myself, you know what? I'm going to take a break. Why? Because I can. Okay? Because I'm in charge. Yeah? So I'm going to hand over this part of the proceedings to somebody else. Let somebody else MC for a little bit. Let them see how hard it is. You know what I'm saying? We're here. They're going to invest in us, but so let other people do the work. So I'm going to just chill out, relax, and let somebody else take over. So I'm going to introduce this guy. He's the guy that's going to take over. Okay? So I need you guys to just cooperate with him. Okay? So clap even when he's not funny. Just make him feel comfortable. Okay? Samir Abdul Samad, Associate Investment Officer at the International Finance Corporation, IFC. Samir leads infrastructure investment efforts around Anglophone Africa. Based in London, Samir brings a strong background in energy, economics, and private sector development. Since joining IFC in 2020, he has contributed to upstream and investment projects in energy, utilities, and creative industries, including initiatives to expand digital production infrastructure in Africa. His work emphasizes innovative financing solutions that drive inclusive growth and sustainable development, But prior to IFC, Samir worked at SIA Partners in London and Castalia in Paris, advising on regulatory strategy, financial modeling, and investment planning. He holds a master's degree in international economics, energy, and Middle East studies from Johns Hopkins SAIS, and a bachelor's in business and economics from the University of Bologna. Samir is passionate about leveraging private capital to address development challenges in emerging markets. So, of course, he's very competent, and I know that he will do a good job and not embarrass me. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Samir Abdul Samad, who's going to moderate the next upcoming panel. Please give him a round of applause as he comes.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. First, I should say I'm based in Lagos, actually. I'm here in Nigeria. So welcome to our first session, How Stories Shape Our World and Change Behavior. Stories are a powerful tool. They can really move people, shift attitudes, and even drive changes in economies. So this is what we're going to explore today with our distinguished speakers. We're going to talk about how that happens and how we can measure it and scale it. So again, I'm Samer Abdel-Samad from the International Finance Corporation, and I'll be moderating today's discussion. The way in which we're going to do this today is through inviting each of our speakers to have a short 10 minutes TED-style talk. And at the end, we will follow with panel discussions where we will ask them a few questions and Q&A in case there is any. So let's not dwell any further, and let me begin by inviting Joanna Blackley, media impact scholar linking data, culture, and behavior. Joanna is a managing director at the Norman Lear Center, University of Southern California. She researches media impact, cultural diplomacy, disinformation, and digital media. She's also the co-founder of the Media Impact Project, a two-time TED speaker whose work has been appeared in major global publications. So welcome, Joanna.
Thank you, everyone. It's such an honor to be here, and thank you so much to Victor and Vife for making this all happen. It's a lot to pull off anywhere, and as everyone knows, it's a lot to pull off in Lagos. All right, I'm going to begin my story with a clicker. There we go. With the Centers for Disease Control. This is the public health institution for the United States. So in the late 90s, they decided to start including some questions about media and entertainment in their national survey. And they were quite surprised to discover that half of Americans thought that every medical storyline they saw on TV was vetted and accurate, and a quarter of Americans said it was one of their primary sources of health information. So this was basically a nightmare for a public health agency. Hollywood was churning out a bunch of inaccurate information that people were acting on, and the CDC could do nothing about it. So they decided that the best thing to do would be to try to nudge Hollywood, encourage them to do the right thing and tell more accurate stories. They had read the literature, the stuff that Victor has been doing so beautifully for the last 20 years. They knew that entertainment education works. And so they thought, let's try to harness the Hollywood industry to disseminate entertainment education without them really knowing it. So they needed a partner on the ground. They needed somebody who understood Hollywood and how it works, and they also needed an academic institution that understood public health communication and how to do the complex research that's necessary to find out whether these interventions are working. Oh, sorry, it went back twice. So they partnered with us, the Norman Lear Center. We have a dual mission to both study the social impact of media, but to also try to shape it for social good. So we created a new institution called the Hollywood Health and Society Program. And the key activity was basically schmoozing with writers and in a very friendly way trying to set up conversations and panels to discuss pressing social topics and health issues, of course. And we ended up partnering with the Writers Guild of America. The president of the Writers Guild was always the chief of our board, and we embedded ourselves in the industry, positioning ourselves as a completely free resource to help them write more authentic and accurate stories. So the model worked. This was in 2001 that we began. We've worked with hundreds of shows on dozens of networks, just about any network you can name, we've worked with them. We've logged 5,000 consultations with scriptwriters in the writer's room, a sacred place where they don't allow anybody to come in, especially advocacy groups. And in one 6-year period, we placed 1,100 health storylines that we had consulted on. I know that Grey's Anatomy is a very popular show here, and we have consulted on almost, I think, every episode. Let's see if I can get this to work. There we go. 612 consultations with Grey's Anatomy, and I believe we've consulted on every single episode of House, which at one time was the most popular show in the world with 1 billion viewers a year. So that was successful. The outreach was working. They liked our services, but was it working for audiences? That requires research. And so 1/2 of the Norman Lear Center is actually a research division. Should I be aiming here? There we go. So we've produced about 20 years of research on the power of entertainment to support what we call narrative change, a sort of new framing of what edutainment has been. We do complex social science research using mixed methods, both quantitative efforts like this, mixed with qualitative research, which is required to really understand the sort of very complex dynamic that takes place when human brains are engaging with stories. So The Pit is a hot new show in America right now. It just won a bunch of Emmys. It's about an emergency room in a hospital that's just overwhelmed with desperate patients and overworked doctors and healthcare personnel. We consulted on all 15 episodes. The season is just 1 day in this ER, 24 hours of intensity. So I'll give you a clip so you can sort of see what the show is like and how it is that we place health information in very entertaining content.
Drug-seeking woman kicked off a city bus for disrupting and disturbing passengers. She's been screaming for narcotics nonstop. We found an empty Percocet bottle.
What the hell are you doing? Why are you calling? She's been uncooperative and combative since we picked her up.
I need to go! Stop fighting! Come the fuck down or I'm calling the cops.
Wait a minute, the whole weren't working! Please, I have sickle cell!
Okay, stop. Everybody stop.
Stop!
What's your name?
It's Joyce. It's Joyce.
Joyce, is this your sickle cell pain?
Yes!
10 milligrams of IV morphine.
You really want 10?
Yes, repeat it in 5 minutes if needed. And she needs a dilaudid drip. This is a vaso-occlusive crisis. I'm so sorry this happened. You're gonna be okay now. You're safe here. Come on. You're gonna be safe here. I promise. Just breathe. Okay? How's she doing?
Still breathing after 20 of morphine.
How's the pain, Joyce?
Oh, a little better.
You've ordered an exchange transfusion.
Figured I needed that.
What's your normal regimen at home?
90 of extended-release morphine every 12 hours. And oxycodone for breakthrough pain, but it wasn't working.
Starting IV dilaudid at 4 an hour. You can press this button if you need a little extra.
That only works once an hour, though, so don't go crazy.
Could I confer with you?
Yeah.
You seem surprised by the opiate dosage.
Seemed a little high.
So was her pain.
How do you know she's not drug
You
seeking?
can't fake a hemoglobin of 6. Do you know what sickle cell crisis does to the body? Blood cells get caught and plug up your capillaries and deprive all your cells of oxygen. It's been described as an electrical stabbing pain that feels like it's breaking your bones and flushing glass through your body.
I never thought of it like that.
Little empathy goes a long way with those suffering in real pain.
So we had the opportunity to do a pretty large-scale impact study of storylines in the show, and we just released this last week. And we found, and you're probably not surprised, people had very strong emotional responses to this show. They identified with characters, and they felt deeply immersed in the story, all of which is associated with changes in knowledge, attitudes, and behavior. We found that people who watched, compared to very similar people who did not watch, storylines about organ donation and making hard end-of-life decisions, they were initiating conversations with family and friends about these very, very difficult topics that sometimes people never talk about with their families. So viewers said that they were more likely to register to become organ donors from a TV storyline and to create a living will. We got a lot of coverage, which really told us that Hollywood loves the fact that they can brag about doing the right things, spreading accurate information, and really lifting the level of storytelling in other medical dramas. Now there's a competition to be as realistic as The Pit is. So after about 12 years, we decided that it was time to take this model global, to go to other mature entertainment industries like Nollywood and Bollywood, and try to see if we could help set up a parallel kind of center like Hollywood Health and Society that would make it easier for writers in those markets to do the right thing, to do the formative research, to find out about the issues before they depict them in TV shows that would reach billions of eyeballs. Out of those projects came, for instance, a full-length Nollywood film written by Nollywood and Hollywood writers addressing the very difficult issue of sexual assault. We were able to do a large impact assessment, and we found that viewers of the film, compared to very similar non-viewers, were far less likely to agree with toxic statements like, "It is okay for a man to have sex with a woman even if she says no, and there is nothing a man can do to prevent rape." So you might be asking, how can a movie accomplish this kind of change in people's mindset? And there are scientific answers to that, believe it or not. There's research that demonstrates that stories can bypass our defenses in a way that news does not. And stories operate through complex psychological mechanisms like transportation, as Victor was talking about, that is immersion in the story. You can imagine yourself in the story, you lose track of time, identification with characters, and of course, strong emotional responses. So some key takeaways. This outreach plus research model that we've developed at the Lear Center and tested abroad, it works. The commercial industry is not necessarily resistant to the do-gooders coming in and saying, hey, you know, maybe you should try to make that more accurate. They will use free services, they won't necessarily pay for them, and they see that it can elevate their work with authentic storytelling. Weaving pro-social messages into commercial entertainment is very cost-effective compared to actually making it from scratch and impactful. And global partnerships like the ones that we've tested out and we would love to continue here in Nollywood can accelerate efforts to change truly harmful narratives at scale. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Joanna. Let's keep in touch, so maybe I can schedule an appointment with Dr. House, because I was really passionate about that show. That was very insightful. We're gonna now move from metrics to experimental evidence with Dr. Victor Orozco Olvera. Victor is a World Bank senior economist leading the Global Entertainment Education Research Program. He directs RCTs and AI research on gender norms, health across Africa and Asia, and he holds a PhD in social intervention from Oxford and a master in public administration in economics from Princeton. Victor, over to you.
Thanks, Amir. Let me come here. Cool. So today I'm going to try to convince you of three things. First, that low doses of edutainment work, right? Even low doses of edutainment work. That we need to scale innovative partnerships to combat today's global challenges. 1 out of 3 women have experienced violence in their lives globally, right? 1.3 million people still get infected every year for HIV. So the status quo won't do. We need to scale up, and we need to scale up what we know works. And edutainment is one of those tools. And lastly, that good intentions are not enough, right? You always need formative research, focus groups, and evaluation before you scale up. And unlike many other development interventions, entertainment media can scale and reach millions, often billions of eyeballs. So you want to make sure that it's well targeted, well designed. So as motivation, behavior change is at the center of development, right? For example, interventions that promote HIV testing. However, a lot of the development investments go into formats that are information-centered, right? A lot of our social and behavior change communications are public service announcements or our billboards like you see. But research shows that while effective in improving awareness and knowledge, these information-only formats do not change attitudes, do not change behaviors, because the human is complex, right? We relate to norms, emotions, and stories to make sense of the world, and through that, we can better improve our behaviors. Now, at the center of the research program that I lead is the question, can entertainment media with social impact messaging change behaviors, right? From television to gamified apps to teach how to read. And the potential is obviously huge. There's over 5 billion TV viewers in the world. There's over 2 billion Facebook daily users, especially here in Nigeria. Facebook is quite popular. So today I'm going to take you through a global tour that would range, start in Nigeria, follow India, and then ends in my home country, Mexico. I'll present evidence of randomized controlled trials, or RCTs, which work pretty much like clinical trials, right? You randomize people to a treatment, others to a control, and then you can estimate causal impacts, not correlation or association, but the causal effect that an intervention has on outcomes of interest, such as HIV testing. The studies are well-powered, well-designed, well-implemented, so the results are causal effects. Now, we start with our evaluation of the TV drama MTV Shuga. We tested the 3rd season that lasted only 3 hours, so it's a low dosage. It brings all these top African talent, especially before they head to Los Angeles and other hubs. Early seasons, for example, included Lupita Nyong'o, Kenyan, Mexican, by the way, guys. It's broadcasted in over 60 countries. An estimate of viewership a few years ago estimated over 700 million viewers. 8 to 10 months of simply watching this 3rd season of 3 hours, we see that knowledge about HIV transmission, that attitudes towards HIV positive people improved. Great. But most importantly, we see big effects on behavior change. HIV testing doubled, and chlamydia infections, sexually transmitted infections, were halved. These are not self-reported indicators. These are objective measurements that we used. We also see that sexual concurrency, or having more than one partner at a time, was halved because of the TV drama, and strong decreases in sexual and physical violence among viewers. This study, by the way, was co-authored with Professor Abhijit Banerjee, who won the Nobel Prize in Economics as part of this group of people that led the RCT revolution, the randomista revolution in development economics. Now, as evidence that edutainment is the mechanism driving these effects, we see that these already large effects I showed you were even larger among viewers that reported greater immersion and greater identification with characters. And well, we have IFC in the room, so we have to put money, returns on investment in the business case here. We estimated that a $1 investment in this show, in this season, which cost around $2 million to produce, created $150 in lifetime earning gains, with youth starting HIV treatment after the show encouraged them to get tested, right? We have that estimate. Because they live longer, healthier, and more productive lives. And these, by the way, are conservative assumptions. Happy to share the boring technical details. In a study that my colleague Thomas will present after me, we tested in northern Nigeria this movies and mobiles intervention, and there we find that compared to another 150 impact evaluations of education investments, this home learning, community-based intervention ranked in the top 10% in terms of learning gains, but also in the top 25% in terms of cost effectiveness. And this included community screenings of My Better World, here present, excerpts of My Better World that a year after the study won an international Emmy Award in the category of kids and education, and the provision of smartphones with open source preloaded apps that are very fun and that had big effects not only on the target kid, but also on inside the household and outside their household. Now to India. Everyone has a smartphone these days. Smartphone penetration rates are rapidly growing in developing countries, accelerated by COVID. So we evaluated the effect of short video clips produced by a lot of these Bollywood foundations and organizations. And we took another step where we compared two common formats. One, a mockumentary called Court of Sex, that discussed a lot of these gender norms, GBB messages in a humorous way, implicit way. And then we also tested a docuseries with real storylines with clear calls to action. Altogether, this low dosage intervention amounted to less than 25 minutes. After 1 week, we see the treatment with respect to the control to be twice as likely to visit the UN Women website and to spend 5 times more in that website. Treated users also were more likely to report more progressive attitudes towards gender and gender-based violence, a 0.20 standard deviation. 4 months later, a lot of these effects declined, a reminder that we do need reinforcers, especially for these low dosage campaigns. But several behaviors persisted after 4 months. For example, individuals in the treatment group were twice as likely to add to their Facebook profile picture a banner saying, "I am against violence against women," a social display of one's beliefs, right? Now, so far it sounds like, hey, edutainment is the way forward. Everyone, let's do edutainment. But Mexico presents a cautionary tale where this production called Addicted to Life, shot in the US, distributed in schools, but also in movie theaters in the US and in several other countries, and in Mexico had been already scaled across all 32 states of the country. This intervention showed great effects in increasing awareness about the risks of addictions among middle schoolers, 13 to 14-year-olds. However, a year later, we see that the treatment group was more likely to report consuming alcohol and tobacco, right? Why? Because the formative research was not properly done, so it was not properly adjusted. but also a lot of the messaging was very explicit, very educational. And I don't know if you have boys, especially teenager boys, you don't tell them explicitly because they're just going to do the opposite thing, right? So that's a reminder that we need to work with professional storytellers, professional marketing people, but also professional behavioral experts to better address this issue. So again, as takeaways for this global tour is that first, low doses of edutainment can work, from short video clips in social media to full TV dramas like MTV Shuga, to community screenings in northern Nigeria that altogether lasted 5 days, but in total 8 hours. So it's not 5 days times 8 hours, but in total 8 hours. That we need innovative partnerships to combat today's global challenges. And lastly, good intentions are not enough. We need to do the formative research so we can adapt properly and evaluate before we scale up into millions of eyeballs. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I think that was very insightful on how stories can show, when properly designed, can have a strong impact on society. So we're going to move forward now with our next speaker. Sorry, 1 second. Thomas Kotecki. I hope you'll correct me on my pronunciation because my Italian background doesn't allow me to read that properly. But yeah, Thomas is an education economist specializing in data-driven decision-making, impact evaluation, and large-scale survey design. His work also focuses on enhancing education system through data, technology, and AI-driven tools, and on translating evidence into actionable strategies that improve learning outcome. So without any further, Thomas, over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm going to build on this global story that Victor has just shared with you and kind of zoom in on northern Nigeria and tell you about the Movies and Mobiles trial that we conducted in the north. So just to set kind of the background, in northern Nigeria, primarily Kano, Jigawa, Sokoto, a lot of the children are unfortunately out of school, losing on their education. And even though for those who do go to school, they face these really high pupil-teacher ratios, so a teacher needs to look after a whole bunch of students, so the learning outcomes are not as high. And unfortunately, one of the reports, I think it was the RARA report, shows that only 3% of second graders can read a sentence, a simple sentence in a local language after being 2 years at school. And also we've got these prevailing social norms up in the north where it's estimated that up to half of the girls are married before the age of 15, and what oftentimes follows is those girls are pulled off the schools and can no longer attend, so affecting their life trajectories. And so we've designed this intervention. We partnered with Impacted International, formerly the Digital Learning Alliance, to bring excerpts of their video screenings and invited 6 to 9-year-old children and their parents over a course of 2 weekends to show them these aspirational stories embedded within the local context of northern Nigeria. The study was implemented by our implementing partner BBID, Breaking Barriers in Development, and they do kind of a lot of the local contextualization where they go into the community and there's the sensitivity kind of assessment with the community leader so that the community leader is on board before we go in. They also serve a pivotal role during the screenings, so they kind of introduce the sessions and they actively participate in the facilitated group discussions that are happening throughout the sessions. We then conducted this, let me just show you a bit more about the characters first. So the stories from My Better World kind of combine these animated characters. I think it's around 6 of them, and it's kind of like a storytelling, portraying the local context and show how families can sort of overcome these harmful social norms. And as you can see, one of the most popular one was actually Fatima, who comes from Kano and became the first female pilot to be from that region. And these stories are very popular, and Impacted International actually have won the International Emmy Award a couple of years back for their stories. So we conducted this impact evaluation. 1 year later, we go back to the communities, and we find large impact on parental aspirations. So parents are more likely to willing to send their kids to schools, also for the kids to attain higher level of educations, but also changing the attitudes and self-efficacy beliefs. And we also see a massive reduction in out-of-school children rates, specifically by 42%. So children are more likely to be in school 1 year later after having gone to the screenings. So that's kind of the base. And we also partnered with our friends from Curious Learning and combined this edutainment with EdTech. So we bring these gamified apps, Feed the Monster, Global Digital Library, I'll tell you more in a second. And so in half of our communities, 40% of the households were randomly selected to receive the device, which is preloaded with these offline foundational literacy apps. So as I mentioned, the process kind of starts with Feed the Monster, a very kind of interactive, gamified app which teaches foundational literacy. So the kids are asked to kind of, match the letters and literally feed the monster. So it's very engaging. And then kind of as they proceed, they can also tap into Global Digital Library, which offers hundreds of books in the local language, Hausa, and they are ordered in different proficiency levels, so they can kind of proceed over time as they improve their ability. And we find this to be kind of the killer combination, really impactful, because we no longer see only the increase in aspirations and self-efficacy beliefs, but also an increase in learning outcomes. So specifically, a large drop in kids testing 0 on letter recognition, and over learning games for both literacy and numeracy when tested on these standardized early grade reading and early grade mathematics assessments of 0.5 standard deviation combined. But that's not it. So we targeted these 6 to 9-year-olds. We didn't invite their siblings to the screenings, but we actually do see large human capital spillovers for the older siblings as well, for both literacy and numeracy, as well as their attitude. So we see a 13% drop in teenage pregnancy within the households that were invited, as well as 14% decrease in early entry into the labor market. So even though these kids were not directly part of the intervention, we see impacts there. And so these learning games are equivalent to spending about 5 years of school when we kind of do the approximation at a tiny fraction of the time and cost. So very effective. As Victor mentioned, we also did the comparison amongst other educational investment studies, and we find this study to be ranked 5th in its effectiveness. And despite providing these devices, it also ranks in the top quartile in cost effectiveness, so a very cost-effective investment. We then conducted a 3-year follow-up, so we went back to the same communities 3 years later, and we observed that this intervention is actually changing life trajectories, because we see sustained impact on lower number of out-of-school children, slightly reduced 13%, but it's still present. We still see sustained impact on the foundational learning skills, as well as these lower teenage pregnancies. And so we are now starting to see children who have higher aspirations, higher self-efficacy beliefs, and as well as their parents who are now more supportive and more sort of self-aware and being able to help their kids to learn and support them in their schooling. And so thanks to the EU, we are now scaling these approaches. So we know that edutainment works, but we want to understand whether similar approaches would work for older populations, so now 10 to 15-year-olds, also in different parts of the country. So we are first entering to Sokoto this time around. And we want to learn how we can further maximize the effectiveness of this intervention on adolescents, as well as their families and other households within the communities, given the spillovers that we have previously observed. So this just shows the map. So we are newly expanding to Sokoto as well, 44 communities, over 2,500 households. And we use the movies and mobiles as kind of the base intervention, like that's the impact that I just showed you. And the reinforcer this time around will be these digital youth clubs. So in half of the communities, the children who obtain these devices embark on a 6-week journey where they come, once a week, and we train local community mobilizers who are the teachers from the local schools, who further try and kind of empower these children, 10 to 15-year-old, to raise their self-efficacy beliefs and their ability for them to become, teachers, and further help us maximize these spillovers within the communities, helping their younger siblings as well as other children from the communities to learn. And that's just one of the kind of mechanisms that we are having under the partnership with the EU. So this is all kind of out-of-school intervention. We're also going to have an in-school intervention where we're going to be creating EdTech-powered interactive classrooms, including bringing AI to schools. This intervention will be aiming to impact up to 17,000 children across 40 schools. And we're also going to be scaling up social media campaigns promoting some of the digital learning apps that I just showed you through social media, reaching around 15,000 children. We yet have to conduct the full impact evaluation. These digital youth clubs that I just showed you are just about to finish as I speak. But we already see large shifts before and after comparison in both parental, but this time around we also conduct the survey with the children directly, these 10 to 15-year-olds. And we see large sort of changes in both the parental and child aspirations, expectations, and self-efficacy belief to learn. And so I want to show you a quick video, so I'm trying to rush through, so I'm going to leave you there with that. But so what did we learn from here? Well, edutainment and EdTech can power education, and even small dosage carefully combined with EdTech can achieve that, as we just demonstrated. We need strong partnerships which make this possible. And we strongly believe, and again, as we demonstrated, that Nigeria is well positioned to lead the next phase, including spearheading the new generation of AI-enabled gender transformative and edutainment initiatives, providing lessons for the regions and beyond. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much. And if we can put the quick video to also show you a bit of the interventions, I would appreciate it.
In communities across northern Nigeria, a quiet transformation is taking place. One powered by stories, learning and technology. Through a project titled Enhancing Education and Youth Empowerment in Northern Nigeria, Innovative Community Approaches, families are discovering new ways to inspire the next generation. It began with 2 weeks of aspirational film screenings, stories that spark dreams, open minds, and bring families together around the value of education. After the screenings, selected adolescents embark on a 6-week digital learning journey. They receive preloaded mobile phones filled with educational apps and resources, and are guided by trained mobilizers who teach them in their local language how to use these tools effectively. These sessions are more than just lessons. They are opportunities for creativity, collaboration, and confidence building. Each participant is encouraged to share what they learn by teaching their younger siblings at home, and even bringing them to class for peer-to-peer learning. It's a ripple effect, one that extends knowledge beyond classroom and into homes. Through interactive role plays and digital practice, children not only learn, they lead, teach, and inspire others. For these children, a simple phone has become a window to the world. For their parents, it's a promise of hope, and for their communities, it's proof that when we learn together, we grow together.
Thank you so much, Thomas. That was very touching, and I think it was really enlightening on how digital tools can really shape the future of of people, especially the underserved ones. So our final speaker is bring us back actually to the creative economy itself with data and investments and the ecosystem behind storytelling. So please welcome David Adeleke, founder of Communic Media, whose company reaches 140,000 creators and investors globally, former Africa director at Rest of World and Business Insider Africa, and fellow at the Charles Koch Institute with work featured in The Guardian and Al Jazeera. Welcome, David.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? All right, so I'm a journalist. I don't do cold presentations. You have to respond. You have to respond to me. All right, very quickly today, I want to talk to you. I want to answer a very important question. Why does Africa's creative economy need mapping? And I'll talk a little bit about some of the work that we've done at Communique. I'll tell you a little bit about Communique, some of the work that we've done, and why all of this is important in the grand scheme of things. So those are my 3 objectives today. First is, I'll tell you a little bit about Communique. So Communique started as a newsletter in 2020 during lockdown when everyone was, well, when other people were afraid of where the world was going to go. I was trying to figure out how to start a newsletter to talk about the media and the creative economy, first in Nigeria, then over time that expanded to Africa, and now I talk about the market in Africa, or we talk about the market in Africa for a global audience. Communique, again, started as a newsletter, but it has evolved into something bigger. We call it a full-service media and intelligence company. So we have 4 things that we do, which is media, primarily still through the newsletter. The newsletter reaches almost 50,000 people every week. Now, some of them are in this room. I see them. And then we have Communique Advisory, through which we advise clients and we talk to on strategy, communications, market research. Then we have Communique Events. So this year already we've hosted and curated events in Lagos, in Marrakech, Nairobi, and just last week we had our final event for the year in Johannesburg. And then we have Communique Intelligence, and it's because of Communique Intelligence that I'm talking to you today. So with Communique Intelligence, we do a lot of research work for ourselves and on behalf of others as well. So we've done so last year, for instance, we partnered with our friends at TM Global to produce the Africa Creator Economy Report. And that report has reached over 1.5 million people already. It's been featured in The Guardian, in Semaphore, and other international media organizations or platforms. Then earlier this year, we launched the MVP of what is going to be our next big project, which is the Communique Creative Economy database. And now this database has been used, I think, more than 4,000 times already, and it contains over 1,000 entities that are doing everything that matters within the creative economy, so over 1,000. And then earlier this year, with the backing of the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy, and the Nigerian Council of Arts and Culture, we released the first ever Nigerian Creator Economy Report. And then in a few weeks, the 2025 African Creator Economy Report will be released. So we've been doing a lot of work in research and data around the creative economy. And this for us is very important because without data, we cannot fully understand where the industry is coming from and where it can go. So that's very important. And so essentially, why are we doing all the things that we are doing now? Why are we having this conversation? Why are we talking about this? The first is that data helps us to contextualize what is happening. So if you look at this, for instance, the 2024 Creator Economy Report revealed a few things, that the majority of African creators are between the ages of 18 to 34, and that they are eager to pursue this non-traditional career. The second is that 53.2% of them are female. So it's a female-dominated industry. Again, without data, we cannot know this and we cannot make more informed decisions. The third is that more than half of all African creators earn less than $60 per month. So again, the numbers are low. There is a lot of intent, there's a lot of interest, but the figures are low. How do we get that up to higher levels? How do we, for instance, have more Stephen Bartletts coming out of Africa? How do we have more Mr. Beast, for instance, coming out of Africa? How do we know what the market value of a diary of the diary of a Niger girl who has gone from an online community to a retail brand? How do we know all of these things? So again, without data, we cannot contextualize what is happening. We want to scale. That's the second reason why we're doing all of this. We want to scale. We want this industry to be bigger. We want it to receive more investment. And we want investors to take the industry more seriously. But a lot of you are investors, and you know that these are the questions you ask. How do we know we are going to get our money back? How can we forecast the returns on investment? How do we know what we are going to get back out of this industry? So these are the questions that data answers. But for us to get to that point, we require structure. And for structure to happen, we need the data to help put that structure in place. The third is that data informs policy. Like I said, the Nigerian Creator Economy report that we published was with the backing of the NCAC and the Creative Economy Ministry. A lot of policies happen within Nigeria, many times flying over the heads of the industry players themselves. They are usually not in the room. And that's because many industries or subsectors across the economy are not structured. They don't really know what the figures are. They don't really understand what the figures are. So, but with data, we can inform better policy decisions across Nigeria and across Africa. But we're not alone. That's what gives me joy. We do a lot of research, we do a lot of the work that we do, but we're not alone. For instance, we have relationships with Nendo. Nendo is based in Kenya. We have the Kasi Insights, also based out of Kenya, Nairobi. Creative Nestlings, based in South Africa, and Dani Africa, based in South Africa. You have Moonlook, based in Paris, but covering Francophone Africa. And they're not here, but there is the South African Cultural Observatory. They've been doing a lot of interesting research work across the continent. So that fills us with hope. Knowing that we are not alone then gives us the boldness to move on to the next stage of what we are doing, which is what we're trying to build. It's called Communicate OS. And essentially, we know that there's a lot of scattered information. The data systems, they need structure. And this product that we're building, Communicate OS, is essentially going to bring all of that structure to one place to answer questions around data, to answer questions around opportunity, to answer questions around content and knowledge, to answer questions around events. What's going on in the industry? Where can I find all the most important information about the creative economy in one place? So that's what we're building. Already, fortunately enough, this project was selected as one of the winners of the United Nations International Development Organization's Global Call very, very recently. And so we're receiving support. But I think what is more important is what this could mean for the entire industry. So this is one of my favorite quotes: "In God we trust. All others must bring data." And you've probably heard this a lot of times fairly recently. But again, this is important for this industry because when we talk about the creative economy, a lot of it is very abstract. A lot of it can be very abstract, can be very vague. How do we bring all the things that we know home? How do we bring them closer to people? Or how can we create more structure that helps people like the IFC, the World Bank, the AFDB, make more informed decisions about the industry? That's why I think Africa's creative economy needs mapping. We are doing the work. There are a lot more other people in the industry who are doing the work, and it's very encouraging. So for us, we like to say that we are building the knowledge bank of the creative economy. And I mean, you're welcome to ask questions after this presentation, but I'm hoping that, we'll be able to talk a bit more. Anyway, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Music to my ears. I mean, as IFC, we love data, and we're really keen to see these more data in the creative industry. So I know we are running short of time, so I'm going to ask all the speakers to come on the stage for a quick panel. And please, let's give them another round of applause. We do also want to make sure that we have time for the following sessions. So I'm going to just go and ask a targeted question to each of them and make sure that we don't run over time. So I want to begin with Joanna. I think it was a very inspiring presentation, and hearing about the Media Impact Project what has done was very touchy, honestly, for me, from a big in the data industry. So I want to ask you, how do we standardize measurement across different media platforms? This is what really...
You are not the first person to ask me that. Even on my last call with the Gates Foundation, they said, have you found a way to standardize metrics across platforms? Because we'd love to hear what you're doing. And they also said, have you figured out how to create a hierarchy of engagement metrics across platforms? And the answer to both was no. We have been trying for about a decade to get everybody on the same page, but I think there are all kinds of structural reasons why that's virtually impossible. The digital atmosphere is changing so quickly, the metrics are changing, the ways in which audiences are engaging with digital media are changing, and with each platform, different kinds of engagement metrics actually weigh differently compared to engagement metrics on other platforms. But I would say that one thing that Renos, your colleague, was saying to me the other day, I agree with, which is share metrics do tend to kind of, in our mind, top the heap of digital metrics that you can use in order to ascertain whether somebody is really engaged and moved by a piece of media. It's social proof, right? To actually share something with someone else. You have skin in the game. And that's very different from just a comment or a thumbs up. A share really means something. So I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it turns out it's very difficult to standardize across platforms.
No, that's not a disappointment. I think it's a very difficult thing to do, so I appreciate your insights on it. But you've touched upon behavioral change, and then this leads me to my question to Victor. Right, we've heard you, and one thing that it came across my mind when I was listening to you is how can we ensure that behavioral change is long lasting and not just short-term changes.
Two things here. First, you need to measure it, right? Not assume it. So, for example, this MTV Shuga trial I was describing. With Gates support, we'll be doing an 11-year follow-up early next year to see if the effects on HIV testing, gender-based violence, safer sexual behaviors persisted a decade later. But most importantly, if there's effects on new outcomes, human capital investment in the household, in the individual, gender norms for them, but also their children, because they have moved to a new stage in life, right? 18 to 24 is now a 30, 36-year-old individual. So measurement of long-term, step one. But step two also is, for many of these interventions, we will need reinforcers, right? So no matter how impactful they are, that storyline, right, that drives behaviors in the short, medium term, they still go back to their day-to-day within their networks, right? That might have a very different perspective than the one portrayed that in the show that the show is trying to change. So for that, we'll need to be creative, right? It could be apps, for example, where you give different apps as children move in their learning, stages, phases. It could be 360-degree campaigns where the celebrities and that TV show shows up in your SMS, shows up in interactive voice recordings, show up in your social media feeds, show up in radio or in billboards, just to reinforce that message, right, that you heard initially. And there's a lot of these creative ways that edutainment partners are already leading the way. Thank you.
No, thank you, Victor. I mean, that was very insightful, and I think, you've mentioned apps, and we saw in Thomas' presentation how apps had an impact on small communities. So that leads me to Thomas, to you, and you obviously partnered with the EU, and these programs are grant-funded mostly. So my question to you, and building on what Victor said, is how do we ensure that once the grant funding ends, there is still progression into the impact that you've brought to this community and for the long term?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think a lot of it has to do with kind of embedding these approaches within the communities and the contextualization, right? So when we train these mobilizers, as I mentioned, they are usually local teachers, right? And when the community starts to see the impact and the value of these interventions, they might, consider kind of trying to sustain that even if the cost is low or just basically like without any additional funding, because they see the value of doing that. Also, like a lot of these programs, I think implementing kind of within the existing government structures usually helps, because if you're trying to build something which is completely separate, then it's harder, usually to embed. So involving kind of the government stakeholders from the onset also helps. But in general, I would say the intrinsic value of the local stakeholders, when parents see the value, they're gonna start demanding those interventions. Same for the kids or the teachers. So I would say that would be one of the approaches to try and address it.
Thank you, Thomas. I just wanted, I've jumped to David because I'm aware of the time and want to make sure that we give everybody the opportunity to speak. And David, you work on my bread and butter, so data and investment. So my question to you is, because you sit at the cross intersection between storytelling and data, when you look at the creative industry and the creative economic data in Nigeria, particularly on infrastructure, which are critical for investments, which creative segments do you feel are undermeasured, and what would be your
Is it okay if I say all of them?
Yes, of course.
Without any sense of irony, I think all of them are undermeasured, but when you look at the sheer potential of each industry, I would say the music industry is very much talked about, but not properly measured enough, in the sense that we don't know, for instance, how much financial investment has gone into making Afrobeat what it is today. We know what Afrobeat is, but we don't know how much money has gone into it. And I mean, there are cultural reasons that we can't get to the bottom of that, but I think the fact that we don't have that information is a problem. The film industry, a bit more, because I think the problem of the film industry is not the absence of the information, it's the over-fragmentation of the information. So filmmakers often know how much money comes into their films, but there is no collective repository for that information. So I think even with our biggest and most successful industries, film, music, fashion, we still don't know how much funding has gone into making them what they are today. And because we don't necessarily know how much funding has gone into making them what they are today, we can't, and this is my opinion, we can't accurately forecast where they can be. We have a lot of forecast figures out there, but I think those figures are handicapped by the fact that we don't yet have that proper information. So I would say, for instance, if I had the means, those are the three industries that I would focus on right now to say how much money has come in. And we may not be able to have 100% of that information, but even if we have 80 to 90% of it, I think it does the industry in Nigeria and Africa at large, because Nigeria is the bedrock of Africa's creative economy in many ways. I mean, I've been around the continent and people always say that. So I think if we have more information about what has made Nigeria's three major industries what they are today, then that information can be more useful to other African countries.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, David. Do we have any time for any audience question? I think we're good. One question. Anyone from the audience?
We have three hands.
Should
Great panel, thanks. I have a question for David. Sharat Guntuku, Professor, Computer Science, University of Pennsylvania. So, love the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
But how are you getting this data? Because it seems a very challenging task.
It
and
is.
How are you getting it, and what are your plans to scale it up?
Wow. The question of scale, we can't yet answer because we don't have all the resources we need. But right now, we're a team, as a company, we're a team of 8 full-time staff and 12 part-time and volunteers. And those 12 are largely volunteer researchers. So we have a team of researchers who are consistently collecting data, mostly via surveys, but we also collect a lot of anecdotal data through the work that we do from our media end. So in terms of scale, that's what the work that we want to do with Communicate OS is for. However, that is very, very capital intensive. So what we're doing in the meantime is we're building several MVPs. So the first MVP was just a list of over 1,000 names, which we collected by ourselves, by the way, no outside help, over 1,000 entities. And now what we're doing with those entities is we are populating them with more specialized information. For instance, who is working within that organization? Have they raised any capital before? Where do they operate? Do they have any special relationships across industries? Are they operating cross-sector? So this is very, very time-consuming, as you can imagine, and we are doing it very organically. But our hope is that with what we are building with the OS and with some of the support that we will hopefully receive from UNIDO, we will be able to integrate elements of artificial intelligence into that process. But we'll still need to talk to people. So again, our team still needs to expand. But for what we have now, it's a lot of one-to-one or one-to-many, as many as respond to us. So yeah, it's very scrappy right now. We're a startup after all.
Thanks, David. Just want to say that today has been very insightful for me. I really liked how practical what you guys have shown us, how it touched upon, I think, everyone's life. You know, when we were looking at those presentations, we felt involved, and how the results that you guys have obtained and how you demonstrated those results was really eye-opening, at least to me. I've taken a few takeaways. The first one is that storytelling is a universal driver of attitude and empathy. The second one I wrote down was that lasting behavior change comes from sustained engagement and evidence. And the last one is that open data and collaboration can really help creativity scale up. So those were my takeaways. I hope the audience, and I'm sure they had many, many more. But I just want to thank you so much for your time, for being here, and for the insights that you brought to this panel. Thank you so much. Please around.
The mic is on the... No, the MC is not.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we put a hand together one more time for the whole panel and panelists? So we're going to move quickly right along to the next session. And our moderator for this one, because like I said, I'm taking a break, so I'm delegating now. So the other people that are going to do the MC work for me. So the next moderator for this panel is Abiodun Olusegun Aina, who's a Principal Investment Officer, Infrastructure at IFC. Can we put our hands together for him as they come? So he's going to go ahead and introduce the panelists and take it from there. And I know that he won't embarrass me either.
No, thank you very much. Good morning. I think it's still morning, almost afternoon. So again, my name is Abiodun Aina. We'll be leading a panel on the, I will call it the intersection of finance and impact. So I'm with the International Finance Corporation. very interesting panel earlier. I mean, they talked a lot about the content, what you're actually trying to get at, right? With edutainment, you're trying to impact behavior. What we're going to spend the next hour or so on is slightly different. So it's about how finance can help scale that impact up. Now, it's not just about putting money in. So first off, you talk about, hopefully we'll get insights from people in government. How do government policies on creative industries, how can that help scale up, ultimately impact, how can that impact behavior? We'll hear from some people in the private sector, bankers who actually look at these issues. How can we blend finance with impact? How can we use creative, well, pun intended, creative products in the finance space to increase the inflow of money to help with what we're trying to achieve? So I'm not going to bore you too much with that. That's basically just trying to set the context. First, I'm going to introduce the first speaker. So you're going to have about 4 or 5 speakers talk for about 2 minutes each, and then we'll get on the panel. No slides this time. Leila Ben Amor Matthew. I hope I got her details correctly. Leila is the EU's development leader, specializing in education, innovation, and social impact partnerships. She's the head of section for human development at the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. She's a strategist in human development, health, and youth empowerment. She has a PhD in social science from the University of Toulouse. Welcome, Leila.
Should I say something now? Okay. Good morning. Is it still morning? Barely. Good morning, all. Yeah. So yes, I'm an academic by trade. In fact, I'm tenured. So one day I go back to my university. One day. Maybe. So glad to be with all of you here today. So my idea is here. Okay. She tells me, Fife tells me to step up. So I'm coming up on stage, maybe because I'm short. So the idea today is for me to share a bit of what we intend to do in the space of the creative industries. The EU, as my ambassador was mentioning earlier, the EU has a large portfolio in Nigeria and also with the ECOWAS region. We do a mix of traditional grants on 9 sectors, in fact, and more loans from our European investment banks and our European Bank for Development and Reconstruction, which already just opened offices in Lagos last month. So in Nigeria, we've been working, we've been one of the biggest partners of Nigeria for long. But some of the things we have been focusing until now, such as education, and I have a very strong partnership with the research and impact evaluation team. I don't remember your name now, because we have partnered on this impact evaluation of impact of education, EdTech approaches in the northwest of Nigeria, and this is 1.5 years going on, I think, with you. But we do things in the more traditional way. So from this year and especially next year, we're branching out in new sectors, and we're looking at doing things in the creative industry field. So as Ambassador said, we have like over 800 million euros going on in the digital space, but not on creation. And so we're looking at filling that gap from next year, doing a blend of actions. So we are going to launch 6 regional programs for Africa, of which I try to put Nigeria on the map for every of them, every single one. One is on museums and building partnerships between museums. One is on festivals, and it has already just started. I mean, the call for proposal has gone out, at least, and the others are going to start for 26. And for 26, we're looking at how to fill the gaps. Where are the gaps? We are not going to fill the gaps, but where are the gaps? How to work on helping the private sector fill the gaps. We're looking at doing some blending activities on the creative industry sector with our sister French bank Proparco. We're looking at doing other blending activities on fashion, and I think we have already identified some interested parties in the Nigerian private sector. So what we try to do is maybe help de-risking. We provide guarantees. That's what I already do on the health sector. We are supporting the local manufacturing of products, and for that, we are providing guarantees for loans incurred by innovative health companies. So we will do more of the same in the creative sector from next year, and we will also try to look at what are the gaps in the workforce and the skills gaps, and one of them is business. Thank you. So I should go sit? I'm sorry, I think I received some guidelines but on speakers, but I forgot to read them.
Yeah. No, yes, please. Thank you. All right, so the next speaker is going to be Erinkan Obote Tukodo, an investor and founder of Audacity Global, bridging culture, capital, and AI. Erinkan is a global investor and creator focused on building African wealth through edutainment. She's the founder of Audacity Assets and Audacity Entertainment, advisor to the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, and a former Microsoft and LinkedIn professional. Welcome, Erinkan.
Hi, everybody. Hello. First and foremost, congratulations to the World Bank and Eden Venture Group. This is so exciting. Everyone in here is an icon, and I'm thrilled to be here. So I am Erinkan, and I am based in the diaspora, based in California and the West Coast of the United States. And I'm really thrilled to talk about actually what are the models, what are the underlying business models and case studies that we can think about relative to the creative industries, such that capital understands where the ROI is and where the return on investment is. I've shared yesterday and in the past. Oh, okay, here's the slide. So I technically am an investor, but I'm also a creator. And many, many years ago, I had my first viral video on Facebook, and it reached 3 million people, 2.4 million people within a few days. But it let me know something that I think many people who might be creators here might realize, which is that creators create a lot of value, but we rarely capture our value. And what that means is we have a lot of viral moments on the internet, maybe as content creators, digital content creators. So we're thinking outside of films and TV. We're thinking about TikTokers, Instagrammers, YouTubers. We're creating all this value and virality, and TikTok and YouTube is putting ads on our content, but we're not actually making that money. So the scenario for me was I had this 2.4 million views commercial in partnership with IKEA. And does anyone want to guess what they paid me for the commercial that I did for them? $0. Any other guesses? Okay, so I was paid $1,000 to write, produce, and star in a viral commercial that went viral in 3 days for IKEA, which I'm assuming generated revenue for them, presumably over $1,000. And so that is the example of how we can create a lot of value but not capture it. However, something miraculous happened on the other side of that. The commercial itself appeal to so many Africans and so many people across Asia and across Europe and across Latin America, specific people being entrepreneurs. So over the course of the last 7 years since when this commercial first went live, I was able to source, advise, and eventually invest in entrepreneurs that saw this commercial and said, Erinkan, can you be a part of our business because you you can help us go global. So essentially, I turned that $1,000 brand deal into a $7 billion investment portfolio off of one commercial on Facebook. Thank you. From there, I didn't stop. I ended up partnering with Visa to help an artist launch their first business line around their creative IP. And we were able to do $1 million in sales within 1 minute on Clubhouse, the platform, and generate $53 million within 1 year of going live on social media. So I'm here to present how can we think about bottoms-up revenue models for creative content and how ultimately that can generate returns for investors. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks a lot, Erinko. Next up, we have Moriam Ajaga, Special Advisor to the President on Arts and Culture, driving policy and partnerships for Nigeria's creative economy. Moriam is a visionary leader with expertise in program management and stakeholder engagement. She leads the Office of the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, and also advances the SDGs through cultural collaboration. Nice to have you here, Moriam.
Awesome. Thank you. Good, I think it's afternoon now. Wow, it's a long morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Moriam Ajaga, and as introduced, I am Special Advisor to the President on Arts and Culture. I think today what I will do is I will share a brief video just to introduce the cultural industries of Nigeria and the manifesto of the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy with all of you. And then I will share further on the panel. Thank you very much. Please play the video. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Moriam. Next, we have Oluwaseyi Ishola, a World Bank researcher on bridging gender, entertainment, and AI analysis. Oluwaseyi is a research consultant with the World Bank's Development Impact and Gender Group. He supports global gender norms, interventions, and AI-based measurement. Oluwaseyi is a PhD candidate at the Western University of Canada, or in Canada. Welcome, Oluwaseyi.
Morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here, and I feel like I don't really fit into this group, but it's a pleasure to be invited to speak on this panel. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what I do, or we do at the World Bank, and how the gender, I think it's already stands out in the work and the conversations that we've already been having, but I will talk a little bit more about our role in that. So once again, I'm really excited to be a part of this conversation, and I think that the conversation is so important right now, given the work that we do at the World Bank, and I think broadly in Nigeria. We've had so many conversations this past 2 weeks about the creative economy, about bridging the gap between public and private partnerships, and about how we use the tools that we have and the data that we have to sort of bridge that gap and for more policy impact. Right now, we're sort of like at that, entertainment is sort of at that social junction between policy, finance, and social change. And I think that we're being very intentional about ensuring that the evidence drives real world change, especially in how the stories are told, who is being represented in the stories that are told, and how these stories unlock what the future is for women, girls, and all genders. I think something that we've really learned over this past couple of decades of doing the work that we do is that social impact entertainment isn't just soft power, it's actually structural power. It influences our norms, it reaches aspirations, reshapes aspirations, and it's increasingly informing public investment and shaping policy decisions. And we can see over the last few years with our work how data is driving the storytelling. How data-driven storytelling can shift norms when paired with the right enabling environment. In some of the work and the research that we've done in Nigeria, we see that even projects that are like building schools, when properly tied with the right entertainment campaigns, they can reframe how families see girls' education. So I'm looking forward to more conversation with our panelists today, and I hope you all enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Adekunle Adebiyi, who's the Executive Director of Investments at MBO Capital Management. Adekunle oversees the investment division at MBO Capital, bringing over 15 years of experience spanning investment banking, consulting, communications, operations management, and private equity. Before joining MBO Capital, he served as corporate finance manager at PwC Nigeria, providing advisory services on both buy-side and sell-side transactions. Welcome, Adekunle.
Thank you very much. If I could wait 1 minute, then I would say good afternoon, but it's still morning. So good morning, everyone. It's lovely to be here. Very excited. I'm not going to take too much of your time. MBO Capital, we're a private investment firm, private equity, but we do a lot of private credit, so debt. And it goes without saying that I don't really look at the creative sector as a special area of focus. The way it worked out was we're sector agnostic investors. We believe Nigeria has a number of opportunities across a number of different sectors, and we just go where the opportunities are. We do have a thesis. We do run what we call a thematic investment approach. So we gauge potential investments through a lens of 5 themes, which I'll speak in more detail when I get to sit down. And the more themes we see in a particular investment, the more compelling that investment is. And for example, with film financing, like I said, we have 5 themes, and Nigerian movies, films met all 5 of our themes. So it was a no-brainer to just go ahead and invest in that sector. And since 2017, when we did our first investment, for those of you that were at dinner yesterday, you saw Naz. He was the first guy we invested with. We've gone on to, as of today, do $6 million worth of investing in Nigerian films. And that's just a start. We've just got an approval for our first fashion investment. We're also looking at food opportunities, fine art opportunities, and more fashion opportunities. So I think I'll stop there, join the rest of the team, and look forward to engaging conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Just like a banker, very straight to the point. So I think we're just going to switch to the panel. I have a couple of questions. Leila, I'll start with you. I think you started off talking about what the EU is looking to do. I don't know if you can elaborate a bit more about that, right? So in terms of financing and what you're trying to achieve. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, so yes, we are looking at investing in the creative industries as a new sector. So in our next phase of programming, which is 26, we're looking at doing African-wide programs, 6 of them. And it's going to be a blend of traditional grants and some other blending activities. So the first one, in fact, even before this, I mean, these are the 6 new ones, but before that, we had done small things on the culture. So the ambassador mentioned the Bookstorm project that we are supporting. One of the authors is with us, and I think she will talk tomorrow. So Bookstorm is a project from Lola Shoneyin's foundation, and she's looking at doing picture books. More picture books culturally relevant across Nigeria. And so we supported this kind of activities until now. Now, the next stage is to look at how to trigger things and to trigger collaborations between European sectors and African sectors. And what I've done so far is just position Nigeria on the map. We cannot talk Africa without first talking Nigeria. So the next phase will be to try to think out the projects that's managed by HQ, because it's not local programs. But we do hope to have grants going towards strengthening museums and the professionalism of curation, fostering collaboration between African museums, African European museums, etc. One will be on festivals for West Africa, and that's also through grants. It's the first call for proposal is already out, and the more innovative things we're going to do is more looking at how to help contribute to the structuring of the sectors, in Nigeria and in Africa in general. So checking with all other partners, where are the gaps, the skills gaps, the financing gaps, the business skills for creatives, and from there we will work with our partners. We are pure donors, so we don't implement, we just give money to people to implement, but on this one it will be to trigger more funding with financial institutions.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Leila. I remember the ambassador talked about a biennale next year. In fact, I'm actually looking forward to that. I'm going to move to you, Erinko. You talked about Audacity. So specifically, how does Audacity blend venture capital with social impact? I mean, I know you talked about turning $1,000 to, $7 billion or something, but, if you don't mind just speaking a bit about that. That mic should be fine.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. You can hear it? Okay, great. Okay, great. So we turn venture capital, we marry venture capital and impact. Well, there are a few ways, and so I want everybody to bear with me on the unique approaches, but fundamentally Audacity started out as a venture fund. And we started out with a culture-focused thesis, whereby we believe that there are opportunities to invest in early-stage companies that are leveraging culture as a go-to-market strategy and advantage towards their global success and distribution around the world. So that's fundamentally how we marry venture capital, and you can maybe call that social impact, and thinking about how we're leveraging what we do every day with culture to drive impact in the scale of businesses. But in terms of the example with the $1,000 to $7 billion, the more important thing that we think about at Audacity is how are we actually creating media, our financial institution creating media that is edutaining, that reaches billions of eyeballs, and how are we then leveraging our portfolio companies and the companies that we invest in to be distributed through this wide-reaching media strategy that we have as a firm. And we think that our example in being able to partner with Visa and generate $53 million in revenue within our first year of piloting this concept of media and product distribution is a way to disrupt financial models around creative creative industries, but also disrupt the venture capital model, because we as a venture firm are able to generate revenues and leverage those revenues to reinvest into assets across the world. So I'll say that as a high level, but ultimately we're wanting to create new financial models within our company that go beyond just venture capital to include leveraging media, monetizing media, and leveraging that monetization to actually reinvest into new companies across Africa and internationally.
Thanks a lot for that, Erinko. I'm going to move to you, Moriam, so we can hear a bit from the government. So what federal initiatives support arts and culture in 2025, post-2025 Nigeria? And then I think I would also add another question to that. How can states and federal government programs coordinate better? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. I think I'll start with the last one. You asked how can states and federal government coordinate better. Currently, the Honorable Minister for Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy is embarking on a program with the subnationals to aggregate everyone together first and foremost, and then also coordinate with them to find out what their specific needs are. You know, at the federal level, you can sometimes be a little bit disconnected with what's happening at the state level. So the first initiative is to reach out to each of the states, find out what their needs are, what they want to focus on. Each state has we're a country of over 500 different languages, 250 something different tribes. So you can imagine trying to represent each and every one of them and preserve each and every one of them. That's a large feat, but it's not impossible. And in order to do that, we must communicate with the subnationals, find out what their needs are, what needs to be preserved, what's lacking, and how can we fill in the gaps? How can we assist to fill in the gap? What Mr. President has done recently is actually increase the state allocation and funding, because he realizes that the states are closer to the people. The governors are closer to the people. They understand the people's needs more than what we could hear at the federal level. And so the onus has now been put upon the state governments to ensure that they are fulfilling the needs of the people, and not just at the state level, but also down to the local government level as well. Now, your first question is, you asked what is the federal government currently doing to support the arts, culture, and creative industries. And I would like to applaud the Honorable Minister. This is and His Excellency, Mr. President. This is the first time that we have a dedicated ministry to the cultural and creative industries. There's always been the Ministry of Information and Culture, or Tourism and Culture, but never really a focus on the creative industries or arts and culture. Now we actually have a Ministry for Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy, which lets you know that this administration sees the value in the creative industries and the cultural industries. They see how these industries can help the nation to diversify in our GDP, and we're very ambitious on what can happen. Our goal is 2.5 million jobs by 2030, and we do believe that, and I think it's a modest goal, but we believe that the cultural and creative industries can add $100 billion to the economy by 2030. The programs that we have put into place currently, we recently, in the first quarter of the year, we were able to get federal executive approval of 3 particular programs that we believe will lay a foundation and a framework for the creative and cultural industries. The first one being the Creative Economy Development Fund. Now, funding is a huge issue in the creative space, right? There are many funding opportunities, but there are not a lot of innovative funding models. for the creative economy. So the Honorable Minister and His Excellency, Mr. President, saw it fit to create a fund specifically for the creative economy. Now that fund has a seed deposit of $200 million. We've completed 2 phases of application. The first phase were for projects of $100,000 or more. The second phase were for projects of $100,000 or less. The next project that was approved by the Federal Executive Council was the Creative and Tourism Infrastructure Corporation, because that is the next challenge that we have in Nigeria, is we have all of the content, all of the human capital, but we're lacking in infrastructure. We don't have the arenas that our Afrobeat artists are selling out all over the world. We have a number of galleries, but we would like to add more. We have a number of museums, but we would like to also have a number of purposely built museums to showcase our culture, our heritage, and our creativity. And that vehicle will assist us in doing that and in partnering with the private sector to do so. And also being the Ministry of Tourism, that again, that vehicle will assist with tourism attraction. We have Yankari Gaming Range, we have Obudu Ranch, we have Ikogosi. We have so many beautiful tourism sites and cultural sites that just need a bit of infrastructure around them to encourage, because people go there, but we need to encourage more people to go there, in country and out of country. We also have the Creative Leap Accelerator Program, CLAP for short, which was also approved by the Federal Executive Council. Now, the Creative Leap Accelerator Program is an online platform that I love to say democratizes access to government services. On that platform, you can apply for our training programs. It is through that platform. You have to register on that platform in order to apply for the funding that is being offered from the CEDF. Also, there was a residency program that we completed, a visual arts residency program that completed in May. And in order to apply for that residency program, you had to have registered on this online platform. So that platform is kind of the focal point for access to government services, whether it be finance, capacity development, or other services. And I think I have covered the major, oh, sorry, let me say one more thing. I was really happy to see the Mr. David Adeleke that presented earlier on the last panel, and the mapping that he did with the ministry and the agency, the National Council for Arts and Culture. The ministry also has recently completed its own mapping program on the cultural and creative industries, and we are now beginning our mapping of the tourism industries. And that data mapping is available on the website destination2030.com. You can find the ministry's report on the mapping that has recently concluded.
Where can we find those 3 different initiatives you mentioned?
So those 3 different initiatives that I mentioned can be found on the CLAP platform, which is clap.gov.ng. Yes.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Maureen. So I took down a couple of things as you were talking. So destination2030.com, clap.com.ng. And I look forward to, so when I'm in a city, I like to go, I like museums, right? So if I'm in the US and I'm running in DC, I would like to run into the Smithsonian, the National Mall, the Smithsonian, or in Paris, the Louvre, you know, or you know, elsewhere, you know, London, etc. I'm looking forward to being able to do that here as well.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And sorry, just one more thing. I'm so proud of the work that's being done, and I know that we may not be doing the best job of informing people of the work that we're doing, but I also want to commend the National Commission for Museums and Monuments. They recently launched the Digital Museum. So now you can be anywhere in the world and see our artifacts through the Digital Museum, and that was an amazing feat completed by the NCMM. So yes, please stay tuned. So much more to come. We know there's so much ground to cover, but we are able and ready to do so.
Excellent. Okay, Oluwaseyi, or I'll call you Sheyi for, I mean, we were talking earlier, you know why. So I think 2 questions for you. So first off, how is AI being used in gender impact analysis? And then I'll tack on another one to that. What gender insights have emerged from, just any recent World Bank projects that you might have been involved in or heard about? Thanks.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, perfect. In terms of your first question on AI use, I think our work so far with the universities, great Sharath over there and our other partners so far has been very instrumental to things like trying to find the gender representation and what is missing, so the gaps. Looking at whose stories are being told, what is being missing, and how are they being told. I think that it's very important as we talk about storytelling to not leave some people behind, and there's a potential tendency to do that sometimes. I know a lot of the work that we're doing is very gender focused, very gender equality focused, and so we're being very intentional about ensuring that our data captures all. And I think AI has been very, very, or it's evolving into a very critical tool in terms of ensuring that those gaps are being narrowed as we go on with the work that we're doing, especially in the creative economy as we dive into that space, and the edutainment, so education through entertainment, and how important that is to ensure that everybody is being educated. In terms of, I guess, the insight that has come out of the work that we've been doing so far, I would say that we've done a few impact evaluations in Nigeria, in Kenya, and something that we're seeing is that it's by merging or by ensuring that the right story is being told and in the right way, it opens the doors for skills and jobs, opens the doors for training, it opens the doors for education, and it opens the doors to narrow the gaps. I know Victor has been talking about this all week in terms of how many percentage has been halved in terms of chlamydia with MTV Sugar, and in terms of being able to, the work that Eric and team have been doing with Impact Ed and being able to reach the places that are not necessarily your first place to go, so the rural areas, educating children and using our entertainment media programs to educate other people. So I think in terms of education, skills and jobs, and skills and training and openings for jobs, I think the work that we're doing shows that we are reaching more people than we can, and that edutainment actually works. That the work that we're doing through all of because when it comes to data, we have it. We've been doing a ton of research, and now I think that's where this conversation comes into play, the policy impact of that if it's coming to the data and the research work, it shows that it works. We're seeing the numbers actually show that this is working, and so I think that when it comes to the gender insight, I think it's using this medium reaches everybody. Nobody is being left behind, and being intentional about how we do it also helps to narrow that gap.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Sheyi. So, question for you, Kunle.
Yep.
So, at MBO Capital, what sorts of things do you look for? I mean, we've heard a range of, edutainment, edtech, etc. What sorts of things does MBO Capital look for in impact media ventures?
So can I just say that having worked in Nigeria now for, since 2009, sorry, I actually don't like the word impact as a separate category, because I believe, and you see it just walking around Lagos, there's so much, poverty, people need jobs. Everything I do by virtue of investing in Nigeria is impact, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't separate impact into a separate section. We are guided by our 5 investment themes, and I'll run through them very quickly for you. Job creation is number 1. That's the most important. For me, job creation is the best proxy for economic development. You give people jobs, they can put a roof over their heads, they can send their kids to school, they can aspire, they can become part of a consumer class, right? And that has sort of multiplier effects across the rest of the economy. Homegrown, which just means we want to support entrepreneurs. They don't have to be Nigerian or African. They just have to be doing business in our geography to make them attractive to us. The third one is female and youth empowerment. And I mean, that's a no-brainer, but when we sat down and decided on what our themes were going to be, we were very specific about this because we're aware that, we don't think too highly of ourselves. We're capital allocators, okay? We want to access capital and then deploy it in a way that makes sufficient returns for ourselves and our investors. And the history of Nigeria, and indeed Africa really, is such that female, women, and young people have essentially been disenfranchised from accessing private capital, historically. That is changing, but you needed to be an old man, given the cultural sort of nuances in Africa, to access capital. That's different now, but we want to catalyze that. And every time I sit on a panel talking about the creative sector, I always end up as a minority in gender terms, and long may that continue. So that's the third one. And then the last two really are born about the sort of special circumstances Nigeria has found itself, well, Nigeria and Africa again, has found itself in with terms of the FX issue, so devaluation, stuff like that. So we were very clear on the fact that any business that had like an import substitution angle as the fourth theme, or an export promotion angle would be attractive to us. One is saving the country FX, the other one is generating FX for the country. So essentially, and as I spoke earlier, I said, we have these 5 themes. When somebody comes to me with an investment opportunity, I'm looking to say, okay, fine, how many of my themes can I see represented in this investment? And 2 of them really are gimmies. Most of them will involve job creation. Most of them will involve, what's called homegrown businesses. But when I see, the female and youth empowerment angle, or the export promotion and import substitution angle, that's what then makes it more compelling. And as I mentioned, film financing, Nigerian films, there's a lot of homegrown talent there. There's a lot of job creation. There are a lot of women in front of, and especially behind the camera. If I ask you to name the top 5 directors or producers in Nigeria, the majority of them will be female, all right? Funke, Kemi, Jade, all those wonderful people. And then, of course, with the advent of the streaming services, especially after COVID, when we're all locked down, Nigerians were able to sort of see their content online. And when we started financing the film sector, all these guys came to us with Amazon contracts signed. So there was no off-take risk. So it just made sense for us to do that. And that for us was export promotion, because we're funding these movies in Naira when we're going to get dollars on the back end. And then the import substitution, same thing. The first modern cinema in Nigeria sort of hit the shores in 2005, the Silverbird Cinema in VI. If you went there on that first day, maybe 80 to 90% of the films showing were Hollywood, or to a lesser extent, Bollywood movies. You go there today, it's flipped, right? 70 to 80% of the movies you will see there are now Nigerian fare. That for us is import substitution. Okay, so Nigerian films hit all 5 of our themes, and that's why we just won't go into the sector. Okay?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So you brought up female and youth empowerment.
Yes.
And I wanted to know what are actual practical steps in terms of access.
In terms of what, sorry?
In terms of actually accessing what you are able to offer. So how do you actually do that empowerment?
I honestly don't think...
sorry.
Okay, yeah, ask the question again. Give me time to think of an answer.
So he mentioned female and youth empowerment, and I was wanting to know a little bit more about that in terms of access. What does that actually mean practically? Like, what are the steps in which you're able to quantify that you're actually empowering women and the youth?
Okay, so we have an ESG report we publish annually. This will be our second year of publishing that. That details all of that, but highlights include the fact that a lot of our management, our firm is actually 60% female, 40% male. So, and that's unusual for a finance firm. But with that, what it means is we get our senior members of management to bring forth ideas from their networks that we then sponsor. We don't, again, I wouldn't say that we're strict in terms of how we look to people approach us to invest in our business in their businesses, but it's by virtue of operating in a vibrant city like Lagos. Once we make it clear to people that we have capital to invest, right? I mean, we're inundated with opportunities, and it just so happens that most of those opportunities are either young women or young people. Okay.
No, thanks for that.
So I'm just going to ask one more question, and then maybe open it up to the audience in case you have burning questions in your minds. And now this question will initially go to Enrico, but I mean I'm sure others can chip in as well. It has to do with diaspora capital, right? So what lessons from tapping capital in diaspora, what lessons apply to the African film ecosystem? I know the government will also be interested in that, perhaps others, maybe even MBO, maybe even the EU. So but we'll start with you, and then let's see if others want to chime in.
Wonderful. Well, I believe maybe most people know, and perhaps the World Bank actually provided this stat, but I believe it's $100 billion that the Nigerian diaspora alone has sent to Nigeria in the last decade, something like that. I may be a little bit off, but something close to that. So just acknowledging that the diaspora, just in the US alone, but definitely all over the world, has the disposable means. Granted, remittances typically go towards family matters, but it's to acknowledge that the capital and the disposable liquidity is there. And so Audacity's first fund is primarily funded by diaspora. In fact, we have some high-profile diaspora who are limited partners, including Steve Harvey, who's incredibly bullish on Africa and has created original IP and original television shows across South Africa and Ghana. And he's very excited to, support initiatives like this. And I think we've even talked about the potential for Mr. Harvey to come around. So there are many diasporans who want to access Africa, particularly across the creative industries. And in terms of lessons learned, I think the opportunity is really helping Nigerians here on ground, and this is why I'm here, to know how U.S. business models within the creative industries can be scaled here. And I believe David mentioned, what does it look like if we were to have more Nigerian or African Mr. Beasts? If anyone is familiar with Mr. Beast, he's essentially the most followed YouTuber in the world. I think he has over 500 million followers on YouTube. But more than anything, he has a enterprise business model around him. So he creates a lot of content on YouTube, but he also launches consumer goods. He has software products that he's now released, and all of these consumer goods and products can generate tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, if not billions in revenue, while also having large distribution because he has 500 million followers on YouTube. So the point is, the diaspora has exposure. The diaspora works in big tech. So I come from LinkedIn and Microsoft. There are other diaspora venture capitalists who come from Google, who come from Spotify, who come from Netflix. So the diaspora has exposure that can get Africa and Nigeria-based content creators and IP generators global distribution and access to the private sector internationally. And that ultimately lends to the sustainability of African and Nigerian creators because they're generating dollars in partnerships, but they're also doing business with the largest corporations in the world. So I'm really proud that Audacity's founding partner is NVIDIA, the $5 trillion behemoth that is essentially running the world right now. And we are able to get access to all of NVIDIA's deal flow across the planet. And that's because I am in the diaspora that I can get access to that. So wanting to extend that olive branch to creators and business partners and the public sector here in Nigeria is why I'm here, because we recognize that we can all bring our best resources to the table to really move forward the profitability of the creative industries.
Thanks a lot for that.
Sorry, can
Any
I
other?
attempt to answer the
Please.
question? It's funny, just thinking about the question as you've asked it, what do we look for from the diaspora? As I'm sure you'll appreciate, from a financial perspective, there's sort of cross-jurisdictional issues getting diasporans to invest locally, but that's not to say that, because I'm always proud about the fact that 100% of our funding is raised locally. But as I think about where that funding comes from now, I know that some of my friends that have invested with us are no longer based in Nigeria. So perhaps it's not quite true that we don't have diasporans investing financially in our markets. But I look at diasporans as providing a huge source of human capital, all right? And I think, because again, many of the filmmakers we actually support sort of like, are in Nigeria, but also based abroad and doing stuff locally with us as well. And then when we talk about financing films, a lot of the talent they bring are actually diasporans as well, okay? And I think the opportunity there is to encourage more of that so that we can bridge what I call the soft infrastructure gap in terms of training and skills acquisition. Because just the example I like to use is, we've done a lot of work funding films, and as you know, there are 3 stages. There's pre-production, principal photography, and post-production. And the pre-production and principal photography for most Nigerian films is very easily done in Nigeria, and the talent exists to get that done here. Post-production is a thing that is a headache for many, many producers and filmmakers. And it's because a lot of that skill set resides outside of Nigeria. Even in a few cases we've seen where they want to use, or they have used Nigerian, because a lot of these filmmakers tend to be very loyal to the guys that have done their post-production before. They always go back to the same people for whether it's adding VFX, sound mixing, or color grading to their films. A lot of those guys, are now in Canada or the UK, so now they're diasporans, and I think there's a huge opportunity to essentially have them set up some sort of local operation, whether it's with the South Africans or these Nigerians further afield, to sort of build up the skills so that we can do more post-production here, because it's a real headache. And again, when it comes to funding those films, post-production, because of the fact that they're dealing with people outside Nigeria, is almost always an FX cost.
Thanks for that. Yep. Go ahead.
Just to add to what has been said about the diaspora, I know that last year we're talking with government about bonds. So they were banding around the idea of having diaspora bonds, building on the idea that, okay, so you're out there. First you give back to your family, then you give back to your community. Once you've done that, maybe you want to give back to others from the motherland or Africa or wherever you are. And so I think there was we had a series of exchanges on that with government, I think also the bank. I don't know where it sits. There is a number of issues. And then as Kunle was mentioning, I mean, okay, financing is good. So when you have individuals from the diaspora, they might contribute as philanthropists, but how do we build on that? And if the instrument the vehicle is not ready, maybe for now we just focus on the workforce and the brains that have to, bring back, contribute to the economy here. But the idea is here. This government has thought it out at one point. Thank you. And we're still looking at it if they want to look at it, of course.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Mark, I was actually going to look to you because.
Okay, let me hear the question and then I'll also chime in. Sorry.
All right.
Yes.
Oh no. So it's more a question around, whether it flows from the diaspora. How do you think about that? And in fact, as we were talking, I was also thinking about, does that? Are there any ideas here for new partnerships, perhaps between, it could be between the ministry and the EU, the ministry and the private sector, or the diaspora in trying to crowd in capital into the creative industries?
Thank you very much for that question. Actually, my office as special advisor is currently working with MBO Capital to develop some sort of a pilot for innovative creative funding to assist MBO Capital in nationalizing their funding opportunities for creatives, the creative and cultural industries, to answer that question. From the ministry, yes, the ministry has recently signed an MOU with the EU. I recall that the EU ambassador has visited with the Honorable Minister, and there was an agreement signed between us with regards to cooperation. And I believe you mentioned earlier the Cultural Festival program, which has already started, and the EU has dedicated a sizable amount of money to investing in the cultural industries in Nigeria, cultural festivals in particular in Nigeria, and upscaling them and bringing them to world standard. As far as the diaspora is concerned, the ministry is working with 2 initiatives that are diaspora focused. The first one being Motherland Initiative. Motherland is an initiative that is, it is a series of events, but it is also an initiative to encourage and advocate for the diaspora to visit, and not only visit, but invest in Nigeria. They have several schemes that they're presently working on. One is an investment to citizenship scheme. Another one is a real estate investment scheme. And the final one, obviously, is based around tourism. So as they come into the country, obviously encouraging them and developing programs and projects that expose them to the arts, culture, and the creative industries within Nigeria so that they invest. I believe at dinner last night, one of the MC, actually, she is a diasporan from Canada, and she spoke about how her home is filled with Nigerian art, and she recently picked up 6 pieces of art going back to Canada. So those are the types of things that we hope that the diaspora will continue to do. Come, enjoy our concerts. Don't go to Europe. You know, once the infrastructure is in place, come and see Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, Thames, Aria here in Nigeria, in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Katsina. You know, come and see them here. Let's increase our GDP here and build our infrastructure here with our content, with our creativity, and with our global superstars.
I particularly like that. I think also with Dirty December around the corner, I'm sure,
yes,
along the same theme. All right, so do we have any questions from anyone in the audience for anyone here? Okay.
All right. So my name is A.B. Sessa. I'm Director of Resources at Monida Capital. And my question is for you, Adekunle. So you did mention how traditionally men have been the ones going to structured financiers, such as MBO Capital. And I agree with you that the trend has been changing. Now it's, women are now more comfortable, reaching out. But what can we do to accelerate that progress?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I think, so you have to start with, in terms of, okay, what is the nature of African finance? It's primarily debt, okay? And with debt, obviously, Finance 101, you have to collateralize, all right? Which means having landed property, real estate, or assets that your debt providers can take as security for whatever it is you're taking your money for. We've found, and one of the things that we've been able to do that we consider quite innovative is, because a lot of the women and young people that come to us for financing, they don't have a house in Ikoyi or Maitama in Abuja or anything like that. But what they do have is IP, all right? And what we say is, as long as you're willing to assign the rights to that IP to us, your funders, during the course of the production of said IP, then we will be able to take that as security and fund you. So I think the short answer to your question is, in terms of being able to allow more women and young men or young people to access sort of structured financing, we need to sort of develop all the things around our intellectual property laws, copyright, and so on and so forth, so that this creativity is actually seen as something valuable that they can then present to financiers for financing. Does that answer your question? All right, thank you.
If I may, I just want to add one more thing. So Audacity is really excited to be actually working on our first television show that, in the form of edutainment, normalizes what that process is. Like, what is the process for African creators to pitch to receive financing for various things, but in the form of a Netflix-backed television show, if you will. So using all of the concepts that Victor and everybody here has presented in terms of research, Joanne, in terms of research, how are we actually educating the African population on seeking financing through entertainment? And so we're really excited about that and can't wait to present to more who are interested in that.
Thanks. Okay, my name is Tega Onojaife, and I'm representing a very sad minority. Yes, sports. Okay, because I heard about the arts and culture. So my first question is going to go to the Ministry of Arts and Culture representative, because you spoke about, lacking some of the infrastructure, and you were talking about arenas, and we're talking about Burna Boy just selling out Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. But their stadiums in Nigeria, their facilities in Nigeria, they're just not well managed, and they are mostly run by government. So is there a way that ministries can collaborate? The Arts and Culture Ministry can collaborate with the Ministry of the National Sports Commission so that their policies and incentives that are targeted at infrastructure development, that way, private sector, which ideally are the people that should be investing in all these things, can now say, okay, I have an incentive or I have a reason to go there. Is there any idea of a collaboration between the Arts and Culture Ministry, because sports is cultural in Nigeria. So Arts and Sports Ministry and the National Sports Commission. So that's your question. Then to Adekunle Adeboye.
I'd like to answer that question as well, but ask my own.
Yeah, so I'm coming to you. So you spoke about women and youth.
Yes.
And you know me, I'm a woman in sports.
Yes.
So I'm coming to you. Okay. We have successful, national teams. We have the most successful team in Africa, the Super Falcons of Nigeria. We have the basketball team. Yes, I have to brag about us. Yes. We also have to talk about the cricket team that nobody really knew about, but went to the Under-19 World Cup and beat cricketing nations. So we have women doing great things across sports. Unfortunately, there's a struggle for financing. So do you consider sports, women in sports, a big enough portfolio to look at, because it's a growing economy?
Okay.
So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. With regards to the ministry collaborating with the National Sports Commission, there is a collaboration between us. The ministry strongly supports the National Sports Commission. The Honorable Minister is an avid supporter of the agency, and there has been an MOU signed between the ministry and the National Sports Commission just about the things that you mentioned about upscaling our current facilities to bring them to a standard of maintenance that will allow for cultural activities to take place, as well as the sports activities that are meant to take place in those facilities. And aside from that, we have a lot of, as you mentioned, sports in Nigeria is culture. We have a lot of traditional sports in Nigeria as well. So the agreement also advocates for the promotion of those sports and bringing them into such facilities, taking them out of our rural areas and bringing them to the mainstream. And then, sorry, just to add to the previous question, there was something I forgot to mention with the diaspora and spending. Our film, which is huge, our music, which is huge, and as well as our arts. But another big thing for Nigeria is fashion. Fashion and beauty are huge for Nigeria, and the diaspora is assisting us in ensuring that that is something that is highly invested in. A lot of our local designers I hate using the word local, but a lot of our Nigerian designers are doing pop-ups all over the world because there's a demand for our fashion, for our designs, and for our textiles. And we're very proud of that, and we're doing what we can to support that industry, as well as the beauty industry. Nigerian makeup artists have done a phenomenal job. We may not be known for our skincare yet, and I say yet, but we are definitely known for our makeup and the way that we present ourselves, and the world is ready for it.
I'm glad you talked about fashion and makeup. So I'm attending a wedding tomorrow. My fashion designer is just outside here waiting for me. So anyways, sorry to divert. Any other? Please, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm hoping Chatham House rules apply, because I'm about to say stuff that might be considered quite controversial. So to the question of our stadia and sports, we won't invest in sports right now in Nigeria for the same reasons we don't invest in primary agriculture in Nigeria, all right? Because as far as I'm concerned, the Nigerian government is not serious. And that's a bit harsh because, government is made up of people, right? And Nigerians, for some strange reason, we seem to come from this sort of socialist sort of thinking where government must do everything or government must have its hand in everything. And it's worked to such deleterious results in our agriculture. It's why we complain about food security and why the average Nigerian spends over 60% of their income on food. Most farmers in Nigeria are farming on land that is less than a hectare in size. And worse than that, most farmers in Nigeria do not own the land on which they are farming. That is a government policy, all right? So again, we wouldn't do primary agriculture because food is so important. We have an investment in a commodities exporter whose job is to go around Nigeria, mostly northern Nigeria, aggregating outputs from all these smallholder farms and then trucking, drying, bagging, and then trucking them down south for exports to global markets, okay? Indonesia has palm plantations on over 1 million hectares. For you to be able to aggregate that kind of land in Nigeria, you have to be a politician or in government or have government patronage. That's not a way to do business, all right? And it's similar to what goes on in our sports area. Most stadiums in Nigeria, most of them derelict, by the way, are owned by government, all right? Government should not be in the business of owning stadiums, all right? That doesn't mean government money shouldn't go into stadiums. If you look at America, the bastion of capitalism, almost all NFL stadiums are funded by some version of local and state taxes, but they are all private enterprises, and those businesses work with the profit motive to make sure that those assets are turning a profit. Now, that said, I'm not a hypocrite. We have invested as MBO Capital in an arena in Nigeria, which is a private arena. Yes, the government is also bringing its money via the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund. It's a 12,000-seater arena. We broke ground last year. We're just about to close the second stage of financing, and that is going to be a purpose-built facility where the likes of Burna Boy, the likes of Nigerian MMC fighters like Israel Adesanya, the likes of Anthony Joshua can come and host events, and it makes sense, but it will be on a purely commercial basis. Which brings me to the wider point of why I will not finance sports in Nigeria today. Nigeria should not be struggling to qualify for the World Cup, but it is because our sports bodies are government-run. The US, one of the most successful sporting nations in the world, not a single dime of government money goes into the US Olympic team. All right? That's the kind of approach. Don't get me wrong, government has a role to play at the grassroots, organizing local, state, national competitions where you can find the sports talent and actually sort of build up a competitive team. But until the government does that, we're not good. Don't even get me. I also think the government isn't serious about tourism. If you were, why does government own all the airports in Nigeria? And I'm sure you'll agree with me that Nigerian airports are not a pleasant place to be. Heathrow Airport is a shopping mall with a runway behind it. That is exactly what an airport should be, all right? Or a five-star hotel with a runway behind it. But until the government sits up and says, you know what, let us focus on the things that matter. Health, education, security, all right? And leave these things to the private sector that are best placed to make sure that these things are sustainable businesses. I think I'm going to shut up now.
Can I counter? You know I have.
Yes, you can counter, but definitely Chatham House rules.
Yes, Chatham House, please.
I love your statement. I love your passion and your enthusiasm. As I sit here, I'm presently sitting in an appointed office, yes, but I'm actually one of you. I've worked in development. I've worked in the private sector. It is a privilege for me now to serve my country. And I have had the privilege of having several conversations with you in particular. Yes. And I love your mind and your passion towards this nation. And I would encourage that yourself and others with such passion enter, yes, thank you, Nwando, for you to serve your nation. The government, I ran from government, but look, the issues that you have raised can only be solved when you become an active member, join a political party, active in governance, and ensure that the issues that you have raised are addressed, and if not only addressed, but solved. Now, when it comes to the issue of governance, I like what you said about people, our society. We believe that government is a social political initiative where the government should be doing everything for the citizenry. And you have rightfully said that the private sector has a huge role to play. And I look forward with all of the many private sector players in this role, with each and every one of you to begin to play a role. Sorry, I can't remember the name, but the woman that asked the question, you're doing an amazing job, please continue. Look for investors such as MBO Capital to assist you in investing in an arena. I look forward to that. Please invite me to the groundbreaking. There's so much that we can do. Before I joined government, I was creating platforms. I was producing documentaries to tell our stories. We have to continue as the private sector to push forward what we want to see, the change you want to see, be the change you want to see. And I love the work you're doing at MBO Capital. But aside from raising the issues with government, I would ask that we also begin to be the solution that we seek.
I think on that note,
yeah, exactly. Thank you. I'm taking your words.
This has been one of the most, and I attend many of these panels from time to time as part of my job. This has been one of the most entertaining and educative panels I've been a part of, bar none, in the last couple of years. Thank you very much, panelists. I really enjoyed myself. Looking forward to seeing some action, continued action beyond today. Please, a round of applause for our panelists.
We're gonna do a photo op, so we need everybody on stage. Just stay on stage, because we're gonna have a photo op real quick. So can we have paparazzi? I don't know. Are they coming? Paparazzi people. Yeah, this panel was paneling. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this panel was paneling. It was. Mm-hmm. It went left, right, left, and middle. Went roundabout, came through the bushes, and said, boom. Yeah. Can we get the cameraman, please? Capture this image, because it needs to be captured. This is a paneling panel. Have we got our money shot? Are we good? 1, 2, 3. Smile. There we go. Like you just did a panel. That's it. The paneling panel. Can we put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen, as they come off stage? If we do it quickly, though. That was, yes. I like the way Kunle said, I might be controversial for this, but I'm going to just go ahead and say it. You might look at me one kind, but I'm going to just say what I think, which was good. All right. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, up next, we're moving to another, I guess, panel. But we're going to be talking about human by design, creativity, culture, and code. And I'm going to be introducing the 3 panelists who are going to be coming on stage. First off, Osaru Alile, architect and social impact designer advocating for AI that preserves human dignity. She's the founder of Light Design Factory, a leading social impact and sustainability project in West Africa. She uses design as a tool for storytelling and community healing. Her work bridges architecture, culture, and AI ethics. Please put your hands together for Osaru Alile as she comes to the panel. Next up, Abasiama Idaresit. He's an AI entrepreneur and marketing innovator championing digital transformation across Africa. He's the CEO of Wild Fusions Group, founder of Wild Fusions Digital Center and AI Africa think tank, the pioneer in data-driven marketing and AI-powered customer engagement tools in emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Abasiama Idaresit. Put your hands together for him as he comes up. Next up, Obinna Okerikocha, a filmmaker and AI innovator building bridges between tech and cinema. He's the director of content at Moneypoint Inc. and founder of Nigeria's AI Film Festival. He's a film producer, AI advocate and educator focused on expanding digital storytelling capabilities in Africa. Please put your hands together for Obinna Okerekocha. Can you put your hands together for him as he comes up? If you clap well, they'll come quickly. If you clap well, they'll, yeah. And last but not least, Jola Ayeye. She's a storyteller and a women's voice advocate, amplifying youth and culture through media. She's the co-founder of the Carousel Network and co-host of the very popular, very interesting podcast called I Said What I Said. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a writer and creative consultant using media to address gender, identity, and representation issues across Nigeria. Please put your hands together as she said what she said. Jola Ayeye, put your hands together for her as she comes. So at this time, I'm going to give, should I give you the mic and then you can get started, or are we doing so you need a mic, right? So do you know this one? You can see it, you have the clicker.
Can I have the slides, please? Light is a quiet instigator. When it enters a room, everything changes. It allows you to see, and it brings joy to people. Like, for example, up NEPA! Once light comes on, people are excited. Today I'm going to be talking about AI for dignity, stories, spaces, and social impacts, and focusing on how AI can help you to magnify the work that we do. So a bit about my journey. Over the last 20 years, I can't even believe it's been 20 years, I have done work for plenty billionaires here in Nigeria. I've done, by the way, I'm interior architect. I've done work for multinationals, hotels, multi-purpose buildings all over Nigeria, and some in the US, UK, and some other parts of Africa. But over the years, I found that people often boxed me. They would say, oh, even friends, like, oh, sorry, we can't afford your work, because, you know, if we ask you to do something, you're going to send us this massive bill. And I never really liked that single story about me. I always used to be like, well, okay, let's just talk and see what we could do. Because honestly, even in my case, sometimes I can't even afford, personally, the work that I do. So I always thought about how I could ensure that my work is democratized. And I used to think about it quite often, like, what can I do to help other people? Okay, it's done. So I would, think and say, okay, I started going to different parts of Nigeria. On my birthdays, I would jump up, go to Maiduguri, to IDP camps and the likes, and I would just, put a lick of paint, a mattress, light fixtures, do things that could just enhance their spaces, because I saw the difference it would make and the smiles that it would have on their faces. I got excited about doing that, and I would just do it on my own. But one thing that I never did was document any of it, because I didn't think it was necessary, to be honest. I just thought, okay, this is what I do. Nobody has to know about it. So obviously friends and family will say, oh, sorry, where are you off to again? Okay, what are you doing this time? But I didn't document it. Then I was moderating a panel once, and it was about building a legacy. And somebody said on the panel that, oh, my grandfather kept everything that he did. He has pictures and videos of all the work he's done over the years. And this company was about 170 years old, or 120 something, and it was a kitchen manufacturer. And then I wrapped up the panel and I said, oh, to build a legacy, you have to tell your stories. Because if you don't tell your stories, then nobody has anything to hold on to. And I started saying, oh, stories are seeds. When you plant them, then people, hear them, and then they're able to run with them. And when I said that, it was almost like it was a challenge to myself. And I said, okay, Osaru, yeah, you are saying this here at this panel, but you are not doing it. I would not say that I changed immediately. I didn't. But it was definitely something that was at the back of my mind. I kept thinking about it that, okay, I have to find a way to share the work that I do, not just because of myself, but for other people. So for me, design it's beauty, definitely. It enhances people's lives. It's very good for wellness. Behavioral, you can literally charter people's behavior by the way a space is being designed. And I think that it is a luxury. It could be a luxury, but it doesn't have to only be a luxury. And that's one of the things that I started looking for ways to figure out how to democratize design. So dignity in stories. So telling the stories that we've done over the years now started being something that I can't say that I've started doing a little bit more. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, the clicker is not clicking as quickly as I wanted to. Okay, so I'll tell a story about. Sorry, that was good. I'll tell a story about my mom's space. So there was a day that my mom traveled and said, okay, you know what? My dad was like, okay, let's do something different in her space. We renovated the bathroom. And then we said, okay, let's do something different in her walk-in closet. And I said, okay, let's change the lights. And that was the only thing we did in there. And then she walked into the space, and after she came back from her trip, and she saw the bathroom was really nice and elegant and all that. She was like, oh, this is very nice. And she walked into the room. All we did was change the lights. And that was where she made all the fuss. Oh my goodness, the lighting. Now I can see when I'm trying to do my makeup. And she just got excited about that. And that day I kept on saying, like, it just takes a little thing that you do that makes a world of difference in the way people experience their spaces. So, hello everyone, my name is Osaru Alile, and I've spent the last 20 years trying to figure out how to use design as a way of impact and as a way to bring light into the lives of people and to bring joy through design. So I started teaching a concept called neurotechnology and the mindset shifts, and that was born from the idea that I just realized that with design in Nigeria specifically, everybody just seemed to be doing the same exact thing. So I started studying it and trying to understand why was this happening. I started looking at it even from my own perspective, my own work that I did. And it helped me to now understand the way that I thought. And I said, okay, you need to consciously go on retreats, and I will do this amongst my team as well. Go on retreats, study more, figure things out. And then it actually birthed a mindset shift for me personally and the people that were around me that learned from my sharing. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I started thinking, so how can I make spaces better and how can I get it to more people? Then I started doing the journey of learning how to use AI for design. So, you're using all the different, I don't know if you know some of the AI for design tools from Runway to Midjourney and all of that good stuff. So I started learning it on my own. And from learning it, I started teaching other people. And from that, I started this, what I would call an ecosystem called the Light Design Factory. And the Light Design Factory essentially is, like I said, an ecosystem that uses AI, human sensibility. AI human sensibilities, storytelling, and education to democratize and bridge the gap between people and design so that more people have access to design without paying exuberant prices. And I say the light has come with the Light Design Factory. So one of the things that we do is we have something called the Light Design Lab, where it's an education platform. Come on. Okay. Where we train people how to use AI for interior design. We train people how to use AI for storytelling. And just this year, we had our first cohort, which we had about 67 students from across West Africa, across Africa actually, from 17 different countries. And what for me was exciting was that after these students for 3 months, when they were done with their 3-month program, they were literally able to create things that they had no idea about 3 months before then. They were creating space designs, they were creating videos and telling stories, and they just were so proud of themselves. But one of the things that was important to us was we taught integrity, we taught dignity, and we taught using design as a tool for social impact. Then we also use AI for storytelling and edutainment, using interior design as like the pillar, where we have YouTube channels and across social media, people, content creators that are telling stories using AI and also telling stories that are related to interior design. So just, we make stories up that tell people, AI for wellness, AI for mental health. Interior design for mental health, interior design for wellness. So, I can't hear anything. And then the most powerful, what I would say the most powerful segment of what we do is called the Happy Space Project. And it's almost like what I used to do, but now to the power of 100, because many more people are able to do the same thing that I was doing using AI. Once we train the designers, we put them through a channel that allows them to also serve and now start designing for offers and widows across West Africa. So if there's an application process, they apply, and the stories are like, can be very, very heart-wrenching. And then when we do up their spaces, you see the smiles on their faces. It's actually quite amazing to see. So I'm going to introduce Omari Dupont, who is the social impact lead at Light Design Factory, and he will just kind of wrap this up and tell us a bit. Can't hear.
Light Design Factory,
sound.
We believe that every human being deserves a space that heals. The Happy Space Project was born from that belief to show that thoughtful design can restore dignity, spark joy, and change how people feel about their lives. We collaborate with happy space designers from around the world. Interior designers we train to use AI for fast, purposeful design. Through these projects, they get to earn, learn, and most importantly, serve, using their skills to create spaces that bring joy to others. The spaces themselves are built across West Africa, where we redesign rooms for widows, orphans, and vulnerable families, transforming them into environments that support wellness, peace, and pride. Each project becomes a living study in how light, texture, and layout can shape emotion and rebuild hope. These aren't charity projects, they're research-driven design interventions, proving that beauty and dignity can coexist and that empathy can be designed. Here's a short 1-minute glimpse of that impact. Our most recent Happy Space transformation completed just a few weeks ago.
Ó kú ní 7 years ago now. Àwọn ọmọ mi. Wọ́n tí dàgbà ní wọ́n ti jáde secondary tẹ̀tẹ̀ wọ́n tí wọ́n tó sàn ọ̀nà.
In the heart of this community lives a mother whose strength has carried her family through hardship. Inside a single room, she has her children holding on to hope.
Okay, so mama, ṣé ní fridge? Ní fridge. Ní fridge. Wo fridge ni kò ṣiṣẹ́. Ètò wà ní kitchen, ètò wà ní lẹ́nà òṣìṣẹ́ so.
Watch as we transform a widow's single room into a vibrant home for her and her children. Welcome to the Happy Space Project, where design meets compassion, holding on to hope even when the walls feel small. Today, that hope is rebuilt, not just with bricks and paint, but with compassion, creativity, and the belief that everyone deserves happy space.
I know what they do for me. I don't feel. Okay, I thank you, people.
Thank you guys so much.
Organize for me.
You know that time is up.
I thank you, brother and sister, and the others that then organize all this big thing for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. That was amazing. Can we put our hands together for one more time? Wow. I was wondering if you, when you introduced your partner, I thought it was an AI. I said, is that partner? Because, for a minute, I was like, because, I've been practicing my AI voice. I have an AI voice. I do. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be introducing Abasiama Idarisit, who's the CEO, Wild Fusions, and he's an AI Africa expert. Please put your hands together for him at this time as he comes. So he's going to do his own presentation. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to him, and then we'll go next, and then we'll be out of your hair for a little bit. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your attention. I would be as brief as possible and just go straight to the point. Slide, please. So, my presentation is how AI can drive inclusive African storytelling. This is so critical. Just about 6-7 slides, and I sincerely hope we will get a thing or two from this presentation. Now, there is a big opportunity that we are experiencing right now, and this is the fourth industrial revolution. This comes once in a millennial, if you may, and it comes with risk. It also comes with a massive opportunity. And that opportunity, I just want to double click or highlight on this particular opportunity, and that is how data and AI can preserve African storytelling. Now, I've broken that into three key part of it, three components. The first is cultural preservation, which is absolutely key for storytellers, for content creators. The second is combating harmful stereotypes. Now, we know that Africa has been ravaged for centuries and decades, perhaps, with negative stereotypes. How can AI help us with this? I'll just drop it right here, and I'll leave it for you to answer. Are Christians really persecuted in Nigeria? Is there a religious genocide in Nigeria? I'll leave that for the rest of you. I'll leave that for everyone. Now, data and artificial intelligence can help us have a clear understanding of some of this some of these things that are going on today. The third, also equally very important, is enhancing content accessibility. So I will break this down as we journey a little bit further. Cultural preservation, it's very key, and I'm so impressed with what the Ministry of Information Technology are doing, drafting up the national AI strategy and ensuring that Nigerian languages are preserved using language models like NLang, and also importantly ensuring that these languages don't go extinct. By the way, we have over 500 languages in this country, and a large chunk of them, a decent number of them, are getting extinct. So imagine in a culture, in a country where our culture, our identity, and who we are has been passed down from generation to generation orally, we have a massive opportunity now to preserve our culture. Oops, sorry guys. So, cultural preservation. Just imagine this for just 10 seconds. Just imagine listening to grandma tell bedtime stories every single night to children that are born to her generation and descendants decades after she's gone. After she's been gone, you know. She comes up to tell bedtime stories, you know, traditional bedtime stories decades after she has gone. Just imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine a goosey soup, my favorite soup, you know, the recipe that has been used 40 years earlier, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, being handed down to the next generation of cooks and chefs and, you know, people that are passionate about cooking. Now, all of this is all possible with artificial intelligence, with the help of AI. In Kenya, for example, we have researchers that are currently building up and aggregating treasure chests of the local languages, Swahili, and the same thing is happening in Nigeria and in South Africa. The same thing is going on, preserving isiZulu, Sesotho, and African stories. All right? Now, this is a classic example of what's going on, the classical use case of AI being used to preserve our culture. And I'm really impressed with the work that is being carried out by Give.ai in this regard, the product they do have. I'm not sure if this works. Next slide, please. Previous slide. Combating harmful stereotypes. This is a big, big deal for me. This is a big deal for me because stereotypes can be very hurtful and harmful. And in so many ways, it has really affected
affected Nigeria and Africa as a whole. Data-driven analysis and AI products can definitely help in countering this. There is a product built by this company called African Bias Buster, and it's very helpful for journalists to leverage a product like this to create stories and reframe stories about Africa before it's being published. So stories are more inclusive, more balanced, and also equally well represented. Content accessibility, very critical part of the AI journey or the AI story. For generative AI, this makes our story equally accessible, not only to physically challenged people, but also to non-native speakers of African language. Now, the content you're creating, the designs you churn out, the videos, the content, all of these are all possible all of this is now accessible to a larger audience of individuals. And a company in South Africa in Durban called Shazat Scene, they are actively involved in creating products that are now accessible to people that do have seeing difficulties. So real-time translation and generative AI, generative storytelling, these are all brilliant opportunities to help drive accessibility in Africa. Now, I want to go and dwell a little bit on the next slide, which has to do with the opportunities and challenges. Next slide, please. As long as we continue to rely on foreign data sets to train models, as long as we're using models that are trained by foreign data sets, there will always be a bias. There will always be misrepresentation. As much as possible, our content, our data set must be as localized as possible so we're well represented. And this comes with a litany of, there are certain things that we need to do both as a private sector and also from a public sector point of view. So the right regulation, the right infrastructure is necessary for all of this. So bias AI data sets, it's one of the biggest threats to our stories. And if we don't do something about that, that potentially has a harmful implication. I think my personal opinion, once in a lifetime, we have an opportunity to undo the bias stereotypes that we have faced for decades. And that's what AI brings to the table. Data source disclosure, this I think is so critical. What we call explainable AI, very important. How did AI make that decision? How did AI say this is what a Nigerian looks like or a Yoruba man should look like? We want to know. What data sets are you relying on to make that information? That's explainable AI or XAI. These are all guardrails that we need to put in place to ensure that whatever we're doing, it's inclusive. Regulation-backed standardization. We need, from a global point of view, there need to be some form of regulation. Right now, it's like the Wild West. People churning out all sorts of products, all types of videos, all types of content. I'm sure we all here in the room, we've seen our parents and our grandparents, innocently and naively share all sorts of content. They don't know, but we can tell perhaps these are AI-generated content. There need to be a planetary standardization of AI rules and regulation in such a way that it's safe and it's sustainable over time. Most importantly for the creative economy, we must, from a data point of view, because AI thrives on data, and these data are created by people, very creative people, and it could be music, it could be art, it could be whatever content it is. This informs AI and also whatever AI produces. These creators need to be compensated. So if any of this content is used in any way, there should be some level of incentive that trickles down to the regional creator. So that way we are all part of the ecosystem and also this new wave of opportunities that is now thriving everywhere. So let's entertain change together, ladies and gentlemen. You can scan that to connect with me. My name is Sebastian Maidarsid, and thank you very much for your attention. I am absolutely grateful. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm also a believer that some of our parents should not be on social media or in any form of communication whatsoever. Call me on the phone, Mom. Don't WhatsApp me, because don't send me what they said. Oh, the Gary is falling out of the car. The car burnt and it turned pink. Wow, be careful what you are drinking. The water is turning black. Like, listen, that's what they said. Who is the day that said it? We still don't know to this day. We don't know who the day is. So just stop WhatsApping. WhatsApping is a verb now. Don't WhatsApp. Just call me on the phone. Let's not do that anymore. All right, so we're going to move right ahead. At this time, we're going to give the floor to... You see, Jola just said, she was like, you see, she said what she said. She was like, let the guy do it, it's all right. So ladies and gentlemen, since the lady doth insist, so please put your hands together and welcome Obinna Okerikocha, who's the Director of Content, Moneypoint Inc., film producer, AI filmmaker, and the AI Film Festival founder. I call him the point of Moneypoint. He is the point.
Please. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Absolutely great to be here. Can I have the slides? Yeah. So what I'm going to be talking about is really quick. I'm just going to be talking about telling you guys a story of essentially the first AI film festival in this part of the world. I'm just going to go through it. And, it happened September 13th. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, great. Yeah, it happened September 13th, and I'm just going to run you through exactly how that event went and essentially what led to it. I have a background I'm an artist by training, but then again found myself doing advertising and then went into film and a bunch of other things. But I'm someone who has always adapted technology. That's something that is sort of like an extension for me because of my background. And first time 3 years ago, this is coming from somebody who has used Photoshop for like 20 years, and if you've worked as an art director, you understand the tools. So I started to see something interesting online. I started to see that people were creating images that looked interesting, right, and quite weird, but they were not created with like Photoshop or Illustrator, right? And then I realized that, why do these things look like this? And then I discovered that they were doing something interesting, that they were prompting these images, right? And then I discovered Discord. This was 3 years ago. And then that's how I got into experiment with Midjourney. And I said to myself, this is the start of a revolution. This is something that is completely going to change how we look at imaging, how we look at storytelling, how we look at videos, and how we look at, essentially, how film and whatever it is around storytelling and visual script. Next slide, please. So yeah, generative AI is not about creating something new, but okay, thank you. It's really about capturing what exists. Now, why AI film? If we look at, for those of us who are here, we understand that there's a tectonic shift happening in Hollywood. People are talking about what the future of storytelling is. All of these studios are, there was an interesting story that came out last year. I think it was Lionsgate. 10 of their titles, big Hollywood studio, none of them broke even. Where are the stories that people want to see? Where are they located? That kind of thing. And, there's a massive change happening. Hollywood budgets are no longer sustainable. And we can't continue. James Cameron says that we cannot continue to sustain $400 million budget for movies and things like that. There has to be something that has to give. So we're going to see companies like Runway partner with, companies like, IMAX, Lionsgate to actually recreate VFX pipelines for movies. So there's something that's happening, and AI is really at the center of that thing. So what is NAIF essentially? So Nigeria AI Film Festival is dedicated to spotlighting a new generation of filmmakers, harnessing the power of artificial intelligence to create groundbreaking cinematic experiences. And for me, it stems from one question: what is the future of African storytelling? Where exactly are we going with our storytelling? When we talk about telling our stories, but what does that mean? How are we telling these stories? And for me, the answer is that it rests at the intersection of art and technology. And this essentially what gave rise to this. For me, as somebody who's vested in in Nollywood, as an executive producer amongst other things, it was always kind of like, how do we bring this to public? How do we bring this about? For me, I want to do something differently, because one of the biggest challenges in Nollywood is distribution. So you make your film, you spend so much money making a film, 400 million, 300 million. But at the end of the day, it probably does 3 weeks in the cinema, and then you go capping hand and you're wondering, okay, so where's my money going to come from? You know, there's so much investment in film, but the question is, where does the film go? You know, we all are privy to the information around Netflix changing its strategy, Amazon Prime. So where exactly is the distribution? So I was going to build, one of the things I wanted to do was, you know, sort of build some sort of distribution platform around micro dramas and stuff like that. But then something said to me, but you know, AI is really going to change how we, you know, look at film and how we, you know. So I decided to do some research. Is there any festival or any sort of community that is focused on AI filmmaking, or, you know, and there was none. There's none happening in Nigeria, not happening, you know, across. So I said, okay, I'm going to do an AI film festival, you know, and that's pretty much what led to it. And then, I mean, for me, it was really around nurturing a new way of AI filmmakers. And for me, it's really around the empowerment and giving storytellers agency in Africa. You know, filmmaking is not a cheap venture. Even if it's an independent film project, you still have to rent the gear, you still have to get the cast and crew and pay them something. But if somebody has an idea and they don't have the means, doesn't mean they can't tell their story. Somebody sitting in the corridor, or somebody in the middle belt, or someone in the north, he has a story to tell. We all have stories to tell. But I think that AI provides that power and that ability. As long as you have a computer and you have some access to the internet, you can tell a story. And for me, that was what was really crucial. So that's essentially what led me to start, you know, essentially this AI movement, you know. So it wasn't just about having a film festival. It was really around, you know, how can I put together, you know, people who we can train, who we can actually empower. So I started something called the AI Academy, you know, and just talking about introduction to AI filmmaking, ethical use of filmmaking, prompt engineering, and stuff like that. I put together a very strong faculty made up of some really strong voices, Malika Febua, Lisa Russell, who's an Emmy Award winner, you know, a bunch of other people from across the continent, you know. And what's also interesting is that, you know, doing that, I found out that people were building things, you know, like, you know, he was talking about data sets and, you know, the fact that a lot of all these models are trained by a lot of Western data sets. But there are people here who are actually building stuff. Like there's a guy Afam, who's built something called AIstudio.ng, where you can actually pay in Naira. And you have APIs of Runway, Kling, Hilo, all of them, and you can actually pay in Naira. And they're trying to train data sets. Even there's somebody who's built something called Speech that does text to audio. You know, these are things that are happening right here in Nigeria. You know, so I pulled this together. So I mean, I'm just going to quickly run through. So we had 490 submissions for our first from across Africa and from across the rest of the world. 490 submissions, you know, across different genres that we put out. You know, this is essentially a timeline of what we did. Essentially, this entire thing started in April, and by September, we had actually executed the festival, you know, and sometimes I pinch myself and ask myself how that happened, but it did happen. So this is what it looked like, what the festival looked like, you know. It was great. We had great panel sessions, and I think what was important was that we had AI demos, because it's not about talking. I believe that creatives want results. They need to see the technology in action, and we had demo days for, you know, all the, you know, the models I had spoken to you about just now. So I think, again, what is really important for me, and I think the takeaway here is, you know, the future of African storytelling is at the intersection of art and technology, and then we must, you know, AI serves as that platform, or that, you know, that superpower for people who are telling stories. There's so much around the conversations, around ethics, around ownership, around proprietary, but what's important is that we have a tool that can empower storytellers to tell the stories that they've never been able to tell. And for me, that's the driving factor. That's what really motivates me to push this. You know, so yeah, so in a nutshell, so thank you so much. Looking forward to taking your questions. Thank you very much.
Before we ask questions, I'm going to, well, we can ask questions actually. I don't know if anyone wants to ask Obinna specifically any questions. Anybody in the room? We have way over here. Can we get the microphone? The microphone? Do we have another microphone? I'm sorry. I make up my own words. Just makes life easier.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
I've asked the question before. I don't know whether I should introduce myself again.
No, you don't need to. Just ask your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Straight to the point. We've talked a lot about, you know, data. How do we ensure that the data that's being fed is, you know, reliable and valid? Because again, I'm worried about us changing history with, you know, AI because of, you know, reliability and validity.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's a very good question, and that's where the concept of governance comes in.
it's so important that we start having the guardrails in place. So guardrails like strong regulations, both from the government point of view or some standardization, planetary standardization, where countries can actually tap into and regulate AI. So from a national point of view, we do have our AI strategy, but not only AI strategy, we need to start enforcing what we call XAI, which is explainable AI, where for every content or every product or every output from an AI product, you can actually trace the model that actually informed that output. So there's more transparency, there's responsibility, there's transparency, and there's also accountability. So it's first of all very regulatorily led from that point of view. I don't know if that speaks to your question.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to add to that, which is a bit left field. So I think the real issue is data sets, training data. So data sets that are used to train these models. And we're now looking at how about Africa? How are we training our own data sets? Because the truth about it is, I think the big problem is that everything we see from any sort of model, whether it's Gemini, whatever it is, VO, whatever it is, a lot of data has gone into that. And the truth about it is the beginnings of AI training models and whatever it is very, very sketchy. A lot of these stuff were birthed in experimentation. Now we're at a point where it's kind of, okay, I give an example. Midjourney was trained on trillions and trillions of data sets. Now, Disney has sued them because you can now, I can prompt Shrek, I can prompt IP that doesn't belong to them. Now, that is something that is now going through legislation. The truth about it is that it's going to take a while because there's so much to be done around legislation. Even though IPO, the body that runs the IPO, they were not able to figure out some sort of legal framework. So I think for us, if we look at the continent, what is important is that, and this is what I tell content creators and anybody that cares to listen. As a creator sitting in the global south, you don't own anything. You put all your stuff on YouTube, you put all your stuff on Twitter, everything. But what if everything shuts down? You own anything. You don't own anything. So my thing, especially speaking to government and government intervention, is how are we building data centers? How are we investing in building data sets? Like, in terms of bureaus of government personnel that have government data, national archives. How are we using all that stuff to train up? Because we're talking about authenticity around our culture, around our language. Where does that come from? Who owns it? How do we appropriate that in training the models? Because what is important is, if you don't own anything, you cannot appropriate anything. So it starts with ownership. We can't do all this stuff around, lip service around government is doing that. The point is, what are the actionable steps being done to make sure that we own? Because if you don't own anything, that's pretty much it. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Can I say something? So I joined a closed-door session on AI and policies with the University of Alabama. And one thing that we're all talking, and something that came out of that was that within our organizations, so yes, there's the data input part, but there's also output for what you use AI to create. And one of the things that I said earlier, during our education platform, the Light Design Lab, we teach people integrity and dignity. Sometimes people think it's just all fun and games, especially in the design world. You're creating something, putting two people in the room that were never together, and it's funny. And you're not saying any disclaimer that, oh, this is not real, this is AI. So it's important for us in our organizations to make sure that there are things put in place to force people to do the right thing. And then when they don't do the right thing, there should be some punishments. Yeah.
Any other questions? We have one. Can we get a microphone to the back, please? The gentleman in the suit right there, second row. 1 second. The microphone will get to you, sir. Just 1 second. Is it there? Right there, with his hand up. Yes. Sir, could you stand up, please, to ask your question? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is a fantastic presentation. We acknowledge that it's time. We have to remain competitive across the globe, even as a country. And if you want to have that edge, you probably have to adopt what is being adopted in the industry, which is AI, machine learning, and the rest. So, but I just want to put it to you, to the presenter, that are there no fear factor? Because when you have story, they come with kind of human, this natural storytelling and also your ingenuity to create stories around human. You know, that there are ways it sounds when things has human touches. So how are you handling this? We acknowledge the fact that we have to remain competitive. But something that remains human, how do we handle it? And then,
sir, I'm sorry. I don't think they understand. I don't think they can hear what the actual question is. So could you just maybe be louder? I think amplify.
So what I'm asking is, why we are applying AI? Are we careful in ensuring that that human element is embedded?
Okay.
That's number one.
The human element. Let's make sure that literally AI is not taking over human lives.
So the second question is the fact that what about that creativity? Because from your generation, you are going to pass to the next generation, but the upcoming one will probably be saying that, okay, let's apply AI. And over time, probably that's saying that creativity being eroded because now we want to live our life based on AI. So how do we go through that journey? It's quite
okay, now you want to take that
yeah,
one?
sure.
Okay, take it.
Great. Fantastic question. I completely understand what you're saying, understand your context, understand your nuance. So let me say this. Creativity doesn't come from machines. Please note that. And please also know that AI is a tool. It is not the end product. It's a tool. It's a means to get to an. I give you an example. And let me use art. Well, I'm an artist. Let me use the art space. Now, essentially, fine artists are storytellers, right? And they use different mediums. And even in painting, for instance, let's use that, painting, for instance. I'm sure everybody has a fair understanding of what painting is. There's watercolor, there's oil on canvas, there's acrylic on canvas. And some people have mixed media. The point is, at the end of the day, it's a nice painting on the wall. People have used different mediums to tell their story. AI is also a medium to tell your story. It's not going to, AI doesn't wake up in the morning and tell you, oh, Mr. Man, you've not prompted me today. No. You have to create what it is that you want to create and then tell it what it is that you want to do. And also tell people something. If you're a lazy storyteller or you're a lazy creator, AI is not suddenly going to make you Albert Einstein or make you Leonardo da Vinci. It's not going to happen. The creativity stems from the person. You know, and don't forget, in principle, artificial intelligence stems from human intelligence. It's feeding off of something. You are that person. So if you don't have what it takes to be, so what it does is an amplifier of what you already have. So if you have the basic intelligence of telling a story or creating something, AI essentially just helps you amplify what you already have. Don't forget, you know, it's something that makes mistakes. It's not perfect. It's not. What is important is your ability to be able to prompt it to tell it exactly what it is that you want to do. It's a tool. Now, in terms of the second question that you asked, people need to understand the basics. Like I tell people in our community that, as a storyteller, the basics of storytelling still apply. If you're a filmmaker, for instance, there's still the science of story. Every great story, a movie, or whatever it is, has a beginning, a middle, and an end. The same thing applies. And I tell people, by the time all the dust has settled on all the AI slop, people will look for people who can tell stories with the tool. What is important is that people, if you really look at it, yes, AI is great, the whole frenzy around is great, but people are looking for stories. People are looking for things to connect with. And if AI provides that, that's great. But what's important is there's the element of storytelling that runs through it. And that is what is really important. So I think there's, and I completely understand it, there's this, the frenzy around ASL, artificial triple intelligence, things happening, machines taking over. It's great. Hollywood has shown us that. But what is important is that we understand the technology, but we understand the basics, the craft of what we're trying to do, and then we use the machines to help us achieve what we want to do. I hope that's clear.
Is that clear, sir?
I'm fine.
Okay, very good. Can we put our hands together? Any other questions from the floor? Are we good to go? Going. Go. It had to be the last one. Okay. So do you have a question for him? Okay. Can we have the microphone up here, please? Thank you very much. He has a pregunta.
¿Español o en inglés?
En inglés, por favor.
Ok, en español then. My question, which I ask a few different presenters, is you guys are doing amazing work, right? We and different organizations like the World Bank, the IFC are investing already on some of this entertainment media, ideas and organizations. But I feel that the potential, especially here in Nigeria, is huge, right? I think Nigeria should be like the next Korea, no? To become a global brand, right? The Afrobeats already is leading the way, but there's many more sectors out there that I think should be out there globally. What do you think? And it's a question to whoever wants to take it, or all of you guys. What is needed to strengthen the ecosystem? Not only your organization, but the ecosystem, so more of successful organizations like yours, right, can get funded and then scaled, right? What are the? I know there's several challenges, but if you have to prioritize, which is a major challenge and therefore a solution to that could help unlock the potential of this ecosystem. Thank you. And I apologize for that very bureaucratic question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's a very good question. From my perspective, the number one most critical thing we need to piece on the board that we need to bring, sorry, can you hear me? That you need to bring to the board, it's regulation. There needs to be some form of structure, regulation in terms of who owns what. Like he said, like Obinna said, it's garbage in, garbage out. It's what you put in that you do get out. We need regulation from how data is sourced, how governance is implemented, and most importantly, explainability. We don't just want AI product to just generate any content, and we cannot tell how that decision was made. We need to go down to the last binary code to know where did you source this information, what informed this algorithm to churn out this image, this video, this content, this text, and we hold it accountable, or we hold their product accountable. You made mention of Disney, for example. How did you come up with variation of Shrek? Where did you get that content from? Oh, okay. With XAI, which is explainable AI, if it's enforced, they have no choice but to, open it up for the world to see, that you picked it up from YouTube. If you picked it up from YouTube, then you need to pay royalties. So that brings responsibility, that brings transparency, that also ensures that every creator in the entire value chain, it's compensated, and that creates an economy on its own. So top of my mind, it's regulation. And I will really use this opportunity to advocate for not just a national regulation, but a planetary regulation. So you don't have regulation stronger in some countries, and other countries that perhaps have weaker human infrastructure struggle to standardize their AI regulation. So I would advocate for regional, perhaps from a continent point of view, from African Union, to perhaps a planetary form of regulation. When I look at the Nigerian AI strategy, it's watertight, but it may not be the same for much smaller countries who are more vulnerable. So regulation is very key, very important. Other than that, we would definitely need infrastructure. And when I mean infrastructure, I mean both human and physical infrastructure. And I like the fact that this is a World Bank related conference, and the IFC are very big on financing infrastructure. Data center is very important that we build data center. Lagos, for example, or Nigeria, for example, has 8 submarine cables from Europe terminating in Lagos alone. And that's a massive infrastructure that creates opportunity for us to create data centers, helping the country migrate to a data autonomous or AI autonomous or digital autonomous nation. We don't have our data hosted in other countries. And what happened a few weeks ago, sorry, maybe I shouldn't say that. But what happened a few weeks ago, where a data center or a particular massive company in the world had a breakdown, and almost all some Nigerian banks suffered because of that. That shows that we are also not, digitally autonomous. So we have to create our own infrastructure, build our own infrastructure, and own our own infrastructure. But the most important for me, if I'm to choose one, will be regulation. Thank you very much indeed.
I think to really quickly piggyback on that is IP protection, because we see this on social media every time where, there's somebody who's come up with this idea, and then somewhere, because somebody has all the resources in the West, they now do that thing. So I think it's so important to protect IP, and it's speaking back on regulation. IP is so, what do we have if not the intellectual property that we own? Mm-hmm. That's pretty much what we have. We may not necessarily have the means and the dollars to make it, but protecting our intellectual property is so critical to actually unlocking the wealth that we're looking for in our creative economy. Thank you.
Okay, so I definitely wanted to talk about IP, but I think another thing is probably education on a formal and informal level. So I know that some people are opening up AI schools and institutions, but even in the formal education, I don't know how that's going to happen anytime soon, but there should be some understanding of what AI is, what it's about, so that people are not just lost in the world of AI, because it's literally the future. So it's important that happens, and infrastructure, like you said, is important, but when there's infrastructure and people don't know how, not even just to use it, they don't understand the possibilities that AI comes with, because now a lot of time, especially in my industry, everybody just thinks, just for creative, but there's a lot of things, there's a lot more, like from oil, rigs and all of that AI can do. So I think a lot of education is important for us across Nigeria.
All right, I think we should let Jola go ahead because I think she's been sitting so patiently and quietly. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Jola Ayeye, who's the co-founder of Carousel Network and co-host of I Said What I Said podcast. It's not even a podcast, it's more like a show. So if you can, please check it out.
Hello, everyone. I'm not going to be doing a presentation in the same way. Mine is kind of like TED Talkish, if that's fine. That's kind of how I make my living.
TED Talkish is good.
And I'm going to be talking about, generally we're talking about next generation media partnership for social impact and gender equality. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how we grew the podcast and kind of what that practically looks like for people who are trying to understand how you can work with young Nigerians on building platforms. Okay. So we started the podcast now 8 years ago. And for those who don't know me, I work across media. So I also write for film and TV. That's what I allowed my parents' very, very expensive Durham degree do. They're still very disappointed. They thought they were going to be dealing with a diplomat. But no, I decided that I really wanted to work in film and television. So I moved back to Lagos in 2015 and started working with Zikoko, which was our version of BuzzFeed, if anyone is familiar with that. I started working in their video department. And while there, I had always had an interest in podcasts. In fact, a friend had gotten me a microphone for my birthday a couple of years before, but I wasn't convinced that anybody really wanted to hear me drone on by myself. And when I moved back to Lagos, I started thinking about who I would really like to have a comedy adjacent show with. So I do think one of the really important things when you're thinking of who you're speaking to and how you're communicating with people is how do people hear what you're saying. And a big thing for us with the podcast was that we wanted to be able to talk about a range of topics with humor and levity. Not everything is easy to speak about, but if you're able to laugh at yourself and at the situation, it sometimes is able to lead to much better conversation. And so I sent a message to a friend of mine and I said, this is something I'm thinking about doing. And if it's really bad, we can pay someone to scrub it off the internet. And if anybody ever asks, didn't you guys have a podcast? We'll just be like, no. I think maybe people who look like us or sound like us, but it wasn't us. But 8 years later, here we are. And to me, storytelling is not just about passing time or being able to distract people. It's about being able to reimagine the world, particularly if you come from a third world country where it seems like a lot of your leaders have decided to have a pact with the rest of humanity. to provide the world with an underclass. It can be very, very hard to imagine yourself in different situations or different scenarios. It can be difficult to see yourself as a leader. It can be difficult to see yourself as a problem solver, actually. And it was really important to us to figure out how to have conversations across a range of topics, to not feel boxed in by our location, by our gender, to just be able to have very honest, very frank conversations, even difficult conversations. And that's how we started the podcast. Although we're not yet considered mainstream, podcasting in general is not actually yet mainstream at all. I know everybody talks about Joe Rogan, soon, hopefully. But we're growing. We have over 10 million streams. We've done live shows in Lagos, Accra, Abuja, London, Toronto, New York. Thank you. To sold out audiences. But what matters a lot is community. A lot of people think that new media functions in the way that old media does, with film, right? In particular, where you're building these stars that are aloof and they are far away from the audience. But community is what drives a lot of podcasting. So in our instance, our audience is able to write into the podcast. They're able to use social media to engage in a very, very different way. And so they see us sort of as like these third-party friends. So you're familiar to them. You're not exactly their friend, but they hear you every week in their ear. So they see you in a very different way. And so they're able to engage. And a lot of times, what I've noticed is that when people talk about, we want to build podcasting, we're so interested in podcasting, the idea is that you're trying to build a version of Hollywood or Nollywood. It's not the same. You have to think about it very differently. It's also not like radio, where there wasn't the same amount of... I listened to people on the radio for years. I had no clue what they looked like. I had no idea of what they were interested in on a personal level. But I think podcasting does that quite differently. So our audience is able to write in their dilemmas, and sometimes we've had interesting things where now that we have live shows, they're able to fly. When we did our show in New York, we had people coming up tell us, hey, I came in from Texas, or I came in from Toronto, I came in from Dallas, and I was like, this is what you decided to spend your money on, and cool. But it's really important to think about how sort of speaking to young people who make up over 70% of the population but feel ignored and unheard can create a space for them to be themselves. Because if you're creating policy, if you're trying to figure out what the next 40, 50 years of this country is going to look like, you want to know what young people are thinking about now. And social media, podcasting is a great way to engage with them, but figure out how to do it as honestly as possible. You want the platform to feel that people are able to come and be honest. They don't feel stupid, they don't feel silly, they don't feel the need to lie about their ambition or what they want to do with their lives, so that countries are able to plan, so that subnational groups are able to plan based on what young people are interested in, how they are feeling, what they want to be able to do with their lives. The creative and digital economy is interesting in that we're able to leapfrog in a lot of ways. Media, social media has opened up doors. People are able to be self-taught, and 3% of the Nigerian economy, or Nigeria's GDP is in film, fashion, music, and digital media. We just finished Lagos Fashion Week. We saw how incredible that was. We know how we're able to make a living, not just us, but our cast, our crew. We're able to fly around the world just off of digital media. It's not the same, and for a lot of people, it's not considered as impressive. It's almost like this cute little niche thing. But there is a lot of untapped potential that is in the wings. And some of it does require training, which I'll talk about in a little bit. It's not just entertainment, there is infrastructure. So I'll give a very simple example. We'll be doing a show in Abuja next week and one in Lagos in 2 weeks' time, but we had to take a break for a year just because the math didn't make sense. So we go to London or we go to Toronto and okay, we need a place that can sit 2,500 people. We find that quite easily. Taxes are straightforward. The health and safety regulation is straightforward. But when we come back to Lagos and we really want to do a show of that magnitude, you have to build everything from scratch. So you're looking for a hall and seating, and then you're talking to different Lagos parastatals about what are we actually allowed to do and not allowed to do. And those things when we talk in rooms like this about, oh, what does it take to scale or to grow? We don't want individual grants. Those are all great. We want infrastructure. We don't want to be helped by the government. We want to be able to do our work and see this as a viable business. I don't want charity. I want to be able to do what I do in New York and Lagos at the same time, just in the same way. I don't want to have to have someone who likes me in the federal government to assist me. No, this is business. This is work. I'm trying to attract the same type of funding as would anyone else. But if I don't have that infrastructure, it's seen as a little cute pet project. And so we're able to go abroad and grow and scale. And it seems like we're forgetting home, we're not. You don't want to have to beg Burna Boy to do a show here. He wants to be able to just come and do his show, collect his money and go home, right? It shouldn't be charity. It is not charity. The infrastructure is extremely important. Carousel Network was born from this kind of storytelling, and our format of podcasting is great, like gisty, it's fun, it's cute, but we want to be able to do the same kind of stuff with sports media and film and true crime. We want to do Nigerian history. We want to do sports podcasts. These things are all really important. And it's the kind of things that young Nigerians are thinking about. But we don't think about business in isolation. Bills need to be paid. You need to make sure that we're growing the same way Afrobeat was able to grow, the same way our Nigerian finance industry is absolutely fantastic. Young Nigerians in film and media have incredible ideas. They don't need any more training, trust me. They really don't. What we do need to figure out is how we can build infrastructure for new media that works and turns these hobbies to hard cash, right? So all of these things are super possible. It took us 8 years. I really hope it doesn't take this next, 8 months to get where we did, because we are thinking about these things seriously. We are thinking about every single, we're thinking about urban planning. We're thinking about taxing. We do want to pay our tax, but we don't want to be robbed. Because regulation isn't clear, right? We do want to partner internationally, and we want to stop being seen as charity. We want to build the way Walt Disney built, right? From Africa, we can do it. So yes, it is very possible to build these incredible media businesses, just like film and television and finance. But we do want to make sure that we're having conversations that matter, not just about one-off grants, but about infrastructure. Thank you very much.
That was amazing, very enlightening indeed. I don't know if any of you have gone to check out I Said What I Said. If you have not, please go check it out. Trust me, you can send letters in. They're the agony aunties that will answer any question you have about anything whatsoever. So it's indeed something to go and check out. So I don't know if anyone has any questions for Jola. Really? Any? From the floor? Go. Fufe, did you raise your hand? Okay. Not gone. We're still here.
Jola, thank you so much for your presentation and for all the work you guys are doing in shaping, behavioral change across Africa, actually. I know I was in and out of your presentation, but I really wanted to hear more about the data around the audiences that the Carousel Network in general, of course, probably led by I Said What I Said, in terms of, I guess, the data around the demographics and maybe some of the, any kind of data you've been able to pull around, maybe feedback around effects of, their mindset shifts and things like that. Particularly, I know you've done some work around content analysis, with women in film, LA, and the like. So if you can speak a little bit to that, it'd be great to add some color to this.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Yes. All right, excellent. So I'll use I Said What I Said as just the springboard, because that's what we have hard data sets on. So we have a 70-30% split. 70% of our listeners are women, 30% of our audience is men. Very surprising. I thought it would be more like 10. But it's a 70-30 split. And more than 80% of our audience is between the ages of 18 and 34. No, sorry, 18 and 45. And the average, I Said What I Said, the average episode is about 90 minutes. The average listener, sorry, let me hold on just 1 second. Let me make sure I'm not lying. And about 60% of our audience listens to about more than half of the episode. So yeah, a sweet spot for our audience is about an hour, 60 minutes, is what more than 50% of that audience will listen to. We have half of our audience is in Nigeria, so 50% of our audience is within Nigeria, and the rest can be found in order. It's the UK, the US, Canada, Ghana, and then Kenya. And I don't know if there's any more numbers you want to ask me, but that's just like sort of like the general data set. And we do an average of about 250,000 listeners per episode. So, yeah.
So there's very good. Thank you. So there's a follow-up question.
Thank you so much for sharing the data. I just had a quick question, follow up to the data you shared. So you said 50% of your listeners come from Nigeria. Do you know what that demographic spread is within the country? So how far is your reach within Nigeria?
Okay, yes. So within that, we have about 40 to 50% in Lagos itself, and then we have Abuja, and the numbers kind of like start to disperse. But 70% are in Lagos and Abuja, and then you have Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Kano, Kwara, and then a lot of it just, yes. But that also has to do with access to data. Yes, how people can get data and how expensive it is comparatively per state. So Lagos is the richest state in Nigeria, and it shows in how our data and purchasing power. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay, I think going, went. That's it. So thank you all so much. Can we put our hands together one more time for the panelists? Very, very educative session indeed. So we'd like to have all of you please stand because we're going to take pictures, a general so I'll get the paparazzi person. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on tight because right after this we're going to go have lunch. This is item 7 on Nigerian programs. It's item 7 because it's a very important item. We've learned about AI and what AI is doing. AI is not replacing people, even though that there are AI, the people can have AI boyfriends, I've heard. I think I'm going to try that one. Yeah, where do I sign up for that? Where do we sign up for that? I think I need to. All right, thank you all. To all of our panelists, we say thank you. A very big thank you to all of our panelists. Can we put our hands together for them one more time, ladies and gentlemen? And I'm going to, with authority, yes, Fife, I can? We can disband, okay. Okay, in 30 minutes, lunch will be served. Oh, we're coming. Okay, lunch is for 30 minutes. So, lunch is now for the next 30 minutes. So please feel free. Food is being, I think they've given their tickets, I believe. I'm not sure, I think. But anyway, so you can go have lunch and we'll be back in 30 minutes and we can continue with the rest of what we have to do for the day. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you in half an hour. 30 minutes, not 45, not 50, 30. Like 29 plus 1. Like half of 60. Yeah, like a quarter of 120, you know what I'm saying? So put your reminders, tell Google to remind you. Just say, hey Google, remind me to go to after lunch for 30 minutes. If we move quick, if we eat quickly, we won't waste too much time. If we go out and have lunch, like now. Second part of today's event. I'd like to ask everyone on this side, please, if we could all just move forward and occupy seats in front, it would be greatly appreciated. That was not a request. It's like, no. Asking everyone just, please move to the front. T for thanks. Thanks so much for your cooperation. So now we're back to, there's a moderator for this panel. What are we doing with the bios of the panelists? And it's according to like, so they need to skew anything. Are we doing the bio? Are you reading the bio? I've been asked to request anybody who's presenting on stage, please stand to that side. Sure. Because of the camera. No worries. Stand to that side. Then, with regards to everyone who's in your panel, as a moderator, are you going to go ahead and do their bios? Are you going to read bios that will come up?
I don't know. I'm just going to read what's here.
That's what I said. I mean, introducing each and every one before you call them up.
Yeah, but it's just
So
what's
I'm
here.
just going to hand over to you.
Sure. It's just what's here. I'm reading.
Okay.
There's only one person.
Okay. Once again, let me welcome everyone to this afternoon session. Thank you all for just hanging with us thus far and for your cooperation. It's greatly appreciated. So you can you all hear me? I'm sorry. That was my AI voice. Now use IA. Sorry. So at this time, we're going to go into another panel discussion. And as I have the power to, I have nominated a moderator for this panel because, like I said, I want to chill. So I've told her she has to moderate this panel. She tried to fight it at first, and I didn't let her, but she's good at taking instruction. She's very, studious. She's intelligent, and she knows who's in charge. She's aware of the power structure in this room and knows that I wield it. So she's going to go ahead and be the moderator for this next panel. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to give her a cooperative round of applause because she's cooperating and taking instruction. And it's none other than, sorry, the reason why I'm here. She called me for this work. I really can't argue with her. If she says jump, I ask how high. But somehow, I'm over her somehow. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome. I call her Fife, but some of you know her as Fifehan. Fifehan Osekanlu, as she comes at this time. She's the founder and principal, Eden Venture Group. Wait. Fifa, sit down. Fifa, sit down. It's not after you have eaten rice and stew and chicken that you clap golf clap. No, dear. You have had lunch. Yeah. So now, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome once again the one and only founder and principal of Eden Venture Group, Fifehan Osekanlu. Put your hands together for her. She comes. There we go. That's better. I'm gonna hand over the floor to her. She's gonna moderate this next panel on distribution, branding, and investment.
Thank you, Chi Girl. Definitely my boss, for sure. She knows how to wield the microphone, so who else to call but her? Thank you, though, for the last minute, jump in. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this afternoon session, and for those who have been around all day, thank you for staying with us, and hope you've enjoyed all the sessions and have learned a thing or two. I know it's some of it is a bit detailed and heavy, but I think it's been beneficial. At least for me, it has in terms of learnings. So I am Fifehan Oshikonlu, as she mentioned, and I'm the founder and principal at Eden Venture Group. And what we're really passionate about is really how we can scale impact as well as profitability, right? In general, so whatever sector we find ourselves. I personally have worked, in the power and energy industry, worked obviously in creative sector, technology, and so on and so forth. So for me, it's always about how do we scale impact in a profitable way, because I've never actually, that's the reason I didn't actually register my company as an NGO, because I really firmly believe that the only way to scale impact is through, and for it to be sustainable, is for us to be able to actually have a business model that does, that is profitable and does generate, income and the bottom line for all involved. So this session right now is exactly about that, right? When we're talking about the creative economy, we're talking about how we're going to scale this impact, right? And we've seen that through media and entertainment, you can scale it, 100-fold, without even really have to do much beyond just play a video or, show, participate in a game, or any kind of entertainment. I mean, we've seen it across what MTV Sugar has been doing. We've seen it in many of the people who have come on this stage today through whether it's the work they're doing in technology or the work they're doing in communities, right? We've seen how media and entertainment has been able to scale that impact in a very significant way. And we've also seen the data, right, which is also the other side of things that helps to prove that this actually does work, right? We've heard the data from MTV Sugar's work that has actually literally cut down, STI infections just because of, a particular show or episodes. We've heard from people in Hollywood, right, who have been able to scale awareness around different things from, usage of condoms to dignity when it comes to different conditions, similar to what I think Johanna showed us on this amazing multiple Emmy-nominated show called, I think it's called The Pit. And we know that it's because of intentional, content analysis, intentional work with these research organizations who have been able to determine and advise on how the script should be written in a way that obviously can essentially change behavior. And so without further ado, I want to go ahead and start to talk about the gap, right? The gap to me, in order to scale all of this, is funding and distribution. And those are two key things that is really what will help us to be able to merge that, merge the groups, the two groups that we're hoping to come together, which is the folks in the development side and the folks in the private sector, in order to, again, scale all of this impact and commercial value. So without further ado, I'll stop talking, and I'll start by introducing our one of our first panelists and speakers, Bolade Okeowo from Karamo Capital. Okay, thank you, Bolade. Bolade will speak to us. Actually, let me give, okay, you have the mic. You can speak on your seat, or do you want to stand? I think.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bolade. It's, so I should sit here. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a bit slow. I had a heavy lunch, much heavier than I anticipated. Yeah. So my name is Bolade Okeowo. It's a pleasure to be here. I work with Karamo Capital. Karamo Capital is a multi-asset class investment shop where we catalyze commercial capital across Africa. I'm also here with one of my colleagues, Lamide, who's at the back, and we both lead tech and creative investing with Kuramo Capital. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I don't really know what the format is, but I just wanted to introduce myself. Thank you.
So let me confess. I have all the bios here, but unfortunately his was left out. So I was thrown off like trying to figure out, where's his bio? Let me read it out. And then I'm like, you know what? You just tell us what you do. So I hope he did a great job doing that for me. So thanks for giving him a round of applause. So next I'm going to invite up Wame Jallow from the Executive Director of MTV Staying Alive Foundation. Please give her a round of applause. And Wame is a global advocate for health rights and environmental justice. She has been a fierce champion for women's and girls' rights, working relentlessly to ensure equitable access to quality health services and essential medicines for all. She's the executive director of the MTV Staying Alive Foundation, and an entity leading innovative entertainment education initiatives that harness the power of storytelling and popular culture to challenge stigma, shift social norms, and inspire collective action globally. Its flagship series, MTV Sugar, is a cultural touchstone and movement tackling critical issues that shape the lives and futures of young people. Again, please help me welcome Wame.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're all eating lunch, so we feel a little bit lethargic. So I'm going to try and walk you through a little bit about MTV Staying Alive Foundation and our work, and then show you a video as well. So hopefully that might get us some energy. Thanks, Fife, for the introduction. Let me start by just saying that MTV Staying Alive Foundation has been around for 28 years. And really, we have proven that storytelling is not just about the entertainment side of things, but also acted as a catalytic tool for changing young lives. And this is really important to us because through our content, we've been able to inspire, motivate, and give information to young people to make informed choices that they believe are life-saving, and give them confidence and agency to be able to show up in the world and have conversations with their peers, with their communities, etc. And this is just a very quick synopsis of some of the work that we've been doing over the last 25 years. We're known for our brand, which is Sugar. How many of you have no sugar? All right, raise of hands. Oh, great. How many of you grew up on sugar? Actually use sugar as a tool? Ah, all right. So Sugar started in 2009, and this was in Kenya. It was called Love, Sex, and Money. And at the time, it was actually, as you all know, Lupita Nyong'o was one of the actresses in Sugar. And she also then went on to direct a few scenes, and then from there, now an Oscar winner. So it was a really amazing start of the Sugar legacy, and was used as a tool to help young people get information about HIV. And at that time, it was taboo to talk about sexual health, family planning, sexual education with your parents. And so when Sugar came on the scene, it was taboo, it was controversial, but guess what? It actually supported a lot of young people to get the information, be able to have the courage to have those brave conversations. Fast forward, Sugar then went to South Africa, it went to India, it's called Nished. Nished means taboo. And guess what? It came to Nigeria in 2013. And I'm glad to see Emmanuel here, right there in the back. He's actually been with us with Sugar from Kenya to South Africa and then Nigeria as well. So welcome, Kemi. Welcome, I call you Femi, but it's Emmanuel. Just in a very quick way, I'm going to just give you some results about when Sugar came to Nigeria in 2013. We're able to have 5 seasons of Sugar in Nigeria. And we went on to do quite a bit of on-the-ground work, peer education, really making sure that we can mainstream the language of sexual health, reproduction with young people. And the results speak for themselves. The reach was really fantastic in Nigeria. in terms of how many people watched it, how many people engaged with the content. Because for us, we measure impact not by numbers only reach, but by the impact that it actually creates on young lives. And across all of our platforms, whether it was on television, on digital media, social media, the engagement of young people has been phenomenal. And this has been largely attributed to some of the distributors and third-party broadcasters we've worked with, who've been able to really make sure that we get this content out there, not only to young people, but also to the parents and teachers and the community as a whole. Fife spoke about this just now, and you heard from Victor this morning about the impact that sugar has had in the various, from the various people who've been exposed to the content. So increased testing, increase in interest in actually going for testing, drop in multiple concurrent partnerships, but also halving the case of chlamydia infections amongst young women. So with no further ado, we do this best. We always show the videos that actually tell our story better. I'm going to ask them to cue the video so you can watch the actual sugar movement in action across the continent, but this one also talks about the sugar movement in Kenya. Video, please.
I have always turned a blind eye when it comes to politics. And ignorance is no defense. We did not know enough to care.
I don't think anyone is wrong. Nobody leaves or wakes up in the morning and says I want to be wrong.
There's absolutely no fear now more than ever, because centrally we're in a space where people want better and people know and are aware that they deserve better, and I think that's what people are asking for.
Gen Z's only fear pregnancy, marriage, and data bundles running out.
I wanna be.
You can't just give someone internet bundles and be like, good luck finding all the stuff that I agree with.
Let's talk about men's mental health. I am going to be my brother's keeper.
The quality of one's future life is not as strongly dependent on education as it was in the past.
So many people lost their lives. We do owe it to them to continue that fight.
Thank you, Wame. I would like to also now introduce a film executive and entrepreneur driving market access solutions for independent creators and AI-enabled distribution systems. And that is Ego. I never do this, I always try, but I really don't want to ruin this last name. But he's the COO of Filmmakers Mart, building digital distribution tools for African filmmakers. Please give him a round of applause. But I need you to tell me how to say your last name, please.
Okay, good afternoon, guys. My name is Igo Arusi Avre. You can't pronounce it. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So, I'm CEO of Filmmakers Mart and Rupi Africa. Filmmakers Mart, we are a platform where this way. Yeah, so, good? Yeah. So, Filmmakers Mart is a platform where we provide verified services for film production companies. The idea is that we were first filmmakers before we started doing tech. And then we saw certain things, issues with transparency, people not being very sincere with how things happen. So we decided to create this. First, it was Filmmakers Mart, basically for location finding. Then we started providing other services aside from location, welfare. Recently, we have just launched, in partnership with Cornerstone, we have just launched insurance services for filmmakers. So filmmakers can actually buy insurance for their films in Nigeria, tailored insurance for the creative industry. It is okay to say, oh, let's get insurance, but then there's not so much tailored insurance for the creative industry. So we are, should I say we're industry-centric people? So we are just trying to create structures because we believe that the future of the film industry, of the creative industry, is going to be on those structures that we build. So we are just trying to be the guys building those structures. We'll Pay Africa, on the other end, is a payroll platform tailored for the film industry as well. We realized that, like a lot of things I've been saying here today about AI, data class, data, and all of those, a lot of people, we don't have data of what's going on in the industry. How much is spent on a film, how much an actor is paid, what amount is going to this, what amount is going to that. And then when you sit with people like the private equity guys, that's an issue. So what we are doing with We'll Pay Africa, aside from creating a payroll platform and a finance management platform for filmmakers, we're also trying to ensure that we have a data bank, sort of, where we can get information about what is going on in terms of payment. Yeah, that's what we're doing currently.
Thank you so much. You can have a seat. Next, I would like to welcome to join us on stage. I don't see him. Oh, I see him, yeah. Okay. Eric Noboa, who's the co-CEO of Impact Ed International, integrating education and media to drive behavior change. Please welcome Eric Noboa. He's a founder and executive producer behind award-winning programs, Emmy award-winning programs, including My Better World, and works globally to align creative production with learning outcomes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fifa. Good afternoon. So my name is Eric Noboa, and I'm with Impact Ed International. And we were first established by the Discovery Channel, what is now part of Warner Brothers Discovery, but are now independent and on our own. And we produce and distribute social impact entertainment, or media for social impact, to really address directly and solve big, intractable global problems. And we do that across sectors. We work in education, the environment, health, mental health. We do it across genres, so it could be animated shorts, scripted feature films, chat shows, and we do it across distribution platforms. So from broadcast all the way through to community screenings. And you heard a little earlier today, very ably from Victor, from Tomas, about the impact that our community screenings had up north in Kano State, and really the dramatic impact that had across so many communities. It's been great. It's been very successful. We are now looking to take that success and spread it to others. So share what we know, share our frameworks and some of our strategies, and work with others, foundations, corporations, and other nonprofits to advance media for social impact, help them really maximize the opportunity that media provides to create change, be it economic or social. So without further ado, we can skip the PowerPoint. That's not super exciting. Let's go right to a sizzle video, and then excited to start the conversation.
Thank you, Eric. Can I ask that we try and move to this side because we have somebody joining us on the screen so if you can sit here. Actually, you can sit here. I'll just stand. No, you can sit here. Let's just do musical chairs for a second. Okay, great. So before she joins us, I'll just introduce her briefly, Busola Tejumola. Oh, she's online. Hi, Busola, can you hear us? Hello, Busola, can you hear us? But we can't hear her. Well, let me introduce her briefly while they fix the sound. Busola Tejumola is the executive head of general entertainment channels at MultiChoice, championing African content excellence. She leads strategy, programming, and talent development across Africa's largest entertainment network. And she advocates for women in production and STEM. Please give her a round of applause, even though she's not here. And I don't have a seat. I wonder if I can just move this here. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just start with Bolade since you've been sitting here the longest. And to talk really to us about maybe your strategy around investing in the creative economy. I know you guys have been thinking, talking, and doing. And I know that one of the biggest challenges is obviously the distribution of the various opportunities, that you might have come across. And so if you can please just talk to us a little bit about maybe how you guys are addressing that. Maybe when the sound stops. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fife. Great to be here again. When it comes to distribution, it's at the core of our thesis for investing in this asset class. And I think maybe the word distribution sometimes we make it long because distribution just basically means who are you selling to and how are they paying. And the only way we can finance your IP and turn it into an asset. An asset is, a purchase that can keep generating you revenues. That's why it's an asset. It's either an asset or a liability. So if we're thinking about it in strict accounting terms, what are you creating that we can rely on the revenues that are coming in to make an investment decision? For every pot of money that we have to allocate, there's an opportunities of skill and opportunity cost, I beg your pardon, and skill of preference to say, why are we doing this over this? And so for me to choose yours that is a creative enterprise, I need to be able to point to the revenue sources, the revenue stream, the stickiness of the revenues, and the predictability of the revenues. Anything other than that, then I'm making the decision, not really a commercial decision, it's other decisions, which are not bad, but our job is to make a commercial decision. So at Kuramo, what we've then asked ourselves is that it's been very difficult to be able to answer this question when it comes to creatives. It doesn't mean creatives don't want to answer the question, but as I said last night, there's a few people who are here now that have that skill set and the passion for creatives to be able to match the creatives' financial needs to an investor's needs to deploy capital. And to match that, there's a number of things that we need to solve. But I was talking to Kosi just now, and I was telling him that he's bang on in terms of it's trust. We just need to bridge for that trust deficit. The quality of investment materials that we create as creatives, the transparency, clarity, and granularity of that document is what is required. And, you know, and sometimes I actually feel for some creatives that have put in a lot of work in talking about their, I don't know, their movie, their podcast network, and they think they have an amazing deck. And to be fair, it's pretty. But when it comes to the numbers, you need to help me bridge the gap. And for me, that's really the distribution that we're looking at. Where are you selling this? And can I pinpoint, can I stake my reputation internally in the office on how you're going to make this money back? And if I can, then yeah, fine. Then I then have to prove it to my IC that consists of other people who have different worldviews than I have, probably older than I am. And so I'm cool because I'm Altair. They're not. Right. So I then have to go through that as well. And, you know, it's our jobs, it's our careers. People lose their jobs if these things don't come back. So we don't talk about that enough. But having said all of that, we're here. The appetite is here. The time, it's never been such a time, you know, to want to back creatives. So we're here. So how are we going to make it work? You guys have something you want to sell. We're here, we have capital, we have access to more capital. So we'll find a way. And until then, we'll keep coming for these events, we'll keep speaking on these panels, but one day, the money will meet those hands.
Thank you for that. I think one thing I would like to come back and circle back, and hopefully maybe some of the other esteemed panelists might touch on this, is the how, right? Essentially, the key thing is like, well, how does this work for us? And I'd like to kind of come back to you on maybe, you know, some other innovative thoughts that you may have had and experienced and seen, even if it's not in this market. But to that effect, I think that Ego, you're actually doing something kind of, for lack of a better word, sticky, that the IFC has seen fit to invest in, which is with Filmmakers Mart. So maybe you can kind of answer, you know what I mean, the question he kind of asked around, like, how come the IFC saw it fit, and what would you say were the key drivers of maybe that decision in the way that you guys have structured your creative, you know, venture?
Okay, so I think that it falls back to transparency. You said something about transparency, and then data. You know, one thing that we don't really have in this industry is data. And then if you as an investor want to do something with me, the first thing you want to see is what information, what data do you have, let me see what you have going on, what are the numbers and all of that. It has to make sense, like you said. It's not just about, I was saying to somebody earlier today that it's past the time where we do films based on, I just want to make a film. We have to do films that are data driven right now. You know, we have to do films that we know what the audience want to see. We know where the audience want to see. It doesn't always have to be, we all can't go to the cinemas, for example. We all shouldn't go to YouTube, for example. It starts to be data-driven. And so I think basically, to answer your question, it's more of transparency, putting things in the right perspective. This is the reason why we started in the first place. Because we had issues ranging from people not being sincere. For example, an agent will tell you a place is 200,000. Maybe your space is 200,000. The agent goes to tell the producer that the space is 1 million naira. There's 800K there, you know, and it is not sincere. So with our platform, for example, whatever you see is what it is. So we are not trying to add some 10,000, 1,000, 2 million on whatever it is. It is transparency. So if, as an investor, you are certain that there is data to back whatever claim that this person said he has. So I think that is where, when it comes to distribution, it's also where I would beg the guys in distribution companies to also release this information to filmmakers, to help filmmakers understand, because I am a filmmaker as well. You know, you just go, you make film with the mindset of, oh, I'm going to sell it to Netflix. Then Netflix happened to all of us. And then we were stranded. Yeah, because the idea was that you make the film, Netflix is there, they're going to buy it, whether it's good, and then you make your money back. I come to you, I say, okay, I know I can get it to so and so distributor to get it to Netflix. And then all of a sudden, we all got the money, we made the films, and then Netflix said,
And then we are like, oh, it's been 2 years now, nobody has sold their films. So people are trying to take their films that were made for streaming platforms to YouTube just to try to get their returns back. So I think if for the industry, for us, it is very important that we are transparent, we have the right information, we know what every penny is going into and why. That is the only way we can track profitability. That is the only way we can say to people like him that this is what we are trying to do, this is what we are going to do. Hence why we have the platform called RoPay Africa. RoPay Africa is basically to help you track every naira that is spent, every money that is spent on the production. And then I don't have to go looking for receipts or stuff to come and prove to you that, oh, we did this or we did that. At the same time, another conversation that we are also having, which I think would somewhat help with investors and stuff, is internally we've been talking about how filmmakers, there's this thing that happened in other parts of the world where filmmakers do not have to get their returns from different spaces. Yeah, you could just get all your return in one point. Yeah. So RoPay is going to act in that regard, such that you don't have to then start saying, oh, I got 10,000 from this person, from that person, or from this distributor or that distributor. Everything is in one space. Yeah, you can then, as an investor, you can see all of that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think it's a matter of data and then being transparent. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I think, I definitely agree with the data. I think David was here earlier today, and he spoke a lot about, the details of that. I don't think you were here then, but
I wasn't.
Yeah, but Samir, I believe from the IFC was like, this is this is music to my ears, because that is what moves, like you said, the decision making. So thank you for that as well. And then I want to I was going to introduce Busola, but I don't know if she's on. She's not on? Oh, Busola, are you there? She's talking? The sound is still not quite working. Or maybe she should Okay. So again, we'll try to circle back to her shortly. But let me go to you, Arik. I think, Arik, if you could maybe just talk to us a little bit about how Impact Ed is essentially, this data issue we're talking about, right? What are some examples of, the measurable outcomes, right, around data and distribution of some of the films? I know your work is essentially merging the education and the entertainment, right? But how does that tie in when we're talking about, the financing aspect, but also the distribution of that, right? Which is essentially what is more attractive to particularly the more private sector funders.
Yeah, so we look at it somewhat differently because we're a nonprofit. So we're looking at both financial return, but also impact return and social return. So we do look at eyeballs, and we also look at money. So we do license our content for a fee, and that works for us because we're trying to have a sustainable business model, even as a nonprofit. But we also have to put eyeballs first ahead of financial returns to meet the impact goals that we have. So, and impact over prestige. So we can get very excited about Netflix, and they're a good partner of ours. We have a couple of films on Netflix, but they wouldn't typically be our first stop. We would want a window to where the eyeballs are the most, so terrestrial free-to-airs and things like that before going to a Netflix, which relatively speaking has a much smaller audience. But I think what's interesting is, everywhere in the world, forever, since the beginning of media and television and film, people have always said content is king. And I think that's sort of true, but our experience in Africa is that the content is there. The distribution is more than a speed bump. It's like a roadblock, and that's the real challenge. Yesterday we were at AFRIF and did a panel, and after that panel, 7 filmmakers came up to me, and they all wanted to talk about distribution, distribution, and distribution. 7 out of 7. It's a big challenge.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that. Because, I mean, okay, so distribution. 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 Can we hear Busola now? Because she's a distributor. It would be great to hear from her if we could. Is there any sound? No? Okay. Let me then go to Wame really quickly. Wame. Let me shift a little bit because I really want to hear. Okay, Busola, can you hear us? But we can't hear you. That's the problem. So, yeah, technical people, please help us to fix this because we would really like to hear from our key distributor in this panel. But back to Wame really quickly while we wait for that. I want to switch a little bit, you know, because again, she's more of the expert on distribution. I mean, you guys have obviously been distributing, you know, I mean, you shared that in your, just now when you were presenting. But I really wanted to just kind of hear a little bit more. We've talked about the fact that, you know, as a nonprofit, you know, you're not necessarily trying to generate income, but then you also do need to scale, right? Which requires some kind of additional funding from the private sector. And so how has MTV proven scalable and sustainable over time in a way that you believe can, you know, be interesting, I would say, to these private funders?
Great. Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, okay. My piece here. Yeah, that's a really good question. I think part of it is thinking through what is it that we're measuring. I mean, I like when Arik said it, you know, how, what is being measured. So the scalability, so yes, Sugar has reached 300 million across the world, and those are the eyeballs, and those are the number of people reached. But it's not just about that. It's also about what happens next. What is the action that young people then take as a consequence of actually seeing what they have. And I think that's what appeals. It's all well and great to use a matrix of success as I've seen the content, but what is the action that has taken? What is the change and impact that has taken place? And so it's really phenomenal to actually have abilities to have World Bank and Tulane University and Johns Hopkins actually measure the social norm shift, the change in society, creating an enabling environment for access issues. So that's one thing. But then also how we're seeing service access as well, right? How many young people are actually accessing services as a result of the information that they've received is also another a part of it. So the appeal to private sector is that they see a shift in behavior, they're seeing a shift in the environment that they're working in, and they're able to invest in this because ultimately it actually generates the next generation of young people who can then take the issues forward.
Okay, thank you. I think that what I heard is more on the impact side. And I know that the private sector is very interested in that. But like he said, and like I've heard multiple times, they're more interested in the bottom line, right? They're more interested, the impact is a icing on the cake. And so it would just be really interesting to kind of hear a little bit about if there's any ways, you know what I mean, that there's things that you guys are thinking through around what could be interesting for them on the profit side. Yeah, sure.
Sorry, the other thing I wanted to mention as well is the content creation side, like the content. So part of this as well is building the capacity of young content creators. I mean, we've been hearing this morning about the opportunity of the creative economy and building it. What we do as MTV Staying Alive Foundation is not just about the content that we produce, it's how we produce it, right? Is actually developing young people into the sector. So teaching them to become filmmakers, teaching them to actually take things forward. So I think from an investment point of view, having young people who are viable to be able to grow this industry is a big contribution to the sector. And that's, I think, a lot of what we do. And we've been able to do that through a lot of our film production. We have something called the Talent Acceleration Program, and it's really targeting putting young people in different parts of the industry and helping them actually then take this forward to become filmmakers, to be able to generate the films that actually then have a return on investment as well.
Awesome, thank you. Actually, I was going to add to that to say that, you know, as you know, they've worked with people from Lupita to, you know, our own, you know, local, when I say local, Nigerian celebrities, for lack of a better word. And one thing that is really, that we've been talking about, even, you know, just from the impact side, but even on the financing side is, again, like you said, content creators, right? They're their own literal distribution network now, right, through social media. So I'll come back to Bolade to kind of talk a little bit about that, because I find that to be, and I think many people find that to be a major innovative way of, you know, bridging that distribution gap in terms of, you know, social media content. Especially, you know, of course, you know, with everything kind of being short form now, and that's, you have millions and millions of viewers on these different platforms. So is that something that you guys are looking at? Because there's definitely, and I mean, we've heard from investors like Audacity today who are investing in, you know, content creation on a global level, you know, generating millions of dollars, at least on the US side, and something that can be scaled and leveraged on the, you know, Africa side. So just wondering if you guys have had any thoughts about or opportunities that you've maybe, you know, looked into or that might be interesting in that arena.
Yeah, we have taken a look, and we've just actually made an investment commitment to a Nigerian streaming platform. We've been working with the team. Yeah, so I was saying that we've been looking at it, and we looked at it even much closer, because recently we just made a commitment to a streaming platform that's about to start. And when we were doing our sort of market analysis, we saw that the apart from consumers' like attention span, it's actually much easier to shoot these content types. You just need to sort of like invest in the quality of the story to make it engaging. But that's also data-based, apparently. Even the colors of the outfits that the actors wear on those reels is actually data-driven, and it's some of them, and the sound as well, some of them is all data-driven. But now, so let's play this scenario. So we have shorts, something about, I don't know, something like Baba Segi's Wives, you know, shorts, and there's an ad, and you click on it. It then takes you to, so if you click on it, you watch the reel on Instagram, and then you then become, so Instagram then pays you, right? Because of the content. Now, I don't know the numbers, but is that enough? Is that enough to ROI to say that's where you're basing that economic decision to make that particular 5-minute short movie? I don't know what the answer is. I mean, creatives can educate me, but I probably think the answer is no, because the Instagram, I just think that, I don't know. I think the answer is no. So then we then take it to your own platform. So you have your streaming platform, basically. And now, so if it was going to be YouTube, the same thing. YouTube in Nigeria is different. The YouTube payouts in Nigeria is different from YouTube payouts in, same thing as, you know, when they say about Spotify and all of that, it's different. So I think it then all boils down to, let's start our own streaming platform so we can control our own destiny. And that's one of the reasons why we made that decision to do the streaming platform. So what we're now saying is that, okay, that streaming platform, if you're charging, so they say Nigerians have 37 million people on TikTok. If we get 1% of that, that's, you go 370K. So you then ask yourselves that, okay, if we charge 370,000 people 1,000 naira a month, now, is that enough for me to basically make, I don't know, 100 shorts or, you know, 50 shorts a month? Those questions are still very hard to answer. But that's why I'm really excited about Filmmakers Mart, because all of a sudden, you can come with a model to me, and instead of me asking jam questions, I just go there and try and price it out and see if it makes sense. And so we're getting closer and closer to when the data is readily available and we can make investment decisions. So everything I've said, everything I've just spoken about, this scenario I've just played in our head, it's a combination of options for us to make an investment decision. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but I'm just basically trying to explain to you that it's not black or white. we keep reiterating and reiterating until it now makes sense. People have done it, they've paid school fees, and I use Nas as that because I think he paid school fees for other people to now start making movies in a way that they can tell investors this is what it's going to cost us, and these are the distribution mechanisms through which we'll make our money back. But I'm a very big fan of those shorts. I watch all those ads and I watch it till the end. And and so I'm sure if there was some nice ones with like Shango and his side wives or something, I think it will be really nice. But until then, thank you.
If I could just add to what he said.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
I was actually coming to you, by the way. So maybe you're going to answer the question. So in addition to what you're going to say, I'll have a question for you.
Okay. So I think, like they just did, they are investing in infrastructures to help promote an industry. I think we should also look beyond investing in the creatives themselves and invest in structures. I was just talking to somebody behind, and the person was saying one of the issues we have in the industry is education. There's a large knowledge gap. People don't know a lot of things. People don't know about a lot of things. Like, we're trying to do this insurance thing for the film industry, and then we had like a conversation with a few filmmakers, from the established ones to the very ones, the very new ones. And then some people, do you do insurance? No, not really. Why? Because insurance is expensive. Yeah, but insurance, you should do insurance for your film, because filming is, I don't know how to say it, but it's like anything that will go wrong can go wrong. Yeah, and will go wrong. So you should have that. Yeah, in Nigeria, you should have that backup. Yeah, so there's a lot of things to invest in aside from investing in the creative work itself. Infrastructures are there. We should invest in human capacity. People need to go to school. People need to learn these things. It's not 3-month short programs. I'm serious. I'm tired of the 3-month short programs that we're doing. Like, everybody's starting one new film school after the other. No. People actually have to go to school properly for these things. We can no longer learn filmmaking from hand to hand. Like, I'm learning from this person to this person. Yeah, so aside from investing in streaming platforms, and then talking about distribution, there are other, somebody was saying something in Toronto during TIFF, and was saying they're trying to do distribution using blockchain, such that there's going to be a central space where everybody can get a token, and then you can just buy the film and what you don't have to, the film does not have to go to any major streaming platform first. So these things, as like you said, lots and lots of these things are coming out as people begin to see and understand a lot more about these things. So I believe first thing, like I said, is there's this knowledge gap. A lot of people don't know. So yeah, that's what I was just going to say. That it's good that you're investing in other aspects of the
Thank you for bringing that up, actually, because I did want to mention that because I think this is one of the main reasons why we're having these different conversations, is because in order for us to be able to bridge that knowledge gap that you're talking about, the skills and knowledge jobs, that gap, we need the development sector to also, put in their funding. And the goal is to get that funding to be essentially blended with the more like equity, focused funding. In that way, we're able to do the thing you're talking about that is very necessary, that we know is obviously a massive gap, as well as benefits, or at least interest the private funders to be able to bring their capital. So the goal, to be honest, the outcome from this past 2 weeks of us going to Abuja and Lagos and LA and New York is to be able to come to a point where we pilot some kind of fund that kind of has a blended financing structure that allows for us to have the, development funding to fund the impact ed programming and the MTV Sugar programming and the development, the capacity development, aspect of things, and even some maybe pre-production, that is, again, not so sexy for the private equity guys. But then add on the private equity funding to be able to then catalyze, right, that the investment for scale and for growth, for economic growth. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I just got a light bulb moment.
So of old school, semicolon. And so what if there was like something of that nature, but maybe like a DFI slash, private sector blended finance to do like student loans for people that wanted to study education formally. I'm sorry, study, not education, what's it called? Film education. Yeah, film, yeah, okay. It's educational, yeah. So I don't know, and then, but again, the question is, so say for example, Karamo put $5 million down, and we wanted to approach World Bank to match it. That's $10 million. Again, how do we see this being a sustainable model where it runs on its own, like almost like it's self-running endowment where we don't have to ask for more money, but we're deploying to these filmmakers and we're getting enough money from them to fund next year's cohort of filmmakers. And those ones too, we don't get in the red and we fund next year's. So it's those really like questions where it takes financial engineering, understanding the assets that is required. But I think that's actually an idea that somebody should hopefully move with.
I mean, that somebody is us. Like, that's literally what we're doing. And I hope we can hear Busola now. Busola, if you can hear us, please say something.
I can hear you.
Yay! Can everybody say yay? Finally. Okay, great. So again, let me just refresh your memory. Busola Tejumola is the executive head of General Entertainment Channels at MultiChoice. And she's championing African content excellence, leading strategy, programming, and talent development across Africa's largest entertainment network. She advocates for women in production and STEM. Again, please help me welcome again Busola Tejumola. And Busola, if you can just tell us, a little bit, just like everyone else did at the beginning, about, what you're doing, how, and I'm sure you may have heard the conversation. If you wanted to just kind of add to that, and then, we'll continue on with the conversation.
Thank you very much, Fifehan. Thanks for your patience. I know technology has tried us this afternoon. Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Busola Tejumola, and I am the executive head for General Entertainment Channels for MultiChoice. What this means is that manage the structure and the strategy for our own channels where we produce content for. That's all the magics. So Nigeria will have Africa Magic, Kenya will have Maisha Magic, South Africa will have Mzansi Magic, and so on. So a lot of all our local channels have magics at the end. And then the international channels you see on the platform. Just wanted to piggyback on what the last speaker said, and I'm sorry I didn't hear a lot of the conversations before now because we were trying to get online. But Fifehan, just what you were saying about development, I think it's a whole ecosystem that needs to be funded, right? So you have your development, which was spoken about just now with the light bulb moment, like if Karamo brought 5 million, would you then find a fund that can match it? And then how is that structured? Well, we have something that is structured, which is the MultiChoice Talent Factory. It's a 1-year course that we take in just 20. So it's not mass, it's just 20 filmmakers or potential filmmakers where they have online training, in-person training, and I'm sure a few people in the room must have been facilitators, and hands-on training, right? So that at the end of the 1 year, you have seasoned filmmakers that go back into the industry. But that's just the one end. And I know there's many other organizations and initiatives who are trying to achieve the same thing, right? But from the ecosystem point of view, you've gotten a part of the development sorted. What happens to the rest of the chain? So you've developed funded, seasoned filmmakers. When they are done with the capacity building, they need jobs. They need the opportunities and the platforms and funding to actually produce movies. And then they need the distribution. And I'm sure that's one of the reasons why we're here today. So I just thought to add a bit of that about the MultiChoice Talent Factory.
Thank you. That was actually perfect because it really literally answered.
So I was one of the
And
multi-choice
Ego
guys.
here was one of the facilitors.
No, not facilitator.
Oh.
I was actually a student of multi-choice talent
Oh,
factory.
okay.
So
Perfect.
my company started from multi-choice talent factory. Myself, my co-founder, two of my co-founders, Eric Otrifo and Chioma Podeke, we all met while we were in Multi-Choice Talent Factory Academy, and we decided to come together to solve this problem that we saw. You know, that's where we started from. So thank you.
Amazing. Thank you.
Hi, yes, I can see you now.
Thank you. So yeah, I mean, that's obviously a great example. But I want to quickly come back to you because I remember I had that question for you around how can AI assist in matching distributors and content creators? Because that's also something that we have right now that is obviously, you know, one of the key things that we're talking about today. We've had several presentations from some of the experts in the room from the World Bank and from Nigeria who are doing a lot of innovative work using AI, right, to essentially bridge a lot of the gaps that we're finding in the creative sector. So to, you know, in terms of the work you're doing, you know, with distributors, I mean, with distribution and, you know, content, could you just kind of talk to us a little bit because, you know, in it says that you have some experience around that. If you can talk to us about that and, of course, how that also relates to this conversation we're having around access.
Okay, so it so happens that just a few days ago, we had like a management meeting amongst ourselves, and then we were just talking about how we're going to make AI work for what we're doing and all of the things we're doing. And then one entry point we are coming in from is the fact that we are already doing, getting models, and we're going to be teaching the models how to look at scripts and then do a proper breakdown of what is going to cost, what likely you need, what is this. And you know, like somebody said here today, we cannot depend on the models and the data sets that we get from the West, because then it will not fit to the kind of stories that we tell. So the first entry point, in fact, I started at CTO and I said to him that, so where do we start from? And he said, first thing we have to, first of all, teach the machines. We have to get, since we don't have a lot of data regarding how things happen here, we then have to get experienced people that would have to sit down months and teach the machines what to do, what to look out for, how to operate. So basically, what AI will do, or what AI does for the industry, is that it will help us, like all of this we are talking about data and stuff, AI will be able to analyze and give us what audience are looking to see, what we should do. That way, you're making a film, you can then make a film that would not just be for Nigerian audience, it would be for a global audience, because you know what's is going to be seen in this particular region, what can be seen, what they like to see, you know, all of that. So that is where we are working on, trying to ensure that we incorporate AI properly. And then recently, I think this was just yesterday, I had a conversation with my colleague, Eric, and then there are people building stuff that allow for you to create an entire location or a space using AI. You do not have to exactly, so let me give you a real-life example of what happened. So just some days ago, a client reached out to me saying that, oh, Ego, I was told that you could help me get access to film in the airport, in the international airport. And I said, yes, I could do that. I said, but the last time we filmed there, it was like 2 million naira. The person was like, I don't have 2 million naira. But I said, let me talk to them. So I went there. On getting there, it is now 5 million naira. And I was like, whoa, this is crazy. And this person, I literally said to the person that, oh, this 5 million. He said, no, this is insane. I can't do that. And this is not if I call the person's name, everybody in the house will know the person. So imagine a young filmmaker that wants to shoot in a place like that. It's the reason why we also think that you should invest in other infrastructures aside from just creative works, purpose-built sets and all, community cinemas. Community cinemas actually, I have a friend that's actually working on that. Community cinema is also a way we can distribute our films. We do not all have to go to, everybody cannot pay 7K, 10K, 15K. Then 1K, 2K in a community cinema that does not have the paparazzi of the big cinemas. People can afford that. That way, you do not have to then wait for the big names to distribute your film. You can actually get your film distributed in communities and make some returns out of it. This conversation is ongoing in a lot of spaces. I know a guy called CineClick. They are currently doing that. They built the first cinema somewhere in, somewhere in Aguda, Surulere. They built the first cinema, they've tested it, they're just waiting for more funding to make it a lot bigger, to scale it here. So I think, coming back to the AI question, it's just going to help with analyzing what we are doing, help in putting things in proper perspective, and helping the filmmakers to know, if you do it like this, if you do it like this, this is going to sell, this is not going to sell. And then it also helps with yourself to understand that, okay, somebody bring you a story, you can easily just put the prompt, and then know if this story is going to be another one of those, I make a film, I can't sell it kind of story. Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's actually a lot of the conversation that I think Shareth and Tomas and Victor at the World Bank are working on, University of Pennsylvania, are working on around how to, essentially do what you just described. They've done several presentations, probably weren't here for them, but one of the key things, I think, even for the financiers, is actually AI helping to identify the kind of, so literally maybe you putting in a script or a business idea, a creative idea into, whatever your favorite AI bot is, and it'll tell you if this is something that you should invest in, and it'll tell you what your returns could look like, and it'll tell you, so these are ways that AI can also kind of help the industry in general. So I wanted to kind of go back to Busola, if you can hear us, and we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you,
yes. Perfect. So wanted to ask really quickly, how can what drives viewership growth among African youth, based on what you've seen in your own, data over the years that you've worked, with this, with MultiChoice, and of course, you guys have been able to gather a lot of data. So it'd be interesting to kind of hear that, because obviously that's also part of the data sets, as we talked about before you joined, that is really important, right, for investors to make decisions.
Yes. So firstly, and I hope, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So firstly, I'll dial back just a bit on data and tracking impact and behavioral impacts, and then segue into the youth, right? What drives the viewership among the younger audience? So firstly, you see, we have to be intentional about viewership, right? And the kind of data that we get. So we go beyond ratings, but it's to now understand resonance. So yes, we track viewership numbers, that's who's watching, when and for how long, but what truly matters, or one of the things that really matter, is the why they're watching and what changes after they do. Right, so there's this triangulation of insights that happen. It's your quantitative insights, it's the social listening, social monitoring and listening, and then your traditional research. I know that a lot of companies don't really invest in traditional research anymore because now there's AI and all of that, but those are also really still important. So based on that, what we see drive viewership and growth is really resonance. So firstly, what we're seeing with our youth nowadays, our young audiences today, is a complete redefinition of engagement. They want stories that speak their language, literally and figuratively. The days of your one size fits all, we all know, is done, right? So our audiences are drawn to content that reflects their realities, their humor, their hustle, their aspirations, their fashion. I can go on and on. If they see a mimic of it in your storytelling, then it drives the viewership there. And so what we've done is just leaned into that insight by investing deeply in your authentic local storytelling. So you'd see your local shows across the different channels that mimic topical issues, right? That you don't necessarily have to speak to it, but you can weave it into your storytelling. Right, so it's your gender equality, equity. It's topics as important as forcing the pressure on the young girl to get married at a certain age. Right, it's living in the rural areas. See, those kind of stories that mirror the modern African experience, but are told with quality, drives growth. You then have your big formats, like your Big Brother Naija, that goes beyond entertainment. It's become a cultural touch point. for expression, for youth expression, for entrepreneurship, for social conversations, right? These are the kind of things that we see drive viewership. We know that technology, of course, also plays a big role. And I'm sure that those conversations have happened today around how and where your viewers are finding the content. So there are many platforms now, right, that have created the accessibility and affordability for your viewers. These are the things that drive your viewership. But over and above that, I think that if you're going to the heart of the content, right, what's really feeling the connection that I'm speaking about is pride. It's pride in seeing our culture, in seeing our slang, in seeing our stories presented with the same quality and excitement as anything global. That powerful and emotional connection, that's where the good usually comes from. If you look at majority or a lot of Nigerian titles that have done well, either in box office, on the streaming platforms, on TV, they all have a thread of this connection that I'm speaking to. That's what's driving the viewership.
Amazing. Yeah, okay, of course.
Yeah, no, thank you, Bislov, for saying that. And I think that's really powerful and true. I think the other side of it is also thinking about formats. We do a lot of work around mapping where our audiences are and the type of where they receive the information. Some get it on social media, some get it on radio, some get it on television. And I think it's also recognizing that people have now a shorter attention span. We do long form content. You may get some hits here and there. We do a shorter form content, and we've done that. We've actually experimented in taking our long form content and done small plugs of TikTok or something smaller. People actually watch it for 30 seconds and then go to the long form content as well. So I think the other side of that is knowing where to message how and playing around with different formats and different spaces. Also recognizing, and I love the idea of the community cinemas, because we do a lot of screenings, and that's because we're bridging the digital divide. People in rural communities are not able to access television or information the same way. Electricity, power, I mean, in Botswana we have power outages all the time. How do you reach them? How do you find other ways of reaching populations? So format, bridging the digital divide, but knowing your audiences, I think, is really critical, and we need to do more mapping on that in terms of a data point.
Awesome. Did somebody else want to add to that?
Well, just one thing, and that I think what a number of us are touching on is diversification. It's not about one opportunity with one audience. The community cinema is such a great example. We think about that in a number of ways, and you want to be true to, like from an impact perspective, you want to be true to your impact and your sort of primary audience, but sometimes we think about things in terms of diversification, and somebody mentioned this a bit earlier, in terms of audience. So we're working with this project in Southern Africa, but the characters are going to be like a sea turtle and a shark, and so that could travel really well. And we could take that all kinds of places. And so as we're talking about and thinking about in the pre-production stage, we're thinking about distribution and what could we do? Okay, yes, Southern Africa is our principal audience, our target audience, but could we construct this in a way that has international distribution that drives additional revenue so that we're creating a sustainable business model?
Awesome. You know what? I think, how much time do we have? Do we have time for questions? Yeah? Okay, great. So what I would just like to do now before we go into questions is just kind of ask you guys if you had one key takeaway from all of these conversations. I have mine, and I'll wait till you guys go. But if you had one maybe key takeaway, and if there was someone you would ideally want to collaborate with, partner with as we step off this stage, even if the person is not, if you don't know their name or if they're not in the room right now, what kind of person would that be? What kind of organization would that be? And what could that look like? I know that's a little bit of a mouthful, but maybe I'll go first to give you guys a chance to think, right? Okay, cool. So from what I've heard a lot of data. I've heard distribution, obviously. I've heard branding around the formats and the knowing your audience, and designing it to fit your audience, the content, of course, again, around the kind of content, right, that moves and inspires and and then you mentioned format around like the sea turtles, something that can move globally, right? Not just the kind of only local content. But then I've also heard this idea of a blended finance where we have the development organizations like the World Bank, and like we said, well, for Karamo, right, or whoever, coming together to essentially bring funding that can be catalytic and also, developmental when it comes to the skills gap. And developmental in the sense that, as you're teaching these people and they're learning, they're coming out on the other end having jobs because there's a production that's tied to it that was funded through equity. And so that's my key takeaway. So let me know who wants to go first. Okay.
No, I think the other side of it, I think, you spoke about this, is the tech companies as well, like how we actually are creating new streaming platforms. Those are I think there really is space, especially in Africa, to try and build on that. And what does that look like, especially given an audience, understanding of the audiences, because that's where the bottleneck is. It's not that we don't have enough content. We have lots of content. We just don't have the platform. So my key takeaway is what kind of innovation or innovative opportunities or partnership between the creatives and the tech companies are, because I think that gives an opportunity to think differently and out of the box of how we can have greater reach.
Thank you. So I've come away challenged in the sense that, so what product can we as Karamo and a multi-asset class shop put out that we can get large allocators of capital from any part of the world to back us to find, should I say, more nimble, smaller guys that can help us meet our targets when it comes to the creative space. And yeah, almost like a fund of funds where, but if I say fund of funds, then we're making it again long. So I'll just say who can back us or who can work with us to find investment platforms that can help us, meet some of these goals. So for example, who can back us to then work with somebody that wants to do community cinemas, for example, or localized purpose-built production studios that would go across maybe different geopolitical zones and create jobs and also opportunities for technical learning in that field. And so that way you basically have, say for example, you take it to Abuja, you have people who came from Kano, Kaduna, and they came to Abuja, we got land, we did some sort of, we divided the land into two, and some part of it we do like a studio where we bring people from all over the country to do stuff there. And on that same land, you have like a community cinema. And then it becomes a very interesting real estate play because there's permanent light, there's permanent Wi-Fi, and all of a sudden, like there's something brewing, and it becomes, a hub for something. Imagine doing that in Yenagoa as well. And obviously, we don't want to be too dreamy about it, but stuff like, they said in that video, somebody said that young people think about pregnancy and data. As long as there's internet there and there's lights there, lights bring security, you'd be surprised what would happen. So we're open for business for that.
Busala, can you hear us? Okay. Did you hear the question? Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
So for me, and again, I didn't hear all the speakers, but what I'm taking away here is how do we leverage each other's strengths, right? Just the little I've heard, I've noted the strengths of, some of the companies. How do we collaborate more? Yes, competition in some sort at whatever level, but how do we collaborate and leverage on each other's strengths? And that's in the place of funding and diversity. So I see that, the different organizations have different levels of audience data. So it's the sharing of the insights, I think, that I'm taking away from here. We've got an extensive distribution platform in Africa that can be leveraged, and it'll be great for us to also then leverage global platforms. We've also got local prowess in Africa in terms of productions and resonance within the different markets. So what I'm taking away here is reaching out for more data. Where are our customers? What do they want to watch? Because that keeps evolving. So how do we synergize what it is they want to watch, where they are in terms of the measurements, and then how do we target the different buckets? So for me, that's my takeaway from here.
Okay, so mine is one of the last things you said, which is knowing right from when you're drafting the stories, knowing where the story is going, creating the story such that the story can travel. We also have to, even as we are talking about distribution, co-production, everything, we need to also think about the content itself. Is the content itself quality enough to go global? So I feel like what you said is a key factor that we have to consider whilst we create our content to ensure what we are creating. When all of these platforms come together and we are able to push our content out, then the content is worth all the work that we have all done behind the scenes.
Yeah. Well, I'm fortunate enough to go last, so I'm going to steal from everyone else. But I think I would answer your question, patient blended capital, significant in a comprehensive solution that includes infrastructure, virtual production, upscaling for long-term job growth, and investment in content that has an impact element. And Busola, going back to something you said, it's not an either or. It's not about entertainment or impact, but there are opportunities to bring them together in a powerful way.
All right, thank you. And thank you so much, guys, for all your amazing insights and for your time, most of all, because I know you're all very incredibly busy people. And looking forward to working with all of you guys, obviously, on these things that we've discussed today. I guess over to the audience. Does anybody have any questions? Any comments? Okay, I can't see. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. But can somebody get him a mic?
Sound. Okay. Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Yeah, so my name is Justman. I am actually coordinator for today's event, but I must say that I've benefited a lot by participating here today, and the conversation has been really very important for me personally. I'm an independent filmmaker. I'm doing it on a very small scale. So I've had the conversation, and everybody talks about the numbers, and it seems as though as an independent creator who hasn't grabbed so much numbers already, there might not just be hope for you anytime soon, except you really have numbers to show forth. So I'm just asking openly, I don't know who's best to answer my question. What's the hope for the creator, the filmmaker who is just up and aspiring, who has great content but just doesn't have put the numbers together completely yet? Thank you.
I think that the conversation here is not just about the numbers that you have got. It's about what the industry itself has. That's why I think the data that will inform decisions, the data that will inform his decision or the private equity guy's decision, it has to be not just your number. If you are making a certain kind of film, what is the returns? What are the returns that have come from that kind of film in the past? What was spent in making that kind of film? Like, how far did the film travel? It's not just about, I don't exactly think it's about your your numbers. I'm just saying, that's what I think. I think it's about having information that can help with decision making. Yeah, that's what I think.
So, as an independent, can I just ask you a few questions as well, just to understand you more? So, you say you're an independent filmmaker. So, what's your expertise? Is it the story writing or the directing?
Story and directing.
So, you write stories, you direct stories.
Yeah.
So, an idea might be to, try and do what he said. So, say, for example, you wanted to do a dashboard.
Yeah.
To summarize your story to me. So, basically, in that dashboard, a slide that shows the three characters, the three main characters, something about them, something about the attributes of the key locations where you're trying to shoot, and all of a sudden we basically create like an investment DNA for what you're trying to make.
Okay.
And then you on the next slide show me one movie that has similar attributes to that same in DNA, and show me how far that movie went. Show me, sell me a dream.
Okay.
Based on the comps for the movie that you're trying to build. And all of a sudden, you don't have numbers, but you have clarity. You've taken me on a journey to see how I can believe that this story can jar.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's a very fantastic idea. I just hope I've been able to help you put it on a slide.
Yeah,
where you can put it on 2 or 3 slides, and you'd be surprised. So you don't need to show me the script. I don't have the skill set to be able to evaluate your script, but I have the skill set to evaluate those slides.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, and okay, please give him the mic.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm wondering who to direct the question to, but is there any, sorry, I need to move. I'm interested in finding out what, for example, Ebolade experiences with potential investors in the space in Nigeria and the need for the educating of the investor about the space and how they can invest in the space and what to expect from it. Do you see that is needed, or do you think that we're at a point where investors are understanding the capacity and the potential of the space?
Please, your name, please.
Oh, sorry, my name is Enyi Omeroa.
Do I have to stick to movies, or I can speak about other types of creative? So sometimes I think I'm overly emotionally patriotic Nigerian, and so please, I apologize in advance for how I'm going to sound, but when Don Jazzy was really trying to get funding into Maven in 2019, I remember specifically, it was the year before COVID. He tried and tried, and then there was another business in town called Kupanda. Kupanda is backed by TPG. TPG is basically, Oyibo private equity from the States. And TPG too, through Kupanda, weren't sure. But, it's almost like dating. I'm not sure, but you tickle my fancy, I tickle your fancy. Let's keep having this conversation. It took them over 2 years to actually sit down, and within that time, I put my money where my mouth is. So say, for example, you want us to do an investment. You don't have any financial statements whatsoever. But it's going to cost you money. I say, okay, don't worry. I want to do business with you. It's going to cost you to do the accounts. I'll bring my accountant. We'll make a 3-step financial model. We'll do this, we'll do that. And that's how they kept doing it and doing it. But it was not a Nigerian or an African that took that risk to have that conversation with Don Jazzy. It was somebody from another continent. Now, perhaps that person from that other continent likes to do bungee jumping or do crazy adventurous stuff That's why they had the wherewithal to take that desk. Exactly. Who knows, you know? But my question, you know, I'm opportuned to have a lot of engagements with HNIs, allocators of capital that are doing nothing but just borrowing interest rates for them. And sometimes I just wonder, like, sir, so this money is just going to be in the account. What is he doing there? But, you know, this is a chance for you to do X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. But, again, if you hear their story, they've been stung by one creative guy back in 1992 or even 2002, you know, and it's a young person that just messed up, and that guy just closed that door and no more creatives. Because most of the time, if you check, the average billionaire in dollars in Nigeria has tried to do something in the creative space. But some people in this room might be guilty of it, who knows? But somebody tried to write a check or tried to dance a dance with you, and you messed up. And now other creatives are paying the price. And then it now then takes somebody from another continent to make that seed investment. You know, with seed investments, that's where you can make 30x, 40x. You can't make 40x on the Series A because the business is already mature. Valuation is already mature. So say, for example, they came in at a $20 million valuation then into Maven, or even less. But, you know, the exits that they've done to somebody else is now like at a 200 million. Who knows? That thing might still go to 400 million. But do you want to now enter at 200 million? Where's your 30x at 200 million? So the point I'm making is that culturally, I am still trying to figure out the answer to that question. Why don't we Nigerians or Africans who have money in our accounts, why can't we take a bet? That's how Hollywood was built. That's how Bollywood was built. It was people taking a bet. That's how Formula One was built. And Formula One now, in fact, I'm so amazed by that sport because it was literally off the back of the Second World War. A lot of engineers, that's how Formula One was built. And people just put their money where their mouth is. So I hope that in this life, I'll be remembered to using my financial skill set to help bridge that gap. But there's money in HNI accounts. There's money in corporate accounts, like just for companies. And there are creatives that are not getting the value that they deserve because we are not taking a risk on ourselves. So that's my...
All right, our time's up. Our timekeepers told us that our time's up. So, but Enyi, I hope that sort of answered your question, even though he doesn't know the answer to it. But I think the answer, from my understanding, is that the money's there. We just have to figure out, and I think this is the beginning of that, right? What we've all talked about in our key takeaways is how do we get, because I think HNI would be comfortable with putting some money in a vehicle, as we discussed, right? Where you have maybe a World Bank in there. Exactly. So it gets easier. I'm just saying it gets easier. And then, of course, with data, right? Especially more updated data. And, you know, we have all these technological advances. They're also giving us evidence as well. So thank you again to our esteemed panelists. And thank you, everyone, for your time and for your, you know, engagement. And that's it for us.
Put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to do a photo op real quick with everyone on the panel. Everyone on stage, please. Photographer, please get your shot quickly. Okay, let's get a little closer. Mm-hmm. Yep, there we go. Do you have the shots you want? I believe you do. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time on the panel. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, for this next session, what's going to happen is I'm going to announce the speaker. So what I will do is, as I announce the person's name, you will hear a short bio being read. You hear the voice, don't worry, it's a human being. We will do the bio, and then each person will come on stage, and they have 10 minutes to do the presentations. And then after everybody is done in the group, we will now do, so as each person is speaking, if you have questions, note them down, so that when we finish with everybody's presentation, then we can do like a Q&A from inside the house. Are we good with that? Are we good? Can somebody answer me? Are we good? All righty, cool. Okie dokie. All right, so you're just multitasking. I see, just multifaceted, a mover and shaker. I see you. All right, so the first person that I'm going to invite is an associate professor from the Department of Computer and Information Science, University of Pennsylvania. MapGen, Global Portrayal of Gender Norms in Traditional and Digital Media. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Sharath Chandra Guntuku. Put your hands together for them as they come.
Sharath Chandra Guntuku is a data scientist specializing in computational social listening and AI for well-being. Associate professor of University of Pennsylvania, he researches machine learning applications for mental health, gender norms, and media analysis, and co-leads MapGen project with the World Bank and USC.
Awesome, thanks for that introduction. We'll see if we can get my slides up. Oh yeah, excellent. I don't see anything here, so maybe I'll just look at you for my timer, yeah, so that I know when I can get out. Super, so last session of the evening, thanks for your enthusiasm and excitement. I'll try and tell a story of what we've been doing for the last few months with my colleagues at University of Southern California and the World Bank. So gender representation in movies has been studied for a long time. There's this very famous test called Bechdel test, which basically says any movie, if it has two named women, and if they are talking to each other about something other than a man, the movie or a piece of entertainment actually passes that test, right? But without naming names, just because two women are doing this, it doesn't necessarily mean that the script or the narrative is actually elevating women's perspectives, right? And spoiler alert, less than 50% of movies actually pass this test, right? Very rudimentary, but they don't. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to basically move beyond these checklists and actually try and understand how are women being portrayed on screen, right? What are they being allowed to say? What are they not being allowed to say? And what behaviors are gaining social approvals, and for what are folks being shamed. And as we've seen in multiple presentations earlier, media has this power to actually shape norms, right? And we're basically trying to understand in these media frames, what are those narratives of shame and what are those narratives of social approval. So for this, we are basically building a very large data set across 22 countries and still increasing. We've collected over 250,000 movies and across multiple languages. And we're basically trying to understand, how these different narratives actually tell the story of the culture that they're being produced in. One of the biggest challenges of using AI, as several of my colleagues actually talked about, is AI is very quote-unquote Western-centric. Right? When you talk to ChatGPT, somebody was saying that you actually feel like you're talking to a dude in Southern California. Not very helpful, but cool. Right? So the question is, how do we address this Western bias? Right? If you basically ask ChatGPT, for instance, tell me about a social norm in the state of Kano, it may not actually do a good job. Right? Because A, it does not have the cultural context of Kano, and B, it doesn't necessarily know what a social norm means, right? So there are multiple layers of difficulty in that task. But let us say if you ask, hey, what is this behavior being shamed? Then it is likely that it can actually come up with an answer, right? So the question is we're trying to modify or translate norms into identifying behaviors for which are being sanctioned in the society, right? Which we'll just see how they look. Here's an example. This is from a Turkish drama. I don't know if anybody follows Turkish dramas. I picked Turkish drama for a reason. It'll be clear in a couple of seconds. A woman is basically committed a mistake. She wants to really apologize to her father. She tries many times. Her mother says it's okay, but her father is really, really upset. And he basically says that it would have been me who actually sent you out of the house, right? So it's basically a narrative of how shaming is actually portrayed, right? And this is precisely what we are trying to capture in our very large data set, right? So we have all these movies. We use AI to identify such scenes, and then we annotate them using AI. And then we also cluster these different reasons of shaming to identify the broad themes, right? For instance, here is the first result. The country on the right, I don't know if folks in the back are able to see, is Turkey, which is the reason I picked up that example. Shaming in Turkey is almost 4 times higher than any other country. Right? And we can also break this by gender, right? In all countries, you can see that women are scripted to feel more shame compared to men. It doesn't really matter which country it's from, right? And then we can also see how, how shaming and pride, how they compare against each other. And you sort of see that, Turkey and India have a lot more shaming than pride. And in countries like Nigeria and Russia, women feel a lot more shame than pride. Right? So what this is allowing us is to sort of quantify some of these social structures and social narratives using concrete data that also helps us incentivize positive storytelling going forward. So basically, we've identified about 30,000 different reasons for shaming, right? But 30,000 is too big a number for any human to read. So we've tried and clustered them into 7 very big topics. The chairs are beautifully obstructing those 7 topics, but I'll just read them out for you. One of the topics is around moral transgressions. The second is around marital or relationship shaming, and so on. But maybe let's look at how different countries do on these different topics, right? For instance, this is a topic on family and ancestral shame, and Japan ranks the highest, right? And there's another topic on romantic, marital, and relationship shaming, and Nigeria outranks others, right? Some folks seem to be agreeing, and maybe they can relate to why this might be the case, right? And then when you look at gender or body-related shaming, United States ranks the highest, right? So you can basically look at how different countries across different geographies compare with each other, and that sort of gives you a global picture. The more interesting thing is you could actually see how things change over time, right? So for instance, we have data for Nigeria from, I think, 2005 in our data set. So that's the reason we only have 2 dots for Nigeria. You actually see that shaming in Nigeria is decreasing. And it's actually decreasing much steeper for women compared to men. Right? So when digital creators are taking up, it's actually the stories seem to be more empowering in nature in recent times. right? So this sort of allows us to identify those tipping points in cultures, right? So when norms change, they change over time, but now data is helping us understand A, what norms are changing, and B, when are they changing, and C, potentially how are they changing, right? And it also helps us to sort of have this baseline or benchmark that you can compare both across space and across time, across different cultures. And just to make a cost analysis piece, because I know a lot of economists are in the room, we're with the World Bank. If we had to do a similar analysis of identifying norms in movies, Nigeria, I'm told, has produced about 10,000 movies. I think that's accurate. I've tried to get a reasonable number from multiple folks, but I've gotten multiple numbers. I'm going with that as an assumption. It would take about 2.5 years to analyze those movies if we had people doing it, right? But if it was AI doing this, it would just take about 24 hours. And how much would it cost? It would cost almost 375 times higher if we were doing it with humans compared to AI. But the big caveat here is you can't just pick a random off-the-shelf AI to do this because it doesn't always have the cultural know-how. So we need to invest in training context-specific and culturally aligned AI to do some of this work. And then what's next, right? So we've been having conversations with broadcasters and creators to find ways of collaborating, right? AI is wonderful to discover norms, but it can also help serve as assistants, right? For instance, you're a creator, you have a script, you basically give this tool, hey, tell me what norms are being surfaced. The AI could potentially tell you, here are certain things that you could potentially reframe, right? The agency is with the creator. We don't want AI to be the creator. AI should not and will not replace entertainers, right? Like somebody else was telling, humans sort of need to lead and AI can help. Right? And the same thing as in the previous panel, it can also help investors and policymakers in actually designing some of the incentives to help with positive and powerful storytelling. So that's it about me because I see time's up and that's the beautiful team that made this work feasible and this is still the work in progress. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I was just saying to myself, I said, I think all of us Niger women in this room, all of us have been shamed somehow. When will you marry? Where are you going? Who is that? Your mates have married. When will you have children? Only one. When is the second one coming? Third, fourth? At this point, God will help us. All of us. We shall not be shamed. We shall live our best lives. Yes, we shall. All right, moving on. At this time, I'm going to introduce, to come and give his presentation, mi nuevo amigo. His name is Senor Victor Orozco Olvera, who's the program lead, narrating behavior change program from the World Bank, Impact AI, and Edutainment. Can we put our hands together for him as he comes to give his presentation?
She actually does speak Spanish. It's not like I pretend to speak French, or, you know. She does speak Spanish. Cool. The last time you see me today, guys. No. Nope. Okay, so when social media appeared, right, over a decade ago, it had a great promise that it was going to unite people, societies, cultures, because it would allow an interaction with groups, with individuals that you would not regularly interact with, right? So a lot of connections was going to happen. But as anyone who has a social media account can attest, a lot of the stuff that is in social media platforms is negative, right? Is hate speech, misogyny, explicit or implicit, but a lot of offensive content, because ultimately it's this type of content that sells, right? It's this content that goes viral, and the social media platform algorithms maximize engagement by showing you all the negative stuff. There was this study in 10 low and middle income countries showing that 3/4 of respondents reported frequent exposure to online hate. So that's a reality. Now, online hate is also associated with offline violence, right? As you all know, that the Rohingya sued Facebook after a lot of this hate speech translated into actual violence against them. And a lot of these campaigns, offline campaigns, were coordinated through Facebook, through groups in Facebook. And well, there's many more incidents in developing countries where social media is being used to transmit hate speech, and a lot of this hate speech, again, translates into offline violence. We're finishing some research here in Nigeria, by the way, showing that when online peaks of hate speech occur, there's substantial offline violence, including gender-based violence. Okay, so this is the result of the study I was telling you about in Nigeria. An increase of 50,000 hateful posts is associated with a 15% increase in weekly fatalities, right? The worst type of violence, the one that leads to deaths. Now, to address hate speech, one approach is moderation, right? Hate speech is already online, then we track it, and then the platforms in theory do their best to remove it, right? Scams, adult content, that's easier to track and to remove. So what you're seeing here is the proportion of removed or deleted posts after 5 months this being posted. But as you can see at the bottom, hate and violent hate, they're removed at the same rate than really random neutral stuff, right? It's only 1 out of 5, along with neutral stuff, that is being removed. So there's that other 80% that simply is not removed 5 months later. So that's telling you that moderation strategies by big tech are really not doing much to stop hate speech. Now, a lot of the work we've been doing in the last 5 years, especially here in Nigeria, by the way, is to be training AIs, right? AI models, so they could help humans do a better job, in this case, for moderation. And of course, AIs are not perfect, far from that, but they're often not great because they're not adapted to understand slang, cultural nuances, right, of Nigeria and its different communities and languages and cultures. So for that, we can wait for big tech to make those adaptations, or we could be proactive and start training them for then users, including researchers, to use them to do, good applications, from content analysis to, detecting hate speech online. So in my department with some other researchers, we developed Niger XLMT. It's here, probably blocked by the chair. Terrible name, but that apparently in big data, computer science, that's okay to have those ugly names. You like the name? Okay, Professor Sherrod likes the name. Now, when we trained, right, this AI, we managed to improve by 10 times the performance for catching hate speech, right? In a realistic scenario with real data, right? So it went from a 3% by simply using ChatGPT, right? A common criticism is like, oh, don't use LLMs for a lot of this work because it sucks. Well, it clearly sucks here at 3%, but when you train it, right, with humans, of course, from the culture, fluent in the language and its nuances, then this goes up to 34%. Doesn't go to 100%, but you agree that from 3 to 34%, it's still a very good increase. And by the way, the cost to train this wasn't that much. So, we can add more humans and better training to increase this further. A cool thing about this research is that it started here in Nigeria, but now we have been scaling it up in other cultures, in other languages, 7 or 8 other languages, I believe. Putting this work in context, right, if you think about the share of hateful content in Nigeria Twitter that was moderated by these LLMs, the human alone would only get you 15%, right, of catching this hate speech. When you add the generic AI, the ChatGPT, to help them, you'll get a 35%. Okay, that's an improvement. But when you use this AI, we adapt it to the Nigerian context, it jumps to 80%. So we still need humans, right? But humans with an LLM that has been adapted is much more effective than you just using generic ChatGPT, which unfortunately is the norm. Limited, and of course, as we've heard a lot these days, LLMs are being trained with very little data from Africa. Less than 1% of the data that LLMs are trained with comes from the continent. Now, we can also go in offense, right? Not only what's already out there and moderate whatever's already there, which could be considered as too late, too reactive, or censorship. Why do you raise this and not that post? Too costly. So another approach is to go in offense and then be being proactive by doing behavior change communications, social influencer campaigns type. That way they don't accuse you that you are removing stuff from the internet. And it also could be much more scalable than moderation alone. So we, here in Nigeria, we did this randomized controlled trial where we developed new methods to do RCTs with online networks. We randomized this very cool intervention with 7 of Nigeria's top celebrities from the different communities, including Mr. Macaroni, as you probably saw just now. And we saw that with this, it was 40 seconds only, that with this campaign, there was a 5% reduction in posting and resharing hate content during the campaign period, and that these effects persisted up to 4 months after the campaign ended. Great, the power of that social influencer, right? You trust, you like. And there was some heterogeneity in the treatment effects. More active, hateful users were more impacted by the campaign. We also see evidence of spillover effects. So not only when you saw the video, we saw an effect, but when a higher share of people in your online network received the campaign, the effects were even larger, right? That the power of social norms, your perception of what your important others are being shown, and therefore strengthening your change in norm, perception of norms and online behaviors. And just to end here, this is just the beginning, right? We could use these models to reduce the spread of misinformation that has gone wild in so many sectors, continue strengthening context-specific AI systems like chatbots, right, for health workers, for teachers. Due to the spillover effect of online interventions, we could also think about ways to maximize not the effect of only one user, but across the network, the seeding information, basically. And of course, then there's the potential of implementing a lot of these interventions in cross-platform interventions, right? You see it in Facebook, you see it in Instagram, but also you could see it in radio, right? You could see it even offline in a lot of these behavior change communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that enlightening presentation. I think we all have a part to play when it comes to just helping reduce the amount of hate speech on social media, because some of us we're tired. We're tired of it. We don't want it anymore. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time, thank you for hanging with us. We're going to be out of your hair very soon. At this time, I'm going to present our next speaker, so we'll have his bio read and then introduce him again.
Oluwaseun Danya, tech entrepreneur, using AI to bridge innovation and social impact in film production, is the managing director of Alpha Geek Technologies. He's a film producer and social impact strategist, developing AI-driven edutainment tools for youth engagement and digital storytelling.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hanging in here with us. My name is Oluwaseun Danya. I'm a tech entrepreneur and a film producer. I focus on movies that have social impact. Okay. So here, I'm here to talk about AI entrepreneurship and digital policy innovation in Nigeria's creative ecosystem. As we all know, right now, I have the, oops. Yeah. As we all know, Nigeria's creative industry is really large and it's gone global, but the economics behind it is still very, very local, and we are not getting very far. And that's because I believe that there's a lot of policy that we are lacking. But the creative economy is ready for the AI curve, spanning film, music, gaming, fashion. You know, we're already exporting all of these things at a tremendous scale. And we know the statistics, but then we have a lot of things that we can do using AI that can actually improve what the creatives are doing. We can slash costs significantly. We can also reduce the time to market. I'll use an example. When I was making a movie back in 2018, after filming, it took us close to 6-7 months post-production, editing, dubbing. Basically, everything was hard to work with. But these days, we see that with AI, people are able to apply these things into what they're doing, and creatives can build what we can do in very, very short time. Why does this matter now? It would just be a significant cost collapse, and the AI would dramatically reduce expenses across script development. So I'll use that instance again. We had to read scripts. Everyone here is a creative. We know how long you have to read every script. Every time there's an amendment, you have to read it over and over and over again. But these days, if you apply AI as a creative, you'll probably be able to do things a lot faster and get your movie produced faster. And there's a demand shock because Nollywood plus Afrobeats, the appetite is crazy. We know people in Lagos now are already crying because Dirty December is coming. There are people coming from everywhere. They want to consume Afrobeats everywhere. I went to South Korea, and they were playing Afrobeats in the South Korean club, and that was fantastic. So if there are any musicians here, please give yourselves a round of applause. Nigerian Afrobeat is doing fantastic work in every continent. So there's a policy window that we need to fill. Data protection framework. NITDA, that's the IT Development Agency in Nigeria. They already have an AI framework that they're working on, an agenda. And they're probably thinking about a sandbox environment where they can actually test how people use AI. So I put it across 5 different archetypes for, Nigerian creatives. So the first, AI-assisted story and pre-production. Of course, we know you have to do a lot of research when you're trying to build a story. You have to consult so many people. You have to think about different things. You have to probably search Google. I can't imagine people who were older than my generation. You have to go to libraries, read encyclopedias, do all those things before you can actually get facts and figures to put together a story. But these days with AI, a lot of research can be done using AI to start your pre-production. You can say, I want who looks in a certain type of way, and then you can search, ask the language models, they can find that thing for you. You can actually have your cast give descriptions of people who sound, look a different kind of way. That helps you optimize your budget at the beginning. You can describe what you want and get locations recommended by AI. You know, even at the point of virtual production and post. You know, AI will help you with reducing noise, filtering, color grading, you know, dialogue replacements, and actually even identifying places where there are lapses of continuity. And then localization at scale. So we have high quality AI dubbing into different languages, which will allow our creatives to be able to expand into different countries, different continents without those issues. When we had that movie, the movie's title is Nimbe. I think she all worked on that project. We're thinking about, there was many languages in it. There was Yoruba, there was English, there was Calabar, there was all kinds of languages. I wanted it to get to everywhere. It was predominantly Pidgin English and all those. So we needed to dub. But then you have to call several studios to tell you, they say, well, we don't have voice artists at the moment that will speak Hausa or to do everything. We don't have in different languages. But these days, with AI, we're able to get those things fast. And of course, also people have mentioned it here, the finance people, in terms of revenue intelligence, you can actually find out, this is the kind of story I'm telling, what platforms would like it, where would it work, what countries want to consume this kind of content, and of course, rights, trust, and residuals. So we're able to use AI also to fingerprint our content, flag it anywhere, to search regularly, flag it anywhere that your content has been used. Because with AI these days, someone can say, I need someone that looks like Fife. So you search online, find a picture, upload it into the AI, and then AI gives you an image of her. Whereas it is still her content, it is still her image. So we have to be able to put in policies that protect people's rights to ensure that people get paid for their jobs, whether it's generated by AI or not. For the independent, I'll say there's, I'm seeing indie studio in a box vision, whereby an independent filmmaker can have just a team of 5 to 8 people who will do your story, your scripts, and you're able to export to different countries. You'll be able to dub it, do your subtitles, everything works, and export it and sell in different countries across different platforms. So this is the policy edge, where we need to make sure that Nigerian policy is pro-innovation and pro the creator. So we have that regulatory sandbox already by the IT Development Agency, and we also support infrastructure. So like Bolade was here earlier on, and it is still skeptical about investing in the creative industry. But there are a lot of infrastructure that support the creative industry, like the technology, the data warehousing, the data centers, all of those things, while we as creatives can also be thinking in the part of what we are building, we should also look at what works in the back end. So if an investor is saying, well, I don't want to invest in a movie, you can tell them to invest in an AI project that will make your movie better. And then we'll put in the Edgar guardrails. Say it's A, attribution, integrity, and residuals, like I mentioned before. Have consent. We build AI models to put consent into everybody's creative work, maintain your IP, and know exactly where your voice, your face, and any of your content has been used all over the world. And then we can use the technology to watermark and put in metadata into everything so that at every point where it is used, it is recognized, and the true creator of that particular content can make money out of it. And I think this is just some measurable outcomes. It was good to see that the Light Media Lab have already started doing things like this, because I was looking at within the 12 to 18 months window, we can actually use AI to increase the number of independent projects that are exported globally. We can create over 500 jobs. We can, export growth can increase by over 20%, and that we can reduce the time to market, so time to cash for each creative. And then a 90-day action plan where we create the policies. I believe that we need to have these people in the room. The NITDA is already there. The NDPC, the Data Protection Council, the Film and Video Censors Board, evidently, the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, and the NCC, to ensure that people who are going to use AI for creatives have good access to internet, good access to the resources that we need, power and all of these things. Central bank, of course, because when we want to monetize our content, it's very important that all the payment trails that are going to be used. So while we're talking about funding on the last session, because I also play in the IT space, definitely, blockchain technology, we see that people can actually, in South Korea, they already have a model where they use blockchain technology to crowdfund projects. And they already have a very successful movie where they raised over, I think about $100 million US for a project, crowdfunding on the blockchain. But locally, we know we don't yet have that regulation, but the SEC is working on stuff like that, and people will be able to crowdfund and fund their projects without having to go to pitch to so many people. I mean, you'll be pitching to so many people, but everybody's going to dip. And then you can also tokenize your project and then sell it on the blockchain. Oops, all scattered. Yeah, so you can evidently, how AI would support independent filmmakers, your pre-production, your post-production, and your marketing and monetization. And the financial impact, real numbers, definitely will have 30 to 60% lower cost of producing your movies. You don't have to do where you have to go and rent like 500 people to act as extras. If you want to do a big scene, you can use AI to replicate as people, and then you're able to do it the same way that, imagine someone who is in his house in Surulere or in Yaba, able to actually create a movie, create effects that are close to Hollywood studio in Los Angeles. So I'll keep it up, continue on the next session. My time is up, and I don't want to keep everyone here forever. But yeah, we have the policy frameworks that will meet responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a very good presentation. Can we put a hand together for him one more time? So many things to learn, so many things. Next up, I'd like to invite our next speaker.
Brenda Fashuba, creative producer and gender equity advocate, co-founding Lagos Fringe. She's the co-founder and convener of Women in the Arts and drives inclusion and artist capacity building across Africa.
Can we put our hands together for her, ladies and gentlemen?
Okay. Am I sitting? On this side. Okay. So why am I standing here? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, guys, no. I'm one of those people. I need energy. Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's been a long day. I hear some people have been here since, thank you. Some people have been here since, what, 9, I think? Okay. Okay, so I have this slide, but that's not really what I want to talk to you about. But I want to put the slide on so that you kind of get it. My name is Brenda, and I work in a lot of spaces. But primarily, I've been working in the creative economy, I think, even before the term creative economy was coined. And basically, what used to be artist advocacy, has become and evolved into creative economy. And what I've been doing over the last 17 years is looking for opportunities, for artists, basically market access and what have you. And this was something I published a couple of weeks ago called Dangerous Women, a historical analysis of female stereotypes in Nollywood. And the reason why I'm putting this up, is because of Victor's presentation, where they've measured gender bias. And first of all, 2 things to note. So over the last 2 years, I designed a course for equitable gender storytelling. It's a free course, so if anybody's interested in being part of that, just let me know after my speech. So basically what we've been doing is teaching storytellers how to use the Bechdel test and the Makomori test. Hi. You're one of my students. I'm one of my students. Yay. But basically I've been, teaching people how to tell equitable gender stories because we're trying to reduce harmful norms. And harmful norms because, like I was saying yesterday at the other panel, reality perception is reality. Reality is perception. And what has been happening is men are more violent to women. Men are more abusive to women. And I'm sorry, I'm not saying men in general, everybody, but, particular men have been more. And a lot of them are influenced by some of the things that they see, they watch, they read, they hear, And what we're trying to do is reduce that. And I'm really glad about your presentation because you're showing cause and effect, reduction based on some of the things, And so what happens is when you do the course, you qualify for some grant to, well, hopefully, to make some equitable films, and to start to, and it's not only limited to filmmakers, it's limited to content creators, where we have a big chunk of the bias, now on social media, perpetuated with harmful norms and all whatnot. So basically, what I did with this was just to show historically what has been going on with female characters and the stereotypes, You can see it, the witch, the Jezebel, the long-suffering wife, the wicked mother-in-law, and the gold digger. And so when I presented the research, the first question I asked everybody was, is your mother a gold digger? Did your mother take your father from somebody else? Was she a homewrecker? Was she a Jezebel? And everybody was like, oh my God. I was like, yeah, because it just looks like that's all the stories we're telling. Women are flattened into these boxes, and that's what we've been doing all the time. And when you perpetuate it, what happens is a simple thing. I'm walking down the road, and somebody's rude to me, or somebody was catcalling me, or whatever, and I'd be like, get out. Next thing he would say is Jezebel, witch, and of course, the word that we all don't like to mention, Ashawo. Right? I'll explain what that means. Yeah, but don't worry. It is. But the point is, and they say it with a lot of impunity, with a lot of this is, the real thing. And the one I dislike the most, I'm so sorry again, Victor. I get your type for house. You understand? You hear a lot of that nonsense, and you get it from media. Anyway, so the course, discusses media literacy, propaganda, and talks about stereotyping, boxing, and then the harmful things, and then the unconscious bias. I think, for me, the discovery in doing this course for the last 2 years is the unconscious bias. How all of us, men, women, we're all biased. We're all judgmental. We're all, 5 minutes. We're all in this position. And what we do is we now empower you with tools to help you tell the stories better across the different platforms, across the different mediums, and that's what I've been doing for the last 2 years. And in the last couple of months, I've been analyzing films for harmful norms as well. So I've watched about 50 films. Guys, it's not easy work, even though it sounds like fun. Looking at the movies, trying to find out which ones are telling the right stories, how they're telling the stories, and all whatnot. And we're not doing the greatest things in Nollywood at this time. We have a lot of work to do in terms of improving, but there are some there's some bright sparks, that we can, and you've seen some of it as we've moved forward in the, go on. Some of the things that became progressive, as we went on. So these are examples of some of the progressive ones, where characters are not flattened, characters are robust, and a throwback to, Anne Hartrop from Checkmate, if you're old enough to remember Checkmate, and know that that was a really balanced character and all of that. So yeah, that's in a nutshell what I've been doing, how I'm using technology, using AI to support some of the work. Thank you. Okay, what's next?
So like everybody sit on stage and answer questions. Very, very nice, very nice. Yes, I have your type. I think all of us have experienced. Who has not experienced have your type at home? You have not heard it? No, if you have not heard it, no, now. You should hear it so that it becomes, because for some of us it's the norm. And somebody looked at me and said, I have your type at home. I said, your type speaks 5 languages. Wow. Is your type a comedian? Wow. You don't have my type. You can never have my type. Okay, moving right along. Next up is
Sade Dada, Public Policy Lead for Meta West Africa, focusing on safety and digital literacy. She's the head of Public Policy Anglophone West Africa at Meta, advocating responsible AI and platform transparency. Please welcome Sade Dada.
So when you finish, you can just have your seat on stage when you finish.
Thank you. It is such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. As you heard, I'm Sade Dada, and I lead Meta's public policy work in West Africa. I also have the pleasure of being head of our office here in Lagos. When I heard about this session, I was really, really excited because we were talking about how do we take AI, make it local, use it for solutions, and that's at the crux of the work that I do. I also manage a lot of our connectivity and innovation work across the continent. And one of the things that we try to focus on as a company is making sure that we don't bring our AI or our idea of AI to Africa, but rather we build with Africa. We build AI tools with Africa. And what does that look like? What does that mean? That means that when we come up with large language models, for instance, in the early iterations of coming up with our large language models, which we have many of them, we involve local researchers, we involve local technologists, we have community forums, we have programs that are designed specifically to help build with local context in mind. Of course, we have lots of work to do on that still, but it is part of the process. The other thing that we do is that we make sure that we have programs that are designed specifically for enabling the local ecosystem across the continent. We have it here in Nigeria, for instance, called the Llama, which is one of our biggest language models, where we empower folks who are building with this AI tool to come up with solutions that solve real-world problems that we are facing. So in Nigeria, we partnered with the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, for instance, and the National Center for AI and Robotics to have this accelerator program that is over the course of a few months where local startups could build solutions in very key areas of interest for national development around, for instance, agriculture, around education, around security and safety. These are the types of things that we're investing in so that we are not just coming in like from the West, for instance, but also providing an environment where we use and marry the technology innovation that we have and the tools that we have with the local talent in the local context that's necessary. I am looking forward to this conversation. I heard a lot of really great topics that came out in the presentations. I have a bit of a challenge about our content moderation. We had a little dig about that. We do actually have a Q2 report for 2025 that came out specifically addressing hate speech, and you'll see in that report that there were about 6 million pieces of content that were removed for hate speech just in Q2 alone on Facebook, and another 3 million on Instagram. So that's why we put out those reports so people can see. And 90% of those are done by automation in the first instance before people even report the content. So anyway, I'm looking forward to the conversation and especially about how we can use AI tools that Meta creates, but also others to help in our entertainment sector, help in our social development and economic development as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So as she takes her seat, of course, when we have this with this last speaker, after that, we're going to ask everyone else who spoke to please come up on stage and sit and be part of the panel before we do the questions. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Eniola Mafe-Abaga.
Eniola Mafe-Abaga is a global advocacy strategist building bridges between tech and development. Global Advocacy and Partnerships Director at Bridges to Prosperity, she is a former lead on the World Economic Forum, Global Shapers Africa, and Agenda Digital Inclusion Initiatives driver.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fife. Thank you. And really great to connect here with everyone. I think there are a lot of pieces that kind of connect with a lot of my work. I'm Eniola Mafe-Abaga. A lot of my work is focused on systems change, how large systems can be reorientated, augmented to service the most vulnerable. That is women, children, those who are the hardest to reach. That's been most of my career. And I think some of the couple of things I wanted to mention related to, and maybe as it brings us to our conversation as the panel, is that one, AI is just simply a tool to connect and understand and augment what we see in the physical. It can only reach what is reachable. So a lot of my work has focused on the unreachable parts. One is the intersection of data to insights to building the kind of backbone infrastructure that can reach the last mile. The last mile being many of the people who are not in this room, who are in rural populations, who deal with a myriad of issues, from digital, lack of digital access, lack of physical access to essential services, schools, and the like. So when we think about building for the large population, 60% of the population of Africa, for example, that are living in rural populations, living in rural communities, when we think about some of the comments around norms, if they're simply invisible to policy, how do we then use and augment AI or use and augment digital to make them visible online, then also protect them, then also ensure that the norms that are governing their daily lives and have real impacts on whether they can eat today, whether they can get to the market, whether they are stuck, whether young women are stuck in the house or left at home because they're not allowed to go to school. How do we create that through line between a lot of the great ideas and a lot of the great research that's been created and the dividends that need to happen for large swaths of our population? So I wanted to kind of touch on a couple of things from some of our learnings at Bridges to Prosperity. We're a tech and engineering-enabled nonprofit. We build physical infrastructure in hard-to-reach areas. We've reached about 5 million people with bridge and rural access, transport and infrastructure, so bridges, culverts, feeder roads. But we use tech to be able to enable that. One is to think about what we're planning. So when we think about the norms, we realize that for every one man who is trying to get to a market, a school, for women, it is 3 times more important. The reason being is that they make 3 times more the trips to those same places. So when we also think about the impact on women and the norms that are governing them, we think about it in the physical sense, but also obviously in digital to plan. So we look at modeling, accessibility of modeling through geo and AI. We've been able to look and see that the interventions we have are 98.5% in terms of economic rate of return. But when we started looking beneath that in terms of what are the norms that are governing, we realized that 200% increase of attendance for young girls, from building one bridge. We were able to identify that when you are able to connect digital infrastructure on top of physical infrastructure, you're able to maximize access in significant ways. And maybe what I wanted to just touch on here about the kind of connection and through line to advocacy, because sometimes advocacy can feel very, very fudgy and furry. It's not, you can't get your arms around it. And I think there's a real opportunity with AI and utilizing it to basically be able to identify in the large swath of data and big data to be able to get to some diagnostic. I think Victor was talking to this of like looking at the entire landscape of hate speech, what is not said, what is in between, the in-betweenness. I think there was also the comment about the look in Turkey. How can you be able to communicate that in a report? You can only do that through AI and looking at the data and being able to have moderation from humans. And so when I think about, and as we kind of discuss, as I think about the through line between advocacy and the digital tools that we use, I think I want to challenge us to think about what are we really funding from a financial perspective. We have one-off campaigns about what should happen in advocacy, but really what we may need to fund and finance is open protocols, supporting counter narratives and being able to put those tools in the hands of, I think Brenda had talked about it, artist advocates who are using their platforms and who may be positioning themselves in the line of fire on behalf of organizations who may have the means to be able to share that story. How do we protect those who are protecting our speech? How do we ensure that the daily practitioners of our work, not just us sitting in the offices and the rooms, but those who may be on the front lines, women's organizations, associations, young people themselves in rural populations could actively look at this information and use it for their own good? How do we connect that to something that's actually usable so that when we leave these rooms, it matters? It matters to the people that we want to change lives for and on behalf of. So I'll leave that with the challenge and also looking forward to the panel. Oh, sit down. Okay.
Thank you so much, Eniola. Can I ask Victor, Victor, Shehu, and Sharath to please come back on stage? And we have we have a moderator for this panel, Mansio Nasir, aka Fifel. So can we put our hands together for Fife? She comes again, and she's going to wear the hat of moderator one more time for this panel. Thank you so much, Fife.
Thank you. Can you please give the panelists a round of applause, please? And permit me to just sit here, because it's not really about me, it's about them. And there's no seat for me also, so I'm just going to sit here. So thank you, everyone, for for speaking so eloquently about the work you're doing, particularly around the science of story, AI, data, and the future of impact media. It's a very diverse group, and it's kind of intentionally so, because at the end of the day, we have to show AI's practical uses, right, in the people who are actually using it for, whether it's infrastructural, physical, reform development, or whether it's for story development or digital development. And so I'll start with the presenters, and you know what? I'll just start from the left here with Victor Orozco. So I want to just kind of ask if you, based on the presentation that you gave and some of the things that we've talked about, particularly around kind of scaling all of this work, what would be your one key takeaway that you would want everyone on this panel, in the room, and over the course of the last few days to take away from all of these conversations, particularly from your purview, being particularly the convener, essentially, of all of these engagements around entertaining change, from LA to to New York to Abuja and now in Lagos.
Thanks, Fife. People have this game, I think, with me these days that every time I say scale, they're gonna have a sip. So I wanna clarify something right now on with the Meta reference we made. A lot of the research, well, actually the research I showed is with Twitter data, and the experiments happen with Twitter. Although, of course, this is a broader issue, right? The Rohingya case was with, the lawsuit was with Facebook. But social media platforms are the perfect, I think, tool to scale up, right? Any partnership. Because with a very low cost, if you have the right storyteller, the right messenger, you could be reaching millions or billions of people, especially when things go viral. And a good example is actually with Facebook. A few years ago, we've been doing a series of experiments with Facebook for malaria prevention in India, gender norms in India as well. But when COVID hit, Facebook Health Initiative and Merck Foundation and the World Bank, we put together a campaign, an international campaign that reached over 20 countries, where we closely work not only with Meta and with storytellers, we also work with the ministries of health, right? So we could be doing this surveys, real-time surveys, but also on what were the main constraints, the main concerns, who were the most trusted messengers to deliver COVID against COVID vaccine hesitancy, right? And I think that's a very good example of bringing together traditional and non-traditional partners. Facebook again, ministries of health, different donors, and hopefully, a lot of these partnerships can persist beyond that crazy crisis we had with COVID. And we don't have to wait for it. We also can be proactive and continue pushing for these scaled collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, for that. And then I'll go to the other end of the room. Sorry, Sharon, I want to ask you quickly. Based on the things you discussed around filmmakers and studios, what would you say are some AI tools that can support independent filmmakers and studios?
Thank you very much. So in the local context, there's a guy who's a Nigerian who's already working with the federal government. He has a product called N-Atlas. The name of his company is Awori, if I recollect. He was also at the United Nations General Assembly. And he presented it. They're already building a model that translates that trains AI models to different Nigerian languages. They're currently in beta testing now, and I think they've been applied towards customer service, even voice over and whatnot. So yeah, those are one of the tools that definitely people should be looking forward to. For developing scripts, I believe ChatGPT model is still very, very good. Also Copilot. Basically, a lot of even there are quite a lot of agents out there, but yeah, those ones you can actually use in just doing research for your stories. Also, I believe filmmakers, if they want to do like research on financial models, Perplexity AI is also a very, very good product. I can't remember the name of this one, but there's an actual product that was created specifically for projects, like creating project development. Because we know as creatives in business, it goes beyond just your story, your movie. You actually have to be able to make a business case. You have to be able to pitch it to investors. You have to be able to pitch it to businesses for product placements and whatnot.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's very helpful because I think in one of the panels before we talked about the creative being more structured and having kind of, like you mentioned, a financial modeling tool. So I think that's definitely really helpful for a filmmaker or a studio trying to kind of seek out funding. And then Shareth, you talked about MapGen. What patterns has MapGen revealed about gender portrayal globally?
So this is very much a work in progress. And consistently, I think I could maybe summarize it in 3 lines. One, we are finding that the scripts that are out there, they are consistently being written so that women feel more shame than men, right? And if you were to quantify it, I think it's almost 2 to 3 times as higher than men. And we've done more. We've also looked at, for instance, how this varies by different countries. And Bollywood was very high. Turkey was another very big contender there. And interestingly or surprisingly, it was also the case in Hollywood. Right? You might think that Hollywood, oh, Hollywood is very progressive. Maybe they don't shame women as much. But nope, they're shaming even there. Right? So there needs to be a structural change or more of a systemic change in how narratives are scripted. And that likely is one of the public good benefits of this analysis or this tool is that, like one of our speakers was saying, when you have concrete data, you could actually inform policy in a very confident and strong manner, right? So hopefully MapGen will do that in the next few months.
Awesome. Thank you very much. That's very encouraging, actually. And looking forward to being able to use MapGen. And then to Sade, I'd like to just ask quickly, how can tech platforms and tools collaborate with partners to address bias, particularly in our local context?
Thank you. One of the things that we've seen to be effective, and I always say there's always more work to do, but one of the things that we've done as Meta is that when we're creating the models, we work with experts on certain subject matter, and bias is one of them. We have researchers who that is their entire field of study at universities, local universities, and they play a huge role in the actual development process of these the models that we create. So you have to design with this kind of ethical behavior in mind, not thinking about it only as an after fact. So I think it's really important for platforms to do that partnering and recognize that they don't always have the insights on their own, to do that as part of the building process. The other thing that is very important is that even after an AI model is created or an AI tool is created, there must be mechanisms to have feedback on it. So one of the things that we've done is we created the Gen AI Community Forum, which I'm proud has made its way into Africa, Middle East, and Turkey region as of last year. And specifically, we have a community forum in Nigeria. It consists of experts who are technology, developers, but also people who work across social development, people who are from academia, people who understand the different types of languages that we have in country. They all play a role in providing feedback on the tools that we've created. The third thing I would say is that we have to all take responsibility as well. So awareness is power. What are we doing with the knowledge that we have or the expertise that we have to influence what is happening with technology companies like mine. I always tell people, you know, you have to be in the know to be able to have change, to affect change. And for instance, you know, how many people know that we had a call out for data or localized data for our tools? People don't always, you know, actually respond, and we actually go out and try to beg people, you know, for people who can help train models on local languages, on local data. We've been able to be successful in partnering with the government to help with that, but it's important for us to take those steps to also lend our expertise to those processes so that technology can be more reflective of what we want to see. And so I think by doing those three things and collaborating with different experts and different people in different fields as we're building the technology, but also as it's being rolled out and implemented, are extremely important for eliminating bias in those tools.
Thank you, thank you. I mean, you answered that really concisely, because I think it gives me a better understanding of the kind of work that you have that you're doing, sorry, at Meta, that can also kind of be beneficial for, you know, the data work, the research work that Sharath and Victor's team are doing. But also, sort of a follow-on, because I just kind of want to quickly mention how can Meta, and I don't know if you're already doing that, essentially share this data, right, as a public good, right? I don't know if it's something that is being thought about or is already being done. Just
yeah, we actually have a whole program called Data for Good, and you can right now visit dataforgood.fb.com. So I'm so glad that you mentioned that. It's one of the things that a lot of people don't know about. We have publicly available data. We've partnered in multiple countries, including Nigeria, to use this data, for instance, to help with electrification, to help with figuring out, you know, how many schools exist in a local government area, where should broadband be built out, you know, by the telcos, where are there gaps. So this Data for Good program, anyone sitting here right now can download data sets. And we've seen folks who are building AI tools utilize the data sets from our Data for Good program in order to build out their tools. The other thing I would say about accessing that data is that there's a request form on the website where if you want to actually speak to someone from that team to understand the data, to understand how to apply it and use it, you can actually make that request. And that is, I think it's a really good plus, because sometimes we don't all have the expertise to be able to interpret and utilize even the most helpful or useful of data resources that we have. So being able to have someone like reach out to you, especially if you're an organization that's trying to make use of the data, I think is really, really key. So I think there are opportunities for feedback on, you know, additional data sets that you may want to see as well. That's something that I'm open to hearing about. If you visit the website and you see data that you want expounded upon, or you see some types of data you think Meta would have access to and has not shared, that's another thing. And lastly, I would say this is also the beauty of open source technology. We've built our models to be open in such a way that people have access to understand what has gone into it. They can pull information out, they can use it to build on top of and create new tools. And that's really, really important, and another way that we can maximize the tools that Meta has available.
Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you. I'm going to go to Eniola really quickly. Can you also tell us, maybe from your purview, how tech platforms and tools can collaborate with partners to address bias, particularly in our local context?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I echo some of the points that Shade had mentioned, but maybe looking on the other side with organizations or those who are in proximity to the individuals or communities that are affected by said bias and norm issues. is that, one, I think we've done a better job in the past decade around data sharing, and you, Sade mentioned open source data. There's a lot of questions around open source. There's a whole spectrum. And so open source in aggregate, open source in terms of the metadata, that have you, but we have improved. That's one thing. I think there needs to be better data collabs or co-creation options. I mean, GitHub exists. There is a number of developer communities that have set up on the continent using like large language models. I think there's a lot that actually can be learned from the Africa developer community of how to collab. Let's start there. Because they collaborate in ways that are not profit first, and they collaborate in ways where, by all accounts, it looks like they're just giving things away, but it has produced so many, it's reduced the barrier to entry for a lot of apps, a lot of things that have served communities really well. I think also including creators in actual testbeds, and also those who are affected by these issues in the creation room to test, not just beta test, but to test it in terms of stress test the application itself, and also communicate back and provide feedback in ways that are useful for refinement. And I have said it in what I mentioned earlier, but I think funding some of this collaboration, not just in accelerators and in hackathons, but actually supporting what does open source. I think there's been some movement around like, you know, digital public infrastructure and the like, but I think there's still a need for us to bring that all the way back down to what pragmatically can actually happen, and for donors to step in and potentially fund them like very non-commercially driven parts of this work. And also have kind of time-bound data trusts. I'm a firm believer, I'm a firm believer that we have to, the areas that are held back is not because of intent, but really because of the practice of collaboration and creating essentially ways that we can do that. Even if it's time-bound, that means that the data can be available for a brief period of time. There can be sprints, there can be all sorts of things that can be built upon that to do that. And maybe the last thing is just a little bit more transparency on the before and after. I mean that to say protections of the users. We came up across an issue even within our organization where our digital team was not aware that there had been movements in particular countries we were working with that had particular data protections. And small organizations, it's very hard for you to keep up with every single country's data protection and data laws. I know even large companies have to deal with that. I don't know the answer to this, but that also does, if we're talking about collaboration, we have to talk about protections of both rights and data, especially the rights and data of vulnerable populations. And so one of the biggest problems with collaboration around this, and I'm not sure if it begs the need for collaboration, is the extra protection. So opt-outs, what happens with youth? We've seen the issues around data for young people that is just regularly available online. And then also redress. How do we get rid of bad actors who are not doing what they're supposed to do in the space? Because people do not collab because they don't want to be on the front page of the news. And that's simply it. And so those will be the areas that I think I wanted to focus more on the technical aspects, because I think everyone wants to collaborate and coordinate and coagulate, whatever. But the technicality of that is the bit that really holds everyone back.
Thank you so much. I mean, honestly, I have no notes on that. I really, Victor, I looked at Victor when he said the thing about showing up on the front page news, because he was like, we're talking about press releases and things like that. He's like, yeah, let Eden lead that. Don't want to show up on the front page news. So Okay, so Brenda, I think I'm going to ask you the same question. So, in your view, how can tech platforms and tools collaborate with partners to address bias, particularly in our local context, and of course in the work you're doing around, narrative change and storytelling?
Without meaning to sound transactional or vulgar, money, we're going to have all of this technical expertise and all of this consulting, and I would hire Eniola, to lead this fund in terms of how to implement. But we need money, Who is funding inclusion? Let's be honest. It's, the people who have the money to fund it don't look like you and me, but somebody needs to fund the LLM training so that they understand what you and I look like, right? And then can deliver. So I'm always playing around with AI, right? And because I do so many work events, so many things, my briefs are now being done by AI. And every time I say, I want 3 women on this thing, it gives me the same 3 people. It never changes. Then I have to really, really write my prompt, and tell it, give one of them this kind of hair, give one of them this kind of nose, and then caramel skin, no, 1 shade darker than caramel, 2 shades darker than chocolate. I'm already training the thing, right, to get me what I want and then give it back. And yesterday when I was talking, I said it lies and all of those things, you understand? So we need money, to train it well. We need money on this side, on the continent side, to be able to do the training. The trainers need to be empowered, you understand? There's that side. Then there's this experiment that I said we're running with the Entertainment and Media Hubs program, funded by Gates, where we're now supporting makers to actually put out equitable work, inclusive work, you understand? And nobody's going to, there's a maker who got some money behind you. Everybody's going to be thinking about the commercial viability of the work they're doing, you understand, before they think about the ethical, the moral, or whatever positioning. And that's why I said money, you understand. It's going to have to be money for everything. Money for the bits that Eniola was talking about, but money also for the creators, money for the educators of the creators, for them to know that, okay, there's bias, and you need to change it. So, yeah.
May I respond to something, if you don't mind? I really love that you focused on what is not sexy to talk about, which is the funding of this. But I disagree that the people who have the money don't look like us. I think that we have to look at, and I'm gonna take my meta hat off, I'm speaking as Sade Dada, but I'm so passionate about this because we have so much money on the continent. We have billionaires, over and over and over again. But I think it's about making the case for why the money should be channeled in this direction to the people who have that money. There are businesses that are making money that can contribute to these causes that you're describing. There are philanthropic organizations, there are a host of different foundations, and even individuals who are just passionate and who can help. I'm a part of a group called Angel A Collective. A lot of us are just super passionate about innovation, and people are funding all sorts of projects out of this group. And so I think it's about getting the narrative around what is needed and pitching it to the right direction in order to get that. And I think we'll have outcomes that are more localized and match the realities that we're trying to get to when we do that. Because if you look at some of the big funders and you look at the bigger organizations, what you'll find is everybody's going after that same pot of money. Whereas if we diversify the places that we're looking for financial resources, we may not have so many people going after the same pot.
What I really wanted to say was
I didn't want to pick at the tech companies. I wanted to pick on tech companies, and I realized I was sitting next to a tech company, and that was why I said the people. I was trying to find a nice way to say Meta, Google, everybody should pay for it. You understand? That was what I was trying to say, but I was trying to be polite at the time. So let me just correct myself.
No, that's okay. Then my answer still is still the same. Because if you're going to be waiting for a long time, and we do fund. I mean, we just had a program funding AI startups. So we do those things, but it's not going to be enough coming just from big tech. We've got to make the case to people who maybe their core business is not tech, but they understand the developmental need. They understand the potential that is in the entertainment sector, or the fashion sector. They understand these things, and we have to help them realize that them putting their resources into this bucket is what's going to take us to the next level as a continent.
Thank you. I wanted to also kind of add to that, but I'm glad you spoke to it. I think the panel just before, that I also moderated around distribution and funding and stories, it essentially touched on what you just said, which is essentially we have to find a way. I mean, there was an HNI, funder on the stage that said that he's seen, bank accounts of many Nigerian, African HNIs who have billions just sitting there. So the issue is about being able to, like you said, show the use case and how they're going to make their money back and they're not going to be burnt. And then, like we talked about, potentially maybe, finding a credible partner, right? Maybe from the development side, because what you're talking about is sort of, not necessarily always going to be profitable, right, for them, exactly. So anyway, but those are really the outcomes of what this is about. So thanks for bringing that up, because that is the entire outcome of this is for us to be able to channel some kind of catalytic funding with some development funding to be able to do more of what everyone on this stage is talking about. So are we out of time? We have 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes. Do we want to ask people for questions? Yeah? Okay, yeah, great. Did anybody have any questions from anybody in the room? Yeah? Okay.
Hi again. My name is Enyi. This is a message to Brenda. Excuse me.
A message, not a question.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, of course, a message, a question. Forgive me, it's late. I've been here for a while. The question centers around your work with bias and the idea that we all have them. Is the work furthering then for you to learn what your bias is and be aware of it? Because as a creative and something that is a work of creation coming from you, isn't it then peppered with bias? How do you attempt to show to put out a fair portrayal of whatever role or whatever gender? Sometimes now it's like in this new age, it was like people of other voices and unheard voices, unheard people writing stories about unheard characters, or men writing female-led stories. What are some of those? What are some of the the politics that one has to play now to keep it straight? And especially for an audience that, at least the local audience, sometimes doesn't realize what it is being fed. How do you then sort of navigate that, even as a creative executive or as a creator on the other side?
I mean, so first of all, I've been, and even though, yes, I know that this is a shameless plug, the course that I was talking about, really, really empowers you, to kind of sift through your bias. And you please come for the course. The course, it's 2 days, it's 2 full days, it's all virtual, but it's 2 full days. And we go through what the bias looks like, and the convictions are happening right there, on the call, where people are going into the chat and like, oh my God, is this what I've been doing? And actually they're horrified, so that's the first thing, that awareness. If you're not aware, then you're not even trying to change anything, you understand? And like I said, there's also tools that you can use to help, and we're looking for ways. At the moment, the reason why there's a grant attached to it is so that you can even see how commercially viable your thinking is, and the engineering, what we're doing to engineer the stories. We're also putting together, we've also done workshops, script writing and all of those things to help people start to reshape, their thinking and their mind. And those kinds of interventions need scale because, of course, there's so many people sitting in the middle of Damaturu, saying what they're saying and writing what they're writing. So the tools are there, they're available, and they don't necessarily have to be from a formalized system of teaching or impartation, you understand? Like I said, what we need is money to be able to take it further and do more with it, but there's a whole thing. The course is all-encompassing. The hope is to be able to put it online so it can be more accessible. That costs some more money, but that's what we're doing. But at the end of the day, what comes out of it as a practical step is to tell real-life scenarios, tell real truths, you understand? And you find that when you're telling real truths, even though they're fictionalized, your character building, your world building, you tend to be a bit more, it's more real and people can relate with it, when you're talking from a commercial perspective, and then when you're looking at inclusivity, a simple thing is Afrofuturism gives you the opportunity to be able to introduce some truths into your world, into the world you're building, and allows you to be commercial at the same time, thereby, affecting those norms and all of those things. So there are a lot of tricks, and things, you understand? And you hire me as your consultant on your next film, and then, I'll be able to help you some more. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can take one last question. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Ayodele Fashomo. I think my questions will still go to Sandra. So, two things I've been wondering about around entertainment. One is the level at which people consume lifestyles, especially lifestyles of influencers or artists themselves, and also the rate at which people consume music in Nigeria, Afrobeats and all of that, and how some of these things sort of objectify women, and which is related to what you're working on. Is there anything you're thinking along, especially the Afrobeat, the videos, and also the lifestyle of artists and the influencers on the social media and all of that? Because I see all of these things, and I think we also need to be thinking and doing something around this, because people believe in the message sometimes more than the message. So, thanks.
It's easy to become the moral police. It's very easy in the space of trying to be inclusive and not objectify women and, all of those things and all. And everything that we're doing, I want us to be clear, is just to reduce, to bring down the harmful norms that come as a result of these things. Because what happens with, for example, characters that are being flattened and just one thing is sometimes you see gender violence increasing, and the work that they're doing is showing us that when you increase or you show the better stories, the behaviors start to come down. But it's a fine line to walk, quite honestly. It's a very fine line. I delivered a course to entertainment channels in Nairobi, and these were people who are programming in those TV channels. And basically, at the end of the day, the question was, how expensive TV programming is, especially lifestyle programming like you're talking about. It's one of the most expensive lines, as a television runner. And I didn't have any answers for them because they wanted money. To change the programming required money. And I'm just like, the chicken and the egg, which one is going to come first? So I don't have a fine answer, for you, because at the end of the day, I still don't want to police creatives. I want them to be able to express themselves in the way they want. We just need to find a balance. I think that's for me. Let's make it a balanced narrative. You understand? I just watched the hot body video from Arya Star, and I was like, oh, you can't wear some clothes. That was what I was thinking. But at the end of the day, we're not the moral police. What we can do is, find that place of equity, that place of, trying to get there, So yeah, I hope that was a little hopeful.
And just adding to that, so yesterday we were at a panel at AFREF, and we were talking about the benefits of MTV Shuga and so on. And one of the questions that came up was, I think it was a young filmmaker, hey, when my parents basically know that, right? When my parents know that I'm watching MTV, they're not really happy because MTV traditionally does not have a positive gender portrayal. It's not known for that. So how do you sort of justify investing in a brand like that? Right, but we've seen repeatedly that when stories are actually telling, or when stories are used for edutainment, they have a very long-lasting impact. Right. So to your point, actually, we are looking to incorporate much vaster sources of media, including music and so on, and I think that will help us A, understand the kinds of norms that are being depicted, and B, hopefully we'll be able to track over time what kinds of potential impact they have. But at the same time, just because content has a certain stereotype doesn't necessarily mean that it always has bad outcomes.
Exactly. Awesome. Thank you so much, Sharath. I'd like to end on that note because, the key thing is just because, it is depicting certain things that we, may think are amoral does not necessarily mean that in the long term it's harmful. For instance, even hot body, some people might argue, is, a form of agency. Like, I can wear what I want to wear, and I shouldn't be policed about how I'm dressing. I think it's that unconscious bias that we have. I feel the same way. I'm like, oh, put some clothes on. But I know that's just like my own programming from when I was growing up, and I was punished for doing the same thing, literally punished. So. And on that note, did anybody else on the stage want to add to that? No? Yes? Okay.
Well, not necessarily that, but the initial question to the tech companies, I think we should always go back to the foundation. Everything has to do with education. So if we apply, of course, the money into grassroots education, into our curriculums, so that people start learning from primary, secondary school, university levels, even with all the things that we're doing, if we work hand in hand with the academia, we'll definitely be able to get faster results. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think one thing I always like to do, especially for the end of the day, because we're all going to part ways, of course, and please feel free to network and connect with people, is if you guys can give like a 5 to 10 second, catchphrase that you want to leave as you leave the stage to the audience, to whoever is online, and to the transcribers that are obviously going to be reporting on all of this conversations that we're having. And I'm going to put Victor on the spot to start.
Collaboration with your traditional, but also with your non-traditional partners if you want to scale up solutions.
To everyone, AI has massive potential. The creative industry in Nigeria and Africa is just starting. Investors also need to know that they need to partner with African creators because Africa is already the biggest frontier. Thank you.
A healthy society, a healthy Nigeria, a healthy Africa depends on what we invest in terms of reducing norms, reducing bias, but it's not the absence of bias. It's where the health of the society itself trumps that. So the bias disappears. It becomes less and less harmful. And the only way we can do that is when we actually try to do the work.
Thank you.
Let's build together, focus on actually on the building that is necessary and not just the outcome. Let's do it together from scratch, so that the solutions that we come up with are homegrown and not imported.
Thank you. Brenda?
If your mommy is not a gold digger or a homewrecker, and your daddy is not a wife beater, don't perpetuate the stereotype.
Thank you. Sharon?
I think I'll borrow something from our joint sessions. So change can be entertaining and change can be powerful. It doesn't have to be boring. So let's work on collaborations that can actually entertain our way through change.
Thank you. Perfect ending to the day. Thank you so much for our esteemed panelists. We really appreciate you coming at, and staying this long. And I also know a few of you were just kind of, called on last minute. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone also for staying and for participating. And I think that's it for today. And we'll see you tomorrow for those that will be joining us. Wait, did you want to say something? Oh, yeah. Okay, tell us about it.
So there's a reception, guys, from 6 to 8 here in the terrace. Good food, and there will be drinks, alcoholic and non-alcoholic.
Very important.
Yeah, so it's open, the bar. But also it's an opportunity for people to ask questions. We'll have our different national, international experts there ready to answer questions around edutainment, AI, partnerships, public-private partnerships. I see my colleague from the World Bank, Ayo, there. Any questions you have on gender and impact evaluation, he should be your guy. But anyway, yeah, I said let's move the party to the terrace. Thank you. And